all the wrong buttons. But don't worry, we got there eventually. There may have been a little bit of weird audio just happening then. I reached over to press the button, realized I had some stuff in the way, went to move it, and that's when I accidentally pressed the wrong buttons. And then I panicked and pressed the wrong button again. But hopefully this time, we're going to get a little bit of pause because I didn't get it ready in time. No, it's all playing well. Okay, we are all good and ready to start the stream. That is the wrong resolution. So now that I'm doing things in 4K, I have to go through and make everything the right resolution. There we go. How's everybody doing? Wow, this is the least prepared I've been for a stream for a very long time. Oh dear. Let's start saying hello to people. Hello, we got Snop. Welcome to the streams. Ekai Min, Erland, Space Warrior, Chromatic Schnitzel, Toon Verbuggen. It's just a fun name to say that one. And Gamer Fall. Also Swag Monkeys is in there. Oh, Swag Monkey, sorry. It's just you posted so many monkeys, I just assumed that you were multiple. Apparently modern marksman Clips needs to sleep. I doubt that, bro. Nobody needs to sleep. They want to sleep. Otherwise they will be in great pain. I find if I stay up too late, I do actually, experience physical pain. Welcome, Karitao, and... is your name deliberately there just to, really tongue-tie or, confuse streamers reading out names? And Mal, you're the only person who says Snop instead of Snoop. Well, there's one O, so it's Snop. So I say it like synoptic. Good morning, Titod. Welcome to the streams. You see a pattern with the cars today? I mean... there's a bunch of 70s, 80s sort of looking things. I am interested in this one, because this one looks like a 70s body, but made in the 90s maybe, because maybe they ran a body for a decade too long sort of thing. Sleep is illegal while Phil is streaming? Yep, pretty much. My ass starts to complain. Yeah, I get eye pains, eye strains if I don't know if it's strain, but it is straight up pain. It's a bit red? You're right, there is 4 cars red, 1 orange, and 2 that are yellow, which are close to red, kind of. You're the best automation beamng streamer. Well, I'm certainly not the biggest. That would go to either Shiny Odd whenever he does it, but he's dealing with a whole bunch of different things, including holidays. I think he's back now. I did see that he had a stream the other day. Twin Turbos. I might do some more stuff with Automotive Flux in the future as well. How dare Reddit fix itself, meaning my... Okay, yeah. Welcome, Wild Wolf, to the stream, sorry. Me too, speak good. There's a bit of maroon too. Oh, you're right, there is 2 maroons. Yeah, actually, you know what? There is a lot of, the red end of the spectrum here. How did I miss the maroons? I suppose my brain just thought they were brown. Crimson? No, not even close. Close enough, all the same section of the color spectrum. Yeah, all except one, which would be this grey one, which was top voted this week. What kind of monastery... Sorry, that's monstrosity. Apparently my reading is a monstrosity. Oh, what kind of monstrosity we will build today? What? I don't build the cars for these streams. These people have built these cars and submitted them because they are proud of them. But yeah, these are the cars we have this week. And there is a lot of 70s, 80s sort of vibe going on. So, kind of interesting. Let's have a closer look. So we do a lot more analysis for those that are new to this, as opposed to doing like a, wow, this car is great, 10 out of 10, and then like bring out a car that's clearly garbage and going like, oh, this car's going to be garbage. You drive it around a little bit and then you're like, oh, you know what? No, they have a lot of spirit in this. This car gets a 10 out of 10. And then they try like the worst thing in the world and they're like, oh, you know what? I can't be too harsh on this thing. 10 out of 10. It's like, no. I'm a lot more brutal than that. So, we're going to start off with this little bugger. And I do kind of like to look at this. It's very subtle, and one of the things that's really hard to do in automation is to create a subtle car that doesn't look underdeveloped. So this is done pretty well. Downloaded beamng today, ran a D-series at speeds beyond comprehension, then got banned. Okay, sure. I don't know why you would get banned for that, but okay. I suppose if they're going for like a realistic sort of thing, or if you're messing up other people's play, I don't know, maybe. It's like an old Honda. I will admit that the front grille looks like an old Honda. I don't know enough about like old 70s and 80s Hondas to know whether this is a Honda sort of design. So I'd have to look a little bit closer. The back end looks a little bit more Japanesey sort of thing. You know, the we want to have sports round tail lights, but we already have like the body of this sort of shape, so we're just gonna put that inside of the housing sort of thing. It was a way to cut costs, but look like the sports cars of other countries, which started with like your Ferraris and whatnot, which were handmade sort of cars, and they couldn't afford all of the details of like a complex brake light housing, so they would just run round lights. And then it moved over to vehicles like the Corvette, even though the Corvette was from Chevrolet, which could have easily done a much more detailed sort of light. They just wanted to go with that like that look. And then it moved to things like the Skylines and whatnot, and that's where this sort of stuff came about. Where it was clearly a much more newer sort of design than a round taillight, but they still wanted it to give it that heritage look, might be the expression to go with. I do like it. You base this off the Rover SD3. I get the feeling this doesn't look anything like an SD3, but I might be thinking of the wrong thing. You know what, we could type it in here. SD3. Oh, you know what? I might have been thinking of the SD1. Yeah, I was thinking of the SD1. Okay. Yeah, I can kind of see that. This is a little bit more, I don't know, it's similar, but different. One of the big things about it is there is no lip around here. By the 90s sort of time period, chrome was completely out of fashion. If chrome was on something, it was to serve as an accent. So you can see that there's stuff here, but it's not exactly chrome. It's more of an accent sort of thing. Is there actually one here that has a lot of chrome on it? No, I think that's just the way the light's bouncing off of it. Is it? No, there is a little bit of chrome accent there, but it's a little bit of chrome. So that would have been considered more like to show that it's a luxury car, or the luxury version of it, whilst not being gaudy with chrome. Like this is, like thickly wrapped. So I think it was by the late 70s into the 80s, chrome really becoming quickly unfashionable. And by the 90s, it was seen as like completely counterintuitive to the round sort of design. Welcome, Hi-Fi Teen. How's it going? Welcome to the streams. Not Exige, welcome. By the way, if I didn't say that earlier, I got a bigger monitor last week, and my PC is so weak that when I launch automation, it immediately crashes. I noticed that when I switched to my 1080, my graphics card was always taxed. Well, when I moved to this 4K monitor. I'm actually thinking next stream I might stream in 4K, but then again, I don't want you to see this in any more detail. I think this is like the right level of blurriness right now. You own one of the SD ones? Ah, nice. I don't know if I would like to own an SD one, but I think it'd be cool to drive around in one and like chuck it around a racetrack maybe. It looks French. You know, it does actually look quite a bit French. Like that subtle but a little bit weird sort of way. It was supposed to look like a Ferrari, you think? Yeah, totes, my guys, yeah. Oh, you mean the SD1 was meant to look like a Ferrari? Yeah, I don't really know about that. For some reason, this car reminds me of the R31 Skyline. There is a little bit of Skyline in here. I don't think R31. I think versions older than the R30 Skyline. So that's where I was actually thinking this was going. Skyline Wikipedia. The ones I was thinking were kind of like this generation. And yeah, kind of this generation as well. If it loads anytime soon, yeah, like this sort of thing is kind of what I was getting a feel of. What else? Is that basically it? A little bit of this? Like, because tuning languages go for quite a long time. Yeah, but before R30 sort of time period. Anyway. It does... Oh, it looks like Lada in Rich Family. Oh, we call them la-dee-dahs. One day I want to own a Nissan RN14 Pulsar GT. Okay, good for you. The front headlights are like a Honda. Yeah, I kind of get that. I don't know about the headlights per se, but like that kind of dip into the front grille area, that is very Honda-esque. The taillights look R30? Yeah, I agree with that. Welcome, Ebugs, to the stream again. Let's go in and see what we've got. So we've got steel wheels, looking very accurate. Also, 4-stud. Well done. I know that sometimes it can be tricky to find the wheel that you want with the right amount of studs, but those amount of studs seem right. We also got some sort of medium compound. 2-piston solid disc brakes. I don't know if they would have gone for 2-piston, but possibly. I don't know, really. Then we have McPherson strut. Nice, keeping it cheap on a monocoque. Then we have a very big engine in here. Is that a 6-cylinder? I believe it is. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, good. I just wanted to see whether they modified this to have something like my silly 7-cylinder engine that I made. We got an overhead cam. We got ourselves a short cast. Nice. We even got a canted engine. Very nice. Love the little bits of detail. Datsun Laurel? Don't know what that is. Also, welcome Kyle Hammer. Both my CPU and GPU have low usage percentages in automation, yet I have low frame rate. Yeah, sometimes it is really not easily compatible. Having good drivers with a more common sort of CPU and GPU can really help with that sort of thing, because the drivers are what the game engines have to work with. When I first joined, I thought it I don't know what that is. Let's have a look. Epic poor dude. Epically poor dude. What a name. Alright. Yeah, a little bit. That looks like a Nissan Pulsar, by the way. That front end. It looks like they were ripping off Nissan Pulsar. Anywho. Nice engine. Front-wheel drive. So, here's a bit of an issue. And why I would say this is less common. Why is there a dashboard in here? I saw that and I was like, I don't know what that is. Hold on. And then as I moved out, I was like, wait. That doesn't look like it belongs here. So we got this, but then why is that in here? I don't... Transverse i6, that's definitely a choice. It is very rare. I think I only know of a few companies that do it. I think I only know of 2. One of them kind of like flopped because of it. I think that might have been a straight 8, not a inline 6 that I'm thinking of. But Volvo is the other one that does it. And Volvo dropped it after a while. Have I ever made anything like a Volkswagen Golf? Yeah, previously, a long time ago, a couple years now, probably. Exactly what I thought when I first saw the Polonaise. Okay. Think you're gonna go for a GT 1030 and more RAM? A 1030 is very low power. I think that's a messed up fixture. Yeah, I think so. Decision to change the name to Datsun to Nissan in the US was announced. Okay. Sure. There's a transfer sixer in the Austin Princess and Austin Maxi. Why? It's very weird to see a 2020 car model with steel wheels. No, just gotta go cheaper. Anywho, they've gone with like some custom sort of things in here as well, I noticed. Is that meant to be like an air intake? Runs over, I don't know what this is meant to be. Is this meant to be some sort of like, air conditioning maybe? I don't know what that's meant to be. But it looks, wait, no, hold on. What? Oh, it's meant to be like a strut tower brace. Volvo's had them in the 240 series. Let's have a look. Volvo 244 engine bay. No, not all of them had it. Wow, I'm not finding any pictures of what I'm talking about. It's gonna make a liar out of me. What the What? Here we go. Okay. They've got a strut-to-strut brace, which is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about are these little bars here. That was just made to make it a little bit more rigid. And that was a fairly common fixture on these cars. Why am I not seeing any of these strut braces? What is going on? Google is making a liar out of me. Anyway, I've had multiple 2 Series Volvos, and all but one of them have had these little strut braces on there. That's what I was getting at. That's what I think this might be trying to be. Then they've also added this air filter on there, but they're drawing the air from the hood, which is a bit unique. Maybe they were just trying something different as a company, who knows? That's mechanical fuel injection. So this is most definitely 80s and probably before 1986 when some big sweeping changes worldwide happened to do with emissions, which generally meant really the only way to get those sorts of emissions was to switch to electronic fuel injection, which is why a lot of carbureted cars were switched to fuel injection by 1986. No, this is a straight 6. Why don't I open the hood? Because this is, it's a BeamNG, it's in BeamNG, but this is an automation-made car. To do those sorts of things takes so much more messing around. It is a real pain in the dick to modding that sort of way in BeamNG. Even if you don't have a bound to a key, you need to actually bind a key, which means you have to go into some of the most convoluted modding stuff to just be able to put in that sort of stuff. Then you have to do the 3D modeling, which separates the hood from the car. Then you have to re-put that hood into the car and create its own skeletal mesh. It's a whole process, and you just don't often really want to deal with it. Welcome, Matthew Weicker. How's it going? Mate, might be worth saving up a bit longer for a 10... Yeah. 1070s are old now, but they are still an actually pretty decent card. Good way to suck water in? You know what? That would actually be a little bit of an issue with this. Rain, the car's sitting, water might actually get into there, unless they've got some sort of water separation in here before it gets to a filter, maybe. Oh no, mechanical fuel injections, what a pain. I disagree. I had a Volvo that had mechanical fuel injection. One of the simplest things. Think of like simpler than electronic fuel injection, but unfortunately way before OBD was around, so for that time, it was absolutely phenomenal because it was just like 3 parts. And so much simpler than carburation by a bazillion miles. Sure, there was an electronics module, there was a fuel pump, but that was it. Electronics modules on the earlier versions did go wrong occasionally, but it was just to like buy a new one or get a second-hand one. plop it in there, and you're all good. As for the fuel pump, on the Volvos, they never went wrong. And then all it does is just pump fuel into the injectors. That's it. Nothing else really went wrong. There's like 2 tuning screws. That's all there is. They were so simple and so effective. They made so much power out of such a small engine, whilst being a lot more fuel efficient than equivalently powered vehicles. Just open Blender and delete the hood. It's a little bit more complicated than that, depending on a few different parameters, including if you have a long name for your car. Transfers mounted inline 6. Well, that's like Moira I don't know. Moira chassis? Sure. Graphic settings is your beam fill? I don't know. I don't have it turned up because I wanted better recording performance. I was having a bit of an issue with the recording, saying that it was doing fine, but it wasn't actually. I think I've got it set to normal currently. Yeah, that looks about right. I could turn it to high. You know what? Tell me whether you see a significant drop. Oh, you know what? I'm getting 47 FPS currently. That's because we got like 10 cars open with lots of reflections going around. Game is frozen. Is my stream frozen at all? Oh, no. Game's back. Okay. Everything looks smooth to me. I've gained FPS. No. I've lost about 3 FPS. Not bad. All right, let's turn into high and it will explode. Okay. I think it's doing fine. Let's move to the rear. Doesn't look like we have rear drive, so this is just front wheel drive. Ah, we have torsion beam. Interesting. Lots of load capacity for the trunk. It looks also like they've tried to put a bit of a trunk in. Wait. I don't know, they've done something. Not entirely sure. Looks like they've tried to put a spare wheel in and everything. I do like the back end. Without looking terribly over-designed, I think they've done a pretty good job. How'd they get a 3D light? Oh. They put lots of bumpers here as opposed to one bumper and then just kind of tack a light on there. That way they can actually get the 3D light in. This is why I wish automation had layers not of only like cutouts, but also like this is now deformed the body and you place things on top of that fixture as well. That I wish. Fuel tank maybe? Maybe. Hot plates? What, the real tail lights? Damn pretty front wheel drive suspension setup? Sure. Nice and cheap and also very effective. When I was working in a car shop, we had an Opel van with an air intake piped to a vent on the hood. Superfluous, but okay. Torsion beams are bloody terrible on Aussie roads, and also love the XR seat. Torsion beam. I did have a car with torsion beam. It was a little bit rigid, I will admit, but it wasn't terrible. It was also a very light car. I think the heavier the car, maybe a little bit better, especially with bigger overhangs. The car I had was a Holden Spark. Anyway, let's have a look at the... Oh, it's... Why is the lock in the center? That seems like poor design. Because to go from here, you're either going to have like the entire cap area come off, or you're going to have to like reach really far out with like just that little bit of extra metal that over like, say 100,000 cars would add up. So you're probably going to have the lock off to the side. But I do like the fact that you put that on there. Most people just don't bother with details like this. Well done. Really like it. I actually really do like that. It's pretty cool. Holden Spark bad. I mean, I didn't hate the Holden Spark. Hello there, I'm not here for a long time, and nice looking rear you got there. Looks like an 86. Oh, you're talking about the car? I thought you said I had a nice looking rear. Wow. Ouch, bro. Ouch. Maybe it's an ejector fuel cap. That's what I was thinking, like maybe the entire like thing comes off. Imagine having a locking fuel cap. I have one on my ST150. Holden Spark is an Australian Chevy Spark? Yes. Except Holden doesn't exist anymore. Mine flies open when you slide it? Weird. Doug would love to review the bizarre of it? Sure. Welcome, Luka Mikos, by the way, to the stream. Let's go in and see what we've got the inside. Oh, it's almost a bench seat. But these are very peculiar. I don't know why, but looking down here at the base here, I'm getting, and I'm completely unrelated, that skeleton game from the 90s made by LucasArts. Grim Fandango. For some reason, the aesthetics of these seats and that color and that shading from this angle reminds you of Grand Fandango. If anybody doesn't know what Grand Fandango is, I'll have a quick look. Grand Fandango. Oh, Grim Fandango. I don't know why. It's just... Is it the teeth? I don't know. It just feels like it. Maybe it's the hands. Anyway, just a weird side note. That was just weird. When I looked at it, I was like, why do I get Grim Fandango looks? Practical at its finest? Sure. Anyway, we got all of our levers on here, even if these are probably the wrong levers for this sort of design. I like the fact that the gear shifter is coming out of an unusual position. Sometimes car companies did that. What they would usually do for this, though, more common on trucks and whatnot, is the shifter would come out and then up, which would be weird. I have driven one like that. Well, not driven. I've been in one like that, and I did a little bit of fiddling with it. Like, you have to push, like, into the dash. I know that usually you have to push the lever forwards, but this one was weird. It was like, it does the same pattern, but it is very peculiar. As for legroom, everything seems fine. Lots of detail in here. Got all of the right lighting. Is that all one thing? Or have they written that on top? It's hard to tell whether that's actually part of the fixture or they've written that on themselves. Because usually these things don't have writing on them. I don't know. 3 pedals, so it is a manual. This has to be earlier 80s as there is no headrests. Back seats, they're a little too slanted, to be honest. Let's see if that's because the wheel well. Yeah. Yeah, that is a bit of an issue, is it not? I'm gonna have to do a video on this at some point, looking at a whole bunch of, like, how wheel wells are dealt with in cars, I should say. Beware of the Prius rival coming to this stream next week. Oh, nice. Let's call this trim Grim Fandango option. Okay. Welcome, Ringo. Okay, goodbye, Ringo. Bro, basically sit in front of the wheel. Sit in front of the wheel? You mean like this? Or do you mean in front of the wheel like this? I don't know. You are very pushed forwards on these seats, though. You might do well, even though I do usually say that dashboards can come out. Maybe making the dashboard more compact and up against the firewall more around where the jam is. That way you can move the steering wheel forwards and have a little bit more room. Otherwise, you're like holding your steering wheel really far back, which just doesn't feel right for road cars. Let's have a look. What was it? No, I don't have it anymore. Frick, what was it? I can't remember what the name of that car was. Hope it's a V8 Prius? What was the name of that thing? SD3 car? Yeah. Okay, the SD3 interior. Me do words type thing. Looks like it has decent room in here. It's a really low resolution picture, but it does actually come up through the thing. So I'm guessing that the wheelbase maybe of this car in real life is just a bit bigger. There we go, get a little bit bigger of it. Yeah, so there is a fairly large overhang. Maybe this gap here is a bit smaller. Yeah, a little bit. So what we're seeing here is the dash is actually really slanted back. That way the gap at the top of the steering wheel still leaves a lot of room here, where this one is actually still quite vertical. I think that would have been served well to be slanted back of the dash, and then you could move the steering wheel forwards at least a little bit. And yeah, I don't know what to do about the wheelbase. Is this thing also... Is that a lined roof? Oh, okay. It is a lined roof. I thought for a second there that they lined the outside of the roof all with leather. Also, this like chrome trimming here for the gutter, and then the seam line for the leather. Oh, vinyl. Is something I actually just recently did on a car, and I think I have that mod enabled right now. Yeah, I did it for this car. Welcome, not a thing. Anywho, moving on to this vehicle. My camera's a little bit slow. I get the feeling this was submitted by somebody that's a little bit newer into the process. The one thing that gives it away is... Hello? Yep, microphone is still working. That's weird. What? Just... Okay. Voice mod hates me. You've got lots of, like, thrown together front area bits, and they're all very flat sort of stuff. And then the interior. That is completely the wrong sort of seat and the wrong sort of scale for said seats as well. Let's go in and have a look here. So, the same thing that I say every week, leading lines is everything. This leading line here does not match this leading line. Neither of these match this leading line. And this leading line really only matches this leading line, but unfortunately that leading line is interjected by this leading line. The only other thing that you might consider leading lines, which is not really leading lines, is it goes from here to here, which also lines up to here. Not really. It also kind of matches with this, but you're not really getting a lot of a contiguous design. That, and as I said once again, everything here is very flat. No, it's 60 horsepower i4 hybrid. Real working, I will try. Okay. With a hatch crossover body with a slight stream. So please support my said project. Okay. I model the seat position against my own seating position, which is terrible. Sure. Looks like a modified Lexus? Maybe? I don't really see it though. Today's stream topic. Leading lines. Oh, every time that a new player comes in, I like to give them a little bit of a rundown of what leading lines are. I can show you examples of leading lines, but you could also look at previous streams to get a lot more in-depth into this sort of stuff. Leading lines. No, let's just go leading lines for now. So, leading lines. You got all of these lines running down the side, and then you got these leading lines here. This is photography sort of stuff. Leading lines that'll lead your eye. This is close to what we're talking about for this sort of thing. You got all these sorts of leading lines. This is a very famous example of leading lines. A lot of teachers use that. This is also leading lines. This is leading lines. Now let's go leading lines automotive design. Does that really come up with much? No. Nah. Alright, so you get the idea. These sorts of leading lines things really helps bring a design together, especially for automation, which is quite difficult to start with. Reminds you of the Saab 9.5. I think I'm actually getting a little bit more Saab than anything else. Let's move on. So we have very sporty looking wheels and a medium compound, but extremely wide tires. So if you're going for like a sports car with very extremely wide tires for this sort of look, like they're not extreme. There is a lot more wider tires, but for this sort of look, that is very wide. You probably may as well just go to a sports compound. It looks a little bit weird, but if for a sports car that's high-end, mostly focusing on sports, then having sports tires is going to obviously be correct. Or realistic, I should say. They won't always be that, depending on what sort of budget range they're aiming for. See, the problem is if you make an extremely budget car that is a sports car, you're probably not going to want to go really expensive tires. Otherwise, people are going to be a little bit upset with your car. Kind of like my parents got a Volvo S80 T6 back in the day. And because the top speed was just a little bit higher than what the ratings were for, even though the Volvo didn't really need to go that fast, it meant that it had a W rating, I think, speed of tire, which meant that suddenly the tires were, like, at the time, $400 a piece. And that's in, like, 2001. So that's nearly double inflation, not including this year's stupid inflation. So that'd be about $800 per tire in today's money. It was mind-blowing. We're like, tires can be that expensive on things that aren't supercars? Like, oh my god, because it was also a heavy car as well. So, like, the tires for that time were really expensive. Do you know that this car don't have any leading lines? Yeah, by the looks of it. Anyway, let's go on and see what we got for brakes. We have vented 3-piston brakes. That is very unusual, but okay. Vented is fine though. Double wishbone, okay, probably not a front-wheel drive. Oh, nope, it's a front-wheel drive. Sure, they exist, but they're a lot less common to have double wishbone on front-wheel drive cars, unless they're like really sporty. We have double overhead cam turbo, massive turbo, by the way. 4 or 5 valves, please don't be 5 valve. Yep, good, that's only 4 valve. Decent intake, so we're not running with individual throttle bodies, which should be okay on some like BMWs, Mercedes, maybe. What the hell? Oh. I don't suppose I've ever looked inside of a manifold to see that it's got this. Also, why is there an inside wall of the manifold? That is completely unnecessary. At all. There is no purpose to have an inside on that. Unless, like, you want to have a look this way, but it looks so shitty and jank anyway. This, like, Z fighting that's happening as well, that is... I hate looking at that. And they've got a reasonable exhaust manifold on there as well. So I'm actually not too disappointed in this engine. I think it's fairly fine. Except that turbo is just... absolute chonkers, bro. Speaking of tires, please just never buy the cheapest. It depends. Usually when I'm talking to a tire salesperson, I'll ask, like, what's the best price to range? Or if I've got a sporty car, the most reasonably priced sports tires, so like a good like in between, and I'll generally get quoted somewhere like $100 to $150 for a sporty-ish sort of tire, depending on the vehicle. 35 watching. Yeah, 35 watching is about normal for my streams. It's a bit higher than what I've had normal recently, but yeah, it's not too far off. Oh yeah, the like button? Yeah, like buttons if you like as well, by the way. Turbocharge in lane 4, I want to know the output. By looking at the size of that, I'm going to guess we're probably somewhere over 300 horsepower. Probably. Depends on the capacity of the engine. This one does look like it's 2 liters-ish sort of area. Let's move down now. So we have front drive. We do have all-wheel drive. Okay, interesting. This is a compact car. And usually you get a compact car because it's cheaper. But an all-wheel drive system is complex and more expensive, so you're less likely to have all-wheel drive. Not unheard of, just not normal. And I'm also going to point out some other thing that makes me know that this car is made by a beginner, is this brake setup here. That is a much smaller brake, 1 piston. So this thing is probably going to understeer hard under braking unless they've done all of the tuning to move all of the brake force to the rear that they were getting from those massive 3-piston brakes in the front. Multi-link rear suspension, that is not a hatchback rear suspension sort of setup that you would normally see. But I suppose it's sure, fine. See, the problem with having a hatchback with multi-link is multi-link takes up a lot of space in the rear of the vehicle. So you're gonna have like a little bit less boot space. And when you're dealing with numbers on a page, which is how a lot of people pick their cars, if they see a literage that is smaller on one car, they don't care how usable a boot space is. The only thing that's in their mind is this one has a bigger boot space. And selling by numbers like that is actually a very big thing that marketing employees do. I'm also going to say that I don't like this rear diffuser that you've chosen, specifically because of the big massive lip that is on it. Horrible, and I hate it. That, and also, you haven't got it going all the way down, you've got this here. If this diffuser didn't go all the way down the way that you wanted it to, what you can do after putting that on there is use patchwork to use the cutaway function. And if the cutaway itself also doesn't go below like the body line because they haven't done like a proper invisible lip when making the vehicle body, what you can do is put it where as low as you can get it, basically. It doesn't really particularly matter. Then turn it to 3D, drop it down, and then angle it this way. So then like it's a bit of an angle there. That way when you hit 2D, it'll project the way in which it's facing, which will project it up this way, which should project it onto the underbody and onto here. You may have to do a little bit of finagling, maybe start with it being like super narrow first, and then placing it, and then stretching it out that way. But keep in mind, the moment you try to move it with the arrows, it will immediately snap back to being projected whichever way. Which may cause it to cause a bit of issue. If you need to move it as opposed to scaling it, what you should do then is switch it to 3D, move it, switch it back and forth, all that sort of stuff. And that'll get you the result that you want. All drive hatchbacks are not uncommon anymore. It really depends, but actually they still are very uncommon. There's only a few companies that'll do it. Technically, you could call some of the Imprezas hatchbacks. They're not really. They're actually wagons. This I would call a hatchback. And Volkswagen Audi Group. They're the only ones that really do it. I don't think anybody else does it. I think Volvo maybe, but I doubt it. Okay, the GR Yaris, that's a bit of an exception. They are not selling by numbers in any sort of way. They are not setting this car down and saying, hey, have a look at the numbers. This is everything you want in a car. They're not even going, hey, this is everything you want in a car. They're not even going, hey, this is a car you want. They're going, hey, this is a car you will have passion for and it will make you feel passionate about a car. Like, look at the styling of this. This is what we're doing with the car. They're not saying, hey, have a look at the power, because it doesn't have like a big V8 in it or like a 700 horsepower or something like that. They're not going for a normal sort of market. That one does not count. When Dacia makes all-wheel drive hatchback, then it will be common. Maybe. It really still comes down to a rarity sort of thing. As I said, it's not unheard of. It's just a lot more rare because you got contradicting markets here. And selling a sports car is a lot harder to do. So if you're going for, say, like a hatchback sort of thing, generally what it will be is based on an existing car. And being a hatchback sort of thing, it'll probably be most of the time a front-wheel drive layout, which means that implementing rear-wheel drive in that will actually be impossible without massive overwork, which will basically be an entirely new chassis. So that's why often hatchbacks do not have all-wheel drive. Because that extra work that's involved, the only other time that you may see it is on a uni-chassis sort of thing where the chassis is used amongst many different vehicles. If those many different vehicles includes big vehicles, then possibly. You know what? This one might actually be based on a big vehicle, so that might be possible. I'm just realizing that I mistook this. It does actually have 4 doors. I thought this had 2 doors at first. Suicide doors, incredibly rare because a lot of places they're actually illegal. And to get them passed is really hard through regulations. Welcome, Pro Gamer. How's it going? Hey, Phil, do you know what a person can... Oh, sorry, that a person can cry by remembering that the person lost a cat. Okay. I sometimes get really sad when I think about Pugsley and what he went through in his last few days. Like last week or 2. God, that was horrendous. Anyway, moving to the interior... Oh, wait, hold on. Let's also go to the rear. Same thing with the taillights as with that cutout that I was talking about. Place this in 2D, bring it out, angle it towards the corner of the car, then 2D it back on. You don't want to go too far because of the way the depth of lights work kind of does show it off angle. But this, completely wrong. You may even consider making lights from scratch. That is just not good. Matches no body lines whatsoever. There's nothing here that matches. It doesn't match this body line, doesn't match this body line. It's just hideous. The one thing I will agree with you a little bit here is the fact that this is at least on the boot. Unlike some people where they go for these spoilers and then they get them to place on the outer sections of the car, which means if you try to lift the boot, then it will collide with the rear wing. What happened to Pugsley? We need to know. He got really sick, and I waited too long to put him down. It was horrific. Let's just leave that at that. Anyway, I had a summer job in Toyota as a mechanic, and the GR Yaris drove in. It's a very cool car from up close, but the brakes are just insane. The front discs are as large as my rims and my Celica. I'm guessing also it's really shitty to work on, being like all packed in there so incredibly tight. Did the rear end melt from the sun? Yeah, something like that, except here it's winter and it's really freaking cold. Thick-ass rear wing. It is pretty thick and chunky. This is very 90s, not really a modern sort of wing, I will say that. Pugsley died years ago. Since cats are my favorite animal, I get an emotion when I lose them. Well, that makes sense. Much like, I hate cats, so I don't really care too much about cats, but dogs, I love dogs, and yeah, that gets really emotional. Anyway, moving to the interior, you haven't done like a huge amount of stuff here, but you got everything that is required. You've done a lot of attention on your door cards though, but you didn't fill in the gaps. That's a little bit weird. What you could have done is maybe just taken this one and maybe stretch it out ever so slightly wider, maybe use some fill-in sort of gap stuff there. Sure. Maybe this is for a little person, having the pedals so close. I don't know. Then your rear seats, it seems you've run into the same issue of not knowing how to work around this sort of stuff. This is also base automation as well, I just realized as well. So, overall, hideous car. Sorry to say. I see that you're actually getting there. You're starting to understand a little bit of how to use automation as a tool to make cars. But unfortunately, there's just so much that just doesn't look good here, unfortunately. You will get there, though. Practice makes perfect. Welcome, casual gamer. How's it going? Those seats are thin? Yeah, they're not great seats. Isn't the Fiat Panda the smallest all-wheel drive car? Maybe. But that's also a different use case. It's also, I don't believe, technically considered a hatchback, but considered an SUV or a utility vehicle just in general. Even though it does look like a dorky hatchback. I like them though. I do like the Panda. Would I say it's a good looking car? I mean, I'd say it's quirky, and I like it. Watching with your cat? Nice. You like this car? I think this car is okay. Your headlights are a little bit basic and don't really match the materials with the rest of the car. So the solid, thick, completely almost non-transparent glass for indicators and stuff was a thing that really only happened, I think, in like 60s, 70s, 80s sort of time period. They did start to become a lot more see-through in the 90s sort of time period, so that doesn't really feel right. Also, everything here is just a little bit smooth, a little bit rounded, and that is very sharp and angled on there. I know that you've just used a fixture default on there, and it looked okay, but if you wanted to take it to the next level, that's one thing you might look at. Otherwise, though, it does actually fit quite nicely. Your leading lines here are not 100%, but they're pretty close. Your bumper, nice. This is early 90s where ununiformed paint jobs like this molded plastic as opposed to molded plastic painted sort of look still existed. Maybe late 80s even. I will say, however, there's nothing down here. So usually there is still a little bit of extra ventilation down here to get a little bit more air in, for many different reasons as to why they may be there. But they're almost unilaterally always there. You may find the rare example where it's not there, but usually there's something. And it's usually a little bit up, as opposed to being in the middle. Just keep that in mind. Have a look at reference images. I like the wheels, they're very 80s. Yeah, very 80s sort of thing. Suzuki has small 4x4s, the Swift only car with four-wheel drive torsion beam. Really? The rims look very 90s Japanese hatchback. I'd say that looks a little bit more 80s than 90s. Maybe like late 80s, you may have accidentally seen them on 90s cars sort of thing, but not really. The other thing that I'll say that is completely out of place here, and you may not have noticed it, but indicators on mirrors. That is a big no for this sort of time period. I believe there was a regulation that was just sweeping for everything at the time in a few different countries, which was enough to make it happen, was no lights on moving body parts that were required. So you got like a light here and a light here. Also, this is not an 80s design of mirror, really, I don't think. I feel it just doesn't really fit. So indicators on mirrors didn't really become a thing until I believe the 2000s. This doesn't really fit. I'll also say that this doesn't really fit either. Wondering how you could have done that. You might have tried to do like the angled projection thing that I was talking about on the other car. What you can do is just set this to 3D, so then it'll lift off, give it a different angle, maybe make it in line with the window, and then hit 2D again. You might get a little bit of curvature, maybe angle it the other way, I don't know. That might help you out a little bit here. Rear tires, I did also notice that the rear tires are incredibly thick and are incredibly outbound. That wouldn't happen on a road car. Usually because I think that almost all countries have a regulation saying that you have to have the rear of the tire and the top of the tire completely covered from views from the top and from the rear up until like a certain lowness point. That being why a lot of cars had mud flaps. Even if they were like really cheap cars, they still needed mud flaps to fit those sorts of regulations where they needed to cover that up. So this, unless this is modified, that's not really right. Let's move in. So this is a hubcap. Nice, I like it. Over a steel wheel, do we have... Oh, no, it doesn't show how many studs this is. That's disappointing. Looking in, we have a one piston vented disc brake. Sure, double wishbone. Maybe, sure. Oh, okay.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Unless this is an aftermarket modified car, which I'm guessing this one might be with those tires that were on here. This is a big... No. We shall see, though, if this is meant to be modified. We'll have a bit of a look. Let's see. We have 2 valves per cylinder on a dual overhead cam. That is rare. I don't... Like, apart from old race cars and a few old sports cars, I don't think I know... Or supercars. Really any modern vehicles that did dual overhead cam for 2 valves per cylinder. Look the flag of the car. Russia? Out of topic, do you have all the parts? Yes, I do. It's just I'm waiting for better weather, to be honest. And motivation. It's an F1 style center lock wheel. I kind of saw that, but that's actually something that's just default on everything with the way the cars are done in automation. It's a sporty version of the normal car based on the model that has cast log. So what this is... I don't know. If this is a communist car, you're probably not having that. Hey Phil, if you would come to my water park of horror... That is mean Roblox. I wouldn't? Because Roblox? Individual throttle buddies? I don't know about that, bro. This is like a complete mismatch of stuff. I don't understand. We'll have a look at what they've written about this car anyway. So let's move back. We have double wishbone drum brakes. You know what? I'm going to say this car is a fail on the underneath. You know what? Actually, I'm not going to review this car at all. It's Russia, and we're anti-Russia at the moment. Moving on to this car. This car is also made by a beginner, by the looks of it. So, number one... This grill area does not really match at all. In this sort of time period, you would have chrome grills. Let's have a look. Hold on. Do we actually have a year for this car? 19... Why is it 1954, 1958, and 1966? Anyway, let's just go like 1959 car. Streaming so early? Welcome, Silver Moonfang. Because... sleeping pattern stuff. My sleeping pattern is completely ruined right now. Let's have a look. European car. Because this looks a little bit more European. So, Mini, Chrome Grill, whatever this is. Chrome Grill. Chrome Grill, no grill sort of thing, though there looks like there is a little bit of an inset of chrome. Chrome. It is chrome, but no chrome lipping. Lots of chrome. We got lots of chrome around here, but also chrome inset, but no lip, I suppose. No grill whatsoever, but there's chrome on here anyway. And these little vents down here also have chrome. Chrome inset, no lip. But yeah, a lot of vehicles did have lips and chrome. Trabant 601. Hey, there we go. 601 is right there. Oh, okay. You know what? I might give you... Can we get a bigger picture, please? In resolution, please? Oh my god. Okay. Chrome inset grill. There's also like a really weird, like, guppy. Am I thinking of a guppy? No, not a guppy. Groper fish? Yeah. Not the only fish that does this, but like the blue groper sort of lip thing is kind of what I'm getting here. It's very unappealing to me. But yeah, Chrome Insect Grill. None of that here. Chrome is the name of the game. Let's also have a look. It also does have a bumper. Did come also in a chrome trim, which would be very common. If you want to go for the... What the fuck? That's cool. I can't really tell what's happened from this angle. Let's go on and have a look at this article. What? Oh, it's a chassis extender. So the chassis will extend. I can't tell what I'm looking at here. I see 3 batteries under here. Is this meant to be electric? I can't be bothered reading anything. If you want to have more of a look, have more of a look. Okay. That's weird. Wait, does this thing have variable track width? No, it's always wide. Okay. Weird. I hate the fact that it's doing that thing where you have to be over the image for the image to load. That is such like a, we're so cheap we want to save bandwidth sort of thing to do. Weird. Anyway, if you want to go for the no bumper look, one, the number plate will still be lower where it'll fit, so if we have a look at these... Oh, you know what? No, it bolts onto the bumper. So you may have it in the middle there. The other thing is there will be holes about where the chassis rails are, where you will go in to have your bumper. If you don't have the bumper, you're probably still going to want to have those holes. And let's have a look at, like, I wonder if there's a rally car. You can still see that there's bumper holes here. There's screw holes that you wouldn't normally see. You got indicators on here, which, I mean, you kind of do. All right. Do we have more sans bumpers? No, they all seem to be bumpers. Let's have a look at Ford Escort rally car. I know that there was a lot of these without the bumpers. Except it's calling me a liar now. Here's the other thing that you'll also get. You'll also get a lot of, like, extra air ventilations. Let's go back to the, 601. I'm not actually seeing much. Also, this ends, like, super high, by the way. Like, ginormously. So if you could have moved this up, I'm not sure. Like, this would have ended about here, and then the bumper would have filled out the rest of the bodywork there. Looks like a drag racer from 601 chrome paint job. Are these cars your rating pre-selected? Kind of. So what happens is you could submit to the Reddit, and then the top 10 cars of the week are the ones that I use. There's sometimes less than 10. Luckily, I refreshed Reddit. What? Oh, also, if there's all, like, really high-quality cars and there's not enough room to do a beginner car, I'll just skip one car and then do at least one beginner car to help give a little bit of stuff. So, I've said a lot about the front of this car. There's also, like, missing maybe a bit of hood ornamentation. This one's very flat. We do have a bit of a trim line along here, and we don't have anything anywhere on this car. If you wanted to go with that sort of car, you could have added some trim line along here, maybe add a little bit of extra detail, maybe a little bit of trim line down the hood line, something just to break up the design a little bit. This looks very bland, which is okay, but could have done with a little bit of extra pizzazz. Welcome, well soon mayhem. Phil, seeing as you're not reviewing the Russian car, can you download my car? Too much of it. I started J-beaming when I saw I forgot something and didn't want to restart again. Fair enough. Anyway, let's move in. We have 4 stud steel wheels. Nice. Except maybe you could have gone into the advanced fixture settings and offset the wheels inside. Maybe use a little bit of, what would have been called? What's the thing? Concave. The concave thing. Is that a sports compound or is that medium compound? I think that's sports on cross plies. So, interesting. Okay. Moving inwards, we have drum brakes. Nice. Double wishbone. Okay. They're passable. Then we also have... Alrighty. An inline 6 in which a car that doesn't look like it would have an inline 6. Like, this thing looks like it lives and breathes 4-cylinder. We go in here. Wait, is this really big, this car? I mean, it's not small, but it doesn't look huge. It just doesn't look like it would have a 6-cylinder. But I suppose that's fine. Is this 6-cylinder, like, really, really fucking tiny? Or is it just me? Also, maybe you could have moved the advanced fixture settings to have the engine be up a little bit. And maybe move it a little bit forward. Just a skosh. Is it scotch or skosh? I can't remember. How can you get our cars? Read the description. Where is the advanced fixtures? I can never find it. You have to make sure that you have the alpha version of this. So you can see here it says beta, but it's actually, they call it the alpha. Go into properties for the game, go into betas, and then go to the opt-in alpha. And that will give you what you need. You can always revert to the previous version, and it has all your saves still there, apparently. I've not tried it because I've been fairly happy with this. And I've not really looked back. I don't really go over my old cards very often, so it's all fine. But here we have completely, like, high-performance carburetors. So this is not a standard engine. Otherwise, they are completely wrong, because there is only very few cars that would do this sort of carburetor setup. Also, they've gone 4 into 6, which... okay? But usually you want to have like a decent common denominator. So like 3 into 6 is fine, 2 into 6 is okay, but 6 into 6 for this sort of thing would probably be a lot better. The fact that you've just gone to this carburetor choice entirely is just gone, this is probably not a standardized car. Then the complete sort of like a tubular exhaust. This is not a standard car. I'm guessing this is a race car. Welcome, Ulrich Hill. How's it going? Sorry, it took me a little bit there to figure out how to say that name. First time catching your live stream. Well, welcome. Tuned engine, 2-liter inline 6. Hey Phil, any advice on how to tune a mid-engine car suspension and brakes on automation? Same as you do a front-engine car. Get the graphs right. I do have a video on suspension tuning. I may revisit that. May give like a much more refined instruction on how to do that. At the time, I just kind of figured it out myself, but now I'm quite a bit better, though they have just recently changed it, where the graphs are not really accurate anymore. And I think that happened like a month or two ago. And handling has been completely different as to what you see in automation, unfortunately. Welcome, MV Design Custom Works. How's it going? CG Pigeon. Brr, 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 bap, bap, bap. Skirt, skirt, bap, bap, bap. Yep, sure. Sounds about right. It is my time. I shall go. Oh, rest in peace. At the end of the stream, can you look up any GTA cars? Sure, at the end of the stream I can. Anyway, let's now move down to the rear since this is only a rear drive. What was that? I saw something weird. You know what? I may have just caught a glance of this and been like, what was that? Thinking it was a gear, maybe. Anyway. Independent rear suspension? No. Let's have a look. So you said this was based on the Trabant. Rear suspension. Oh. That looks like double-ish. Oh, what the... Is that McPherson strut on the rear? What the hell? That's weird. I also saw one with a leaf spring. Is that right? Did it also have like an older version? Ah, okay. Is that like concerned about IP theft? Do you have to do like some weird shit? Anyway, let's have a look. I see it just looks like McPherson stripe. Is that also a 2-cylinder? Wow, interesting. I'm also seeing again some leaf spring stuff. Sus says sus what? Sus says Phil what? Phil, that is swing arm suspension? Yeah, it is. But the thing is also front wheel drive and not rear wheel drive like this. So this has to be completely custom, which makes me think that this is just a straight up race car. Which is lucky for me, that means I don't have to do a full review on it. Also for lug wheels, okay. So it had very advanced suspension. I mean, swing arm suspension was not advanced. It was undesirable, to be honest. It had an I2 two-stroke. Wow. Okay. Swing axle can be a rear-wheel drive, by the way. I know, but that's front-wheel drive. Like, here's, like, the east-west. And it's got a transversely mounted leaf spring. Nice. With a strut like this, with a suspension arm like this, I feel that the most akin this would be is McPherson's strut. Once again, lower arm, controlled right up to the top. Oh, you know what? No, this would actually be acting as a brace, so double wishbone on the front would actually be more akin to giving you the geometry here. But there is no differential here, there's no driveline here. Usually swing arm, though, is... The swing arms and the major part of the suspension is also the drive line, or the drive shafts, out to the individual wheels. Which is why this one's a little bit weird, and why I said that this one would be probably more akin to McPherson's strut on the rear suspension. Since there's no, like, drive line happening here, stuff like that. Since we don't have swing arm in automation, that is. You might also call this possibly, instead of McPherson strut, what's the word I'm thinking of? Semi-trailing arm. This could be slightly considered that. So you got the semi-trailing arm there, and here is like a controller arm with a spring on it. I'm also seeing here that they had an option, I'm assuming a much older version, maybe a previous version of the vehicle entirely, with a leaf spring. That is undesirable suspension. Guess it's a modified? Yeah. Front transit rear light rear... What? Front transit rear light... What? Anyway. Having a look at the back, once again, we're running into the same sorts of issues. This does not match any sort of car. Let's have a look at the just rear of this car. Alright, as you can see, very angular. Why is it always low resolution images with these cars? I think my dog farted. That is an unpleasant smell. So, we got very angled, sort of putting up stuff here, and then a very distinctly angled and like a raked back end. And like very distinguished also guttering along here as well, which would actually be very good for aerodynamics, I believe. I don't know how actually well implemented it is, but that could actually do a pretty good job there before anybody else really knew about it. So this rear number plate section doesn't really work. This would be normally inset about in the middle there, but I know that you've got a trunk line going in the middle. Maybe just put it in the middle and then just pretend that the trunk line goes around it. Who knows? Also, once again, you don't have any holes around the chassis area to have your bumper matchy things to go. My brain is not working. As you would most definitely have here, unless this body cuts up around where the bumper is. I don't see any pictures with it rusted out. No, oh, hold on. It's a little bit hard to... God damn it. Are you that paranoid about somebody taking your shitty picture? Alright. Not really a good example, but yeah, just looks like it's actually just cut away there, but then again, they may have actually cut that away. Alright. Yeah. So, this way too basic. Also, where is the rear... So, you see the bottom line of the car, and then this is much higher? Not all bodies have that as a morphing option, but you could have maybe made this a bit higher. What you could have potentially done is tried to use the patchwork sort of thing, do the 3D placing trick we were talking about earlier, cut away a lot around there, and then maybe just put in your own body line to maybe give it that sort of look that you really much need for this sort of car. If I unsubscribe, then resubscribe, will a subscription message come up? I don't know. I don't have a notification set up, because the only notification setup systems I know are through Streamlabs. And Streamlabs wants way too much fucking control over my YouTube channel just to have notifications. So I am not using Streamlabs ever. I'm sorry. If you want notifications, blame Streamlabs for wanting to have my balls in their hands. Like, no. Not gonna do it. Doggo Fard, yeah. Positive camber, that's weird. Not necessarily. I don't see... I mean, we've got negative camber here, a lot more than the front. That's unusual. Moving to the inside, we have very big, very plush seats. These seats are sitting way too high. So generally, the shoulder line of a seat will be just over the thing. So let's, go have a look here. Yeah, you can't even see the seats. Really in this car. Wow! And this is like a body that ran for a very freaking long time. That is an advanced safety feature that they've got on there. Let's go interior. Can we have a good picture of the interior, please? Okay, here we go. As you'll see that this is basically at the sill line of the window. Now, this is a very basic seat, sure. But yours are way too, like, look how thin and, like, cheap and basic these are. These are a little too plush. Also, if you're going for a rally car, you may as well remove it and put in rally seats. So the one thing you could have done is made these seats smaller, they look way too big, and the other thing you could have done is maybe sit them a little bit lower, as there is a lot of room in there. Though you have gone down pretty much as far as you can for the interior sort of stuff. So, oh, you've scaled the seats up. Because maybe you thought that the seats needed to be higher. No. Shoulder line goes there. If you're thinking of a car with a headrest, yes, the headrest will go higher. But the shoulder line usually goes at the windowsill. In most cars, though this Trabant is one of the exceptions to the rule, the shoulder line will be just ever so slightly above the sill line. While the inside looks 70s and 60s, sure, I don't know. Maybe it was like a last generation. Like a final generation. Last Trabant actually had a 1.1 litre 4-cylinder 4-stroke from a Golf. Oh, interesting. Streamlabs kind of sucks, not gonna lie. I think the company sucks. Their products used to be actually really freaking good. Like, their services used to be really freaking good. But they take way too much of a cut with the way in which they implemented, what's that one thing? PayPal. Their implementation with PayPal that I had at the time, horrible. I was losing over 30%, which I think I lose ever so slightly less now with YouTube's channel memberships. So, I don't know if it's really changed a whole lot. I think Streamlabs now takes more of a percentage. I'm not actually sure. I don't really remember. But, yeah, I don't like Streamlabs. May as well just keep it all in one ecosystem for myself for simplicity and just keep it with YouTube. The notifications on Streamlabs also, usually when I do stream, I just have my phone with me to look at YouTube notifications. I would love if YouTube had some sort of alternative to Streamlabs, to be honest. Streamlabs, never touching them again, except for Twitch, because I don't really care about my Twitch channel. Kind of off topic, but how do you join a Minecraft server? Join the Minecraft server? You go to the Minecraft section of my Discord and you request. Whether I allow you or not is a different thing entirely. I'm also thinking that I've kind of overextended myself, because I'm learning things in the background whilst doing stuff, and the YouTube one just is kind of getting in the way. Now that I'm also releasing 2 videos a week again, my normal recording day, which I love to do on the Thursday, instead of the recording and then doing the stream on the Friday, I'm now like kind of burnt out and I have to rest my voice a lot. My voice sucks at the moment. So I just don't really have the time to do it. Also, the Trabant was made with a glass fiber material made from cotton. Nice. Then wouldn't it be like cotton fiber? That actually doesn't sound correct because all cotton is fibers, right? Yeah. So yeah, alright, maybe, yeah. Would you call it like a cotton, not composite, but a cotton polymer composite? What? Also, welcome CG Pigeons. Time to erect random structures in Phil's Minecraft server. Okay. Anyway, interior, other than that, this dash completely does not match the design, I don't think. Yeah, no, that is a very different sort of dash. You'll also notice here that this is the older sort of style, where the dash doesn't not come beyond the dorsal line. You've got it ever so slightly over. These things were very flush. This is not the right dash, even slightly. Not even close. Gear shifter, ooh. Oh, it'd be a column shifter, I think. Yeah, I'm not seeing any 4 on the floor sort of looking thing. Is that an automatic? It's only got 2 pedals. Are all of them automatics? Yeah, I think they're all automatic column shifter. I think that's what that's meant to be. I have stream on one monitor, then my second I have my chat. That's what I do. I have my game here and my chat over there. Make sure these structures... Okay, then. A little too modern, methinks. Way too modern. What the hell? Okay. This doesn't even look 90s. This looks 2000s as newer. Like, that is just not right. Anywho. Now we got this car, and I think this car looks kind of funky. I do like this one. 3-speed manual on a column. The 601, there's no clutch pedal. Wait, is that a clutch pedal behind there, maybe? That is a very weird, also, I must say, shifter implementation. I would have loved to have seen you actually try to do that. That would have been cool. Oh, no, there is a clutch pedal there. Okay. 4-speed with flywheel only in 4th. Okay. Funniest thing about the Trabant is that it has body made basically from glass fiber, but instead, yeah, that's already been said. Which would make the body probably really floppy and a little bit brittle, probably. I'm guessing it's not the best. Auto clutch? That was a thing. There have been a few like that. There's also the weird Saab automatic manual thing. I don't know. That was just a weird one. This one looks like an Avanta Zeta sedan. It does not exist. Alright. Anyway. This is looking very good. Looking very 80s. No chrome to be seen anywhere. We do have a tow hitch coming out here, which is interesting. I like the fact that you got a little bit of ventilation down there. You got the extra light down there. I feel that there might be an extra little bit of ventilation, maybe. It's fine. Number plate could have potentially also tucked in just underneath the bumper, maybe. I think that's also fine. Looking on the side here, that doesn't look like the right sort of indicator for the time period, and I feel like the mirror is too far forward. There is usually a reason why mirrors are as far forward as possible. That way, when you're in your seating position, see here? If it was there, I'd be able to see the mirror by now. But you're going to have to move your head and have a look. I think, when thinking about mirror placements, it being in, like, the easiest viewable angle is probably the only thing really taken into consideration most of the time for deciding where to place them. The Engaging Wheels has a fun video called How to Drive a Trabant. It will probably answer most of your questions. Alright then. That country have... what? Anyway. I like a lot of this though. Lots of uniform angle designs, very sharp sort of stuff, which is very that 70s going into 80s time period. This looks like a 70s body that kept on getting updated into the 80s, and this feels like a more final sort of version before it gets moved on to the next one. You might, depending on how developed or undeveloped the country is, you might see this go into the 90s, late 90s. But it'll probably end like early 90s at the latest, maybe. Looking at the wheels, do fit pretty nicely with these hubcaps on here, steel underneath. No ball pad, damn it. We have 1 piston solid disc brakes, nice. McPherson strut, nice, keeping it cheap. An electric fan. Interesting, but it's also facing the wrong way. That's not meant to happen. We have, ooh, interesting, is that? Oh, push rod, okay. This is meant to be a cheaper vehicle. What? Did they try to rust the engine out a bit? Is that meant to be a supercharger? I think that's meant to be a supercharger. If you only had 1 sway bar, would it be front or back? Depends on the vehicle. Front-wheel drive on the back, rear-wheel drive on the front. Also depends whether I'm going for comfort or sportiness. YouTube driving is my passion. Okay. 1979 Trabant 601 S test drive and top. Okay, sure. We have a short cast here. I'm trying to probably get a little bit more power to this thing. I'm surprised to see a supercharger in here though. And then having rusty parts. I don't know, this vehicle's just a little bit all over the place and I don't fully understand it. This car has a supercharger, you have to manually put it on. It's in the car's post. Okay, fair enough, I can do that. As for the intake manifold, I don't know what I'm looking at here. It looks like it's meant to have the fork. I don't. God damn it, beamng. This is weird. There is no reason why sometimes the camera just moves at like a 90-degree angle. I don't understand it. It is so frustrating, and it just gets more and more frustrating every single time it happens. This car has... yeah, I've already read that. Okay, cool. Let's move on. So we have front drive. We have no rear drive. The exhaust coming all the way down to the back. We have semi-trailing arm. Interesting. And then drum brakes on the rear. Okay. Keeping it fairly good. Is that a radial medium compound? If this is meant to be a cheap car, maybe a hard long life might fit better, but if this is meant to be a sports car, say if it has a supercharger, then yeah, that makes more sense. If this is a modern rework of the car, you might go with semi-slicks even. If it is like a modernized car made for like Time Attack or something like that. Merc made a body that was used from 91 to... Really? Can you be more specific about what that vehicle is? That went from 1991 to 2001? Do you mean a chassis, maybe? Even then, I doubt it. Having a look here at the back, you probably could have put a little bit of ventilation in here. I think around this sort of time period, that was something that they used to do. Let's have a look at 1983 rear car rear. There you do see a little bit of ventilation. Can we get like a not so high? No, there is maybe a little bit of ventilation there, probably around there. This is around the sort of time when they realized that trapping air in the back of the vehicle is not great. A little bit of extra ventilation, but not really, I suppose. Okay. Here, the back end is actually just really high. Slopes up a lot. The ventilation comes in the form of rust. Oh yeah, totally what I think of every time I think of an 80s car. God, I love Volvos. What engine is that? LS. Ugh. Heresy. Volvos only, bruh. Volvo. Volvo for life. VW made a body from 1946 to... That was the Volkswagen Beetle and not really like a mainline vehicle. It was only, I think, kept being made in... maybe not just the Beetle as well, but a few other ones. That were made in underdeveloped countries is probably an appropriate word for the South American countries. Because I don't believe everyone there is driving around in Mercedes and BMWs. I suppose we're not doing that either. But we also don't make our own cars. Renault 5 on the 80s cars rear page. What? Enalt. I missed an N. I was wondering what looked weird there. What was it? Renault 5. The Renault 5 Turbo. That is a weird design. Can you load it anytime soon? And that also looks ugly. Not gonna lie, that is one of the uglier cars. I've never really liked it, except in the turbo version. Even still, I'm not a huge fan of it. It looks cool, but still a little bit ugly. Mexico was sold until 2005? Yeah, I think I knew that. What if Ford of Europe mixed with Volvo? You mean like Volvo? In the early 2000s? In Germany too, the second to last Beetle ever produced was bought by a German. Okay. Interesting car. The back end looks fairly good. Looks a little bit modernized, and I think a lot of that is to do with this trim here that you have put on. I don't know if that entirely fits, but sure. A third brake light? I don't know if that would have been around for what the year of this body looks like. Also, a square bumper on a rounded back end of the vehicle doesn't quite look right. What you could have potentially done is used a conforming bumper and then put the sides on yourself and tried to make it match up. Made in France itself, little changes from 90. Yeah, but the French are weird. Also, once again, seats are too high. Everything else in here looks fairly fine. Dash is mostly flush. Looks okay in here. You've got all of the basics. But yeah, the seats are too high. Also, probably the wrong sort of seats, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, you probably could have had the interior line go a little bit lower. What you'll notice on a lot of these sorts of cars is the underbody actually came lower than the painted bodywork section. Let's see if we can't find, like here, for instance. The body does go a little bit lower there, just around that sill seam line. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but that was something that would happen sometimes, and it would just be to, like, it'd be a bit of a weird cost-saving sort of thing. Then we got this. I don't know much about this. It could be a retro recreation of, like, the PT Cruiser, sort of, like, the failed look at old look sort of cars and the new sort of thing. I don't know if this one would sell particularly well. The front end looks fine and cutesy, but then you get into like a much more modern glass house sort of area, and it just does not look right anymore. Then when you get to the back end, weirdness is happening. Sure. Okay. I do like this, though. They got little bits of extra ventilation down there, I noticed. It looks good on the front, but the front doesn't really match the rest. The Mitsuoka? Let's have a look. That. Oh, this thing? You know what? Yeah, a little bit. God, I forgot about this company. Didn't James May do like a review of these cars alongside the Orochi? Oh my god, the Orochi was hideous. Back with cake? Good. Always need cake. Yeah, it's just a bit weird. I like it, I like the gusto, but I also do like the idea of like that failed attempt to cash in on a trend, which was the like retro recreations of cars, like the Volkswagen Beetle that was so popular, and the Mini, I think, was the first one to do it as well, like became so popular. I think the initial release of the Mini was so popular, it was the first car where you could buy it, and after you get it being on the waiting list and whatnot, you could sell it for more than what you bought it for. That was, I believe, the first time that ever happened. Not a Ferrari, not a Lamborghini, not a Porsche, not a Koenigsegg, maybe a McLaren, but I don't think so. It was the Mini, or at least the first one that was like popularized. Front end looks like a Mazda 121. Yeah, it does look a little bit 121-esque. Basically a cake-up. Welcome back, Erland. Only had a slight energy with my camp stove leaking petrol. Oh. Why are you putting petrol in your camp stove? That's weird. Anyway, for lug... Is that hubcap? I think that's meant to be a hubcap. On single piston solid disc brakes. sure, cheap car, sort of thing. You expect the rest of the car to be cheap then if they're doing that. Because going to vented disc brakes sometimes is not the hardest thing. They'll usually have that in mind when they're making the car from scratch. Then you've got McPherson strut, nice, keeping it nice and cheap. Cast manifold. Then we got a single overhead cam. Less common, but okay. Single point injection. No, also 3-cylinder. So, we've got an engine that didn't really rear its head again until the latter parts of the 2000s, but built with 1986 tech and 1970s tech. No. I'm just going to say no on this engine. It doesn't really suit. Unless... No. Like, there were 3-cylinders before that sort of time period, but they were incredibly rare. This just doesn't feel like it fits at all. Everything else I'm liking, but that's just wrong. From the front side, it looks extremely retro... Yeah, it looks like a retrofied 121. I think I already read that one, didn't I? Anyway. 2-valve cylinder, which was also weird. I like most of it. Head, maybe not quite right. Fuel injection system, most definitely not right. Coming down to the rear, ooh, okay, torsion beam rear suspension and drum brakes. Very, very budget-esque suspension setup and very, very appreciated. Your tires are probably way too thick. Like, way, way too thick. Rear end, very weird. Around that sort of like a 2000 sort of time period, these weird back ends did pop up very often. I hated them, but I like the fact that you did it. Having the really rounded sort of design and a more squared off rear wing doesn't quite look very accurate, but I will say that I like the fact that you've tried to put the seam line in the rear spoiler. Mwah. Lovely little detail, I love it. I like the fact that this car is just weird and quirky. Unless, no, Phil, yeah. 3-cylinders aren't very common, even today, only a few cars are 3-cylinder. No, actually, nowadays, 3-cylinders are becoming incredibly common. Very incredibly common. Volkswagen, Toyota, BMW. There's more, but I can't really remember. Well, there's a few. On a car like this, with an inline 3 like that, you could probably get away with 145s. You could probably get away with 95s, almost. Like, that is a very small, very gutless sort of looking engine. Why didn't about the projection thing? Chevrolet Opel Vauxhall? Did they do it as well? Okay. Toyota does it with the Prius as well. I believe Honda did it with one of their economy cars. Ford does it as well. Okay. Hyundai, yeah, Hyundai and Kia, I believe, yes, do it as well. So yes, 3-cylinders is becoming a lot more common since I think the Prius. Once the Prius did it, and they showed that you could actually get okay performance out of it, especially with direct injection. Koenigsegg also does it. There's one very weird one. I think once they saw Prius doing an okay job with it, they started to experiment with it. Yeah. Seems like they didn't sell much 3-cylinders here. In Australia, they're becoming a lot more common than what you'd realize. You probably don't expect which cars have it. Toyota also does it in the Citroen, Peugeot. Okay. Is that all the same car, is it? Moving to the interior. Okay. They have like a 90s dash and a CD player. Sure. I doubt any car modern is going to sell with CD player anymore. There may be some weird cars that do, but they're probably all going to be just radios with like a Bluetooth or an auxiliary in sort of thing. I doubt that CD players really exist because CDs just... I don't think I've bought a CD in about 20-something years. Fiat also had a turbocharged 2-cylinder. Oh, interesting. I believe the 2-cylinder is also coming back into fashion. The all 3 cylinders are modifications of the same car. Really? That doesn't sound right. PSA designed the body and chassis. Japan derived the engine and running gear. What? Anyway, seats look fine enough. You're a bit cramped on rear space. I see that you've tried to cover up the wheel well, sort of thing. Yeah. Looks okay. Interior is adequate enough. I'm happy with this. You've got pretty much everything required to pass it as a dash. Sorry, as an interior. Good. Let's move on to the next car. This one I like a lot. We've got like a few different vibes coming in here. Like a little bit of Ford, a little bit of basically everything. And it also looks a little bit British. You even use the CDs these days? Some people that can't move on? I mean, there's still people that say that records sound better. Which, there is actually proof behind that. But I also don't care. Reminds me of a Honda Civic 1976. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of Honda in there. Some people still use them and would like a modern car with a CD player. Sure. Still can't believe CDs are now considered out of date. I know. It feels so weird to say that CDs are no longer like the thing. Because CDs were never really replaced with another medium. It was just now music is a non-tangible thing. It's always like on a drive, which can always forever change. Like initially MP3 players, and then the iPod came along, people pirating, and then phones came along. Yeah, very weird. I'll still put a CD player and a cassette into a modern car because I still have so many. Sure. I mean, you're going to be wasting money. CD players are still an option. Ford EG sells the Fiesta and Focus with an optional CD player. Oh. So it's an add-on. There's no, I'm assuming, like, CD player in the console. You'd have to have it as an add-on sort of thing. What if I said cassettes sound better? I have no empirical evidence for or against that, but only to say that, for a short time, cassettes really drop off in quality very quickly. So, the few things I'm going to say, there's no lower ventilation. This bumper would probably have some sort of ventilation in it, maybe. There's also no number plate indentation there in this bumper choice that you've got here. Sure, fair enough. I'm willing to pass that one. You might then put a little bit of ventilation down here instead, or just get rid of that lower lip altogether, and have the bumper being the defining line at the bottom of the car, which is actually very common. But if that wasn't the defining line of the bottom of the sill sort of area, to wrap up like the design going down, there would usually be a little bit of ventilation there. Aside from that, pretty good. No, like, details on the hood or fenders at all. Does anybody say what this would look like? My Uncle 2005 Toyota Hilux has cassette player. Yeah, cassettes hung on for quite a while. Rip your cake? Wait, I'm assuming you ate it. There's also VHC? You mean VHS? Tapes which are really obsolete now? I don't know what VHC is. I'm still super nostalgic for cassettes. Sure. Always have to have a pen around, or a pencil. Chrysler Tribune car-like front end? Okay, let's have a look at the Chrysler Tribune. Oh god, these cars are hideous. They're so weird. Oh yeah, you're right. So, here, we have trim here, and we also have, not like really a trim, but a body line here. And I feel that is missing here. It's just a little bit bland. Could have had something. And on the side, we've got a little bit of extra detail here, though that is probably a little bit different for this sort of car. And the other thing that was very common, not everywhere, but to have a trim line that would be down here sometimes, but definitely down here. Sometimes it wouldn't be on the back as well. Moving into the late 70s, into the 80s sort of time period, this trim would either be non-existent, or what would be also quite common still is to just actually have it be a black plastic molding instead, and then the front and the back, or at least the back, it would just be painted black to kind of cheap out on having to make extra things. You did not base it on anything? Fair enough. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're looking for any more details, feeling that it was a little bit under-detailed, which I feel it kind of is a little bit, that's something you could have done. The other thing you can do, because this body has it so much, there's a body line that runs all the way down here, and then runs down like that, I believe. Or is that... did you add that on? No, yeah, nah, it is in here. You could have had a trim line. It would have been a little bit fiddly to get it match all of the body line, and this is a slow arc all the way along. But you could have done something, potentially. Could have had some sort of trim line run along here for, like, bumps when you open up car doors. There's something really here. But yeah, you get the idea. Yo, he turned a jet-powered into an engine-powered? Sure. I mean, is a jet engine not an engine? Guys basically had a Tribune engine similar to the ones you found in the aircraft. Okay. Tribune engines can run on any... yeah, they're jet engines, which can run on pretty much anything flammable. We have 4... I think that's a hubcap. I don't actually think that's the hub. That's way too big for hub. Got a hubcap, at least. Nice, on steel wheels, drum brakes, and a solid front axle. Interesting. That is a big engine. There's a big, hefty V8 with a massively performance and expensive intake manifold. So, I'm going to be honest. This car either would have had a 4-cylinder or a V6. There would have been a lot more combat sort of thing. Like, the original Mustang came in V6 only. V8 did not come until later. I don't know why they thought that people would like something that looked kind of sporty, but not actually want a sporty engine. I suppose V6 are sporty nowadays. Back then, like, it wasn't like the thing. It was so weird. Maybe V8s were only really considered a luxury thing. And at, like, that sort of time, they kind of missed the mark with thinking that people started to want V8s for performance more than just luxury. I don't know. I really don't understand the era because I wasn't around. Turd-line engines are very... what? Marker! I6? What? I think it must have had an aftermarket engine swap. I get the feeling that this thing was swapped in aftermarket-wise. We'll have a look at the description. To say that there wasn't V8s in compact cars would be wrong. There were. I just feel this doesn't really match the sort of thing that we're going for here, I think, on your sort of design, maybe. V6 not a straight... yeah, you might get a V6 in here. But V6s were... I think this is like 50s, maybe? Maybe 60s. Probably 50s with a look at the design. This... I mean, you could have even put Dagmars on this, maybe. But... straight 6s were still very common in this sort of time period. V6s were only developed by a few different companies. They were struggling to find ways of making them cheap and effective. So, maybe not a V6, but you could have had one in there. The original Corvette had an inline 6 also. Yep. I would also class it more as a Mark I Cortina. It does actually look like the size and shape of a Cortina. I will agree with that. Gonna go play Roblox with my sister now? Okay, catch you later. You made it 1965? Yeah, I feel like this thing would probably have a 4 or a 6. It looks, I'm gonna say, more European, even though we were saying that it looked like an American car. Maybe you could say that that car looks a little bit European. V8 will be more common in sedans and wagons. Sure, okay. Mostly bigger cars? Okay. V6 was very European at the time. Massive caveats on that. Very high-end passion sort of cars came with V6s. So, like, your Italian cars came with V6s. And a few other cars, but a lot of them were still straight 6s. Because that was what the companies knew, so that's what they made. This looks very, I'm going to say British. And the British, I'm pretty sure all used straight sixes around this sort of time. I could be wrong though. You can go ahead and correct me if you'd like. Let's go have a look at said engine though. We got short cast. In this sort of time period, if this is meant to be a cheap car, probably would come with a cast log. The manifold, completely not a stock manifold. It would have almost 100% been for a car like this, unless this is like a Ferrari front engine sort of sports car, GT car, sorry. Would have had something like this, maybe. Probably would have had individual throttle bodies though, potentially. Also more chrome, I think, or at least trim here and there. The Capri also oh, okay, my bad. I made a British-made sedan for the American market. Also, no way I would have that manifold. Yeah, there's only a few car companies that probably would have bothered to do this, and then we have two-barrel carburetors. Sure, at least it's even distribution of fuel intake. Door handle placement is wrong. Yeah, it's back to front. Think of somebody grabbing a door handle with their right hand for the driver's door. Also, the handle is on, the steering wheel is on this side, which means that this is most likely, but not definitely, for this time period, Australian or British. South African, maybe. Japanese, probably not, especially if you've got a bigger engine in it. There's not actually many that do left-hand drive, to be honest. Sorry, right-hand drive. So think of a person right-handed being the common thing. To grab it, their thumb would be pushing on this side. Look a lot of European Ford. Also, the other way of thinking of it, that was actually probably a poor way of explaining it. That's the way I just remember. Which way do I put door handles? But that's also because I always think of entering the side of the car. The other thing to think of is making the inside mechanisms as small as possible, and the door latch being over here, reaching from over there to over there is just a little bit more expensive than having the latch here and being right on the door latch next to the mechanism. Sorry, the way I was explaining it, I only just realized I was explaining it from an Australian car market sort of perspective. As to why that would be there. Pigeon is back? What? Okay. Silver Moonfang. Hey Phil, where should I start with learning about cars? I realize I'm not at all when it comes to learn them. My streams, I go over a lot of information. Donut Media, though I don't like them. Sort of things on cars as well. Even if a lot of it is like really clickbaity, really shouty, and sometimes wrong, it's a good kind of like leeway into cars a lot of the times. They also have lots of background sort of talk on cars. Aside from that, just being in like around car stuff. Japanese don't like big engines. They mostly have 4 cylinders and 6 cylinders. Yeah, mostly 4 cylinders. If you bought your GPU a bit quicker, you would have been able to get a few free games. Me? I like the fact that I got my card like 55% off. Ha! There aren't many cars with V8. What? Oh, you mean in Japan? Yeah. Anyway, let's keep having a look through here. So we got a V8 with drum brakes and solid axle front suspension. That's weird. Also, if this is meant to be like a super cheap car, why did I have a V8? Because leaf spring solid axle in the 60s on the front? That is so incredibly rare, especially being dead axle like this, because I'm assuming this is not 4-wheel drive. Yeah, nah. This is 2-wheel drive. That is a dead axle. Or is it dumb axle? I can't remember. Anyway, this engine just doesn't suit in any way. Let's move down to the rear now. We have... I was about to say, like, independent rear suspension, please no. Solid axle, leaf spring. This is fine. 1960s Britain. Cheaper, sure, would have had a solid axle maybe until about the 80s. They would have maybe moved to front-wheel drive instead. But independent rear suspension sort of to come along a lot earlier in Europe. Hello, I'm not late. Okay, Lizik. I think that name sounds familiar. Or am I thinking Exilic? I'm not sure. Anyway, so the actual leak split on the front will probably understeer. Maybe, who knows. First mass-produced Japanese V8 was the Toyota V engine, which was introduced in 1964 Toyota Crown. That's like the exception to the rule because that was like meant to be super expensive luxury for like the aristocrats and whatnot. Anyway, not too bad. Moving on to the back end. It looks fairly good. Once again, maybe one thing that you could do is if your bumper is too basic, and I forgot about this on the front, one thing you can do is maybe sometimes put bumper studs on. Let's see if we can find a picture of that. This is too futuristic. 1965 was it? Car? Unfortunately no bumper studs here, but there is a little bit of extra detail on here. No, now I'm going to see only cars with that bumper studs. Can't really see it there. God damn it, show me a bigger oh, that. I don't know what this is, but that's cool. Anyway, bumper stud. You can see a little bit of a bumper stud down there. Can't really see anything on that one. It's not great detail. Anytime today. There we go. They got like the new version Dagmar sort of thing. I don't know. It's just if you want something. Like this is the ventilation in the front bumper that I'm talking about. That's fairly common on thicker bumpers. Trying to get like a good picture of bumper studs. Like this Dagmar-like sort of thing usually would cover up a lot of it. No. Now I'm just not seeing it. Here we go. Here we go. So we got 4 bumper studs, 2 on each side. That's just like a little bit of an extra detail that can easily be added to a car. Usually on cheaper cars as well because they're not considered considering aerodynamics being that big of an importance. Fuel cap is wrongly aligned. It's currently horizontally aligned. It should be aligned with the body instead, I feel. Also, I feel that is the wrong sort of fuel filler for this car. Or maybe just in the wrong place. You might put this sort of one on top instead of on the side. I'm tempted to submit another car. Okay. Toyota produced a lot of V8s for Lexus. Yeah, that was a lot later. Mark 1 Ford Cortina rear end. Yeah, a little bit. I see that. Let's have a look at the interior. So, once again, seats way too high. They're also way too forward. What you could have potentially done to remedy this a little bit was to move the dash to be back a little bit further so you could move the steering wheel a little bit more. Steering wheel will also point directly at the steering box, which should be a lot lower. It's a little bit hard to see. But I feel that's angled up a little bit too much. Safety was not a concern, but so just having a direct rod from the steering to being down there. Also, I feel your seats are a little bit thick. They're a bit weird. Also, this big center console sort of thing didn't really come until much later. Usually they did have humps in the middle, but they were also very low profile. I believe that was to then commonly a lot of cars could be fitted with bench seats in the front because just fitting lots of seats in was a very common sort of practice in this sort of time period. Unless this is a GT car, which I don't think so, with this sort of suspension setup. Interesting setups here. What the flop is this? They've deliberately made this, but I don't know why. It's individual things. They've deliberately done that. I don't... What? Okay. Radio. I feel the radio's too far off to the left side. Considering that most people driving a car are just going to be the one person in the car, the radio is usually a lot closer to the driver. Here they're going to have to reach across the car to turn the radio. I feel that's just poor design, unless this is meant to be like a switch side, but usually dashes are custom for each side drive. No steering column? Thick seats? Yeah, they're very thick. I feel that your seats are just way too scaled up, I think. No mirrors, no sun visors, and no wipers. Yeah, I'm willing to forgive that. These mirrors also don't seem right. They just don't seem to fit. Also, you've gone with like the wrong color and they've come out white instead of chrome. Yeah. Is this meant to be a column shift? Because I see 3 pedals for a manual. Your rear seats, I think, have a lot more legroom than your front seats, to be honest, but at least the seating position is fine. Your seats, did I already say that they came up too high? Yeah. That whole, like, shoulder height thing, not being utilized, yeah. Your rear seats are actually pretty good, though. How much room do you have until you hit the wheel well? Wow, that is very close. Overall, I like the look of it, at it from a distance. When you start getting nitty-gritty, there's things you can improve. But from this sort of, like, angle here, it looks really nice. But now I can't unsee the seats. Anyway, moving on. Then we got this Ferrari-looking thing. I wonder if this is actually based on a Ferrari. Let's have a quick look. I'm really excited to drive this car as well. The 330 P4. 1967 Le Mans car based on the rival... Oh, rival of the Ford GT40. Okay, I was about to say, that's... yeah, anyway. Ferrari 330... Okay. So it's meant to be this car, except they just didn't want to get close enough because they didn't want to get, like, poo-pooed for not being an exact replica. And the reason why I knew this looked like a Ferrari is because of these slap... I hate my freaking loose USB things. My microphone's still working? Test, test? Yep, good, that's still working. Whoa! What an image! That's a cool image. Low resolution, unfortunate, but wow, that's a cool, I like that. Unfortunately, you have to go. Okay, see you later, Space Warrior. ICAM Gear, what? I can hear bra can't spell, okay. I thought it was your GP, what? Okay, yeah, I remember looking at this thing and thinking that looks very Ferrari-esque. I like the look of this. You've done a pretty good job here. Now, I know that you haven't copied it completely. There are limitations and whatnot. I like this. And I also do like this body as well. I just straight up like it. I would have loved to have seen like a glass dome or something over this, though. Let's have a look. Rear. Yeah, there's at least some sort... Wow, that is a weird, cool-looking cover. That would have been hard to replicate, but at least something. There were some Ferraris, usually in F1 or something like that, where they'd have like a mesh dome or like a perspex or a glass dome sort of thing over here with slits in it. So then that way it wouldn't rain directly into your trumpets and then hydro-lock your engine or like cause performance issues, stuff like that. That was a very big issue, especially being a Le Mans car. Let's go back to the front. Damn it, I would have loved to have seen the yellow headlights on here. I like the yellow headlight sort of design, but I think that was something that came a little bit later. It's actually an artist that made the exploding Lamborghini mirror. Oh, okay. Is that Ferrari that raced against Ford? Yes, it is. Kind of reminds me of the 33 Stradale as well. Is that the new car? Yeah, I think that's the slats on the rear. Whoever made that render is very talented. Yeah, I think so. Now, I'm gonna guess 1960s would have had vented disc brakes. Probably. I love the look of the wheels, and you got the center lug. Nice. Your brakes are solid 1 piston. I don't know. Maybe they were solid, I'm not sure. I know the brakes were like the heat problems. And not just the heat problems, but like the metal fatigue that you get from heating up and cooling down constantly over and over again. That would be a big that was a big problem for Le Mans car. Double wishbone, fair enough. Don't know what sort of chassis you had. I'm assuming it was probably something lightweight, probably tubular. Then in the rear we have double wishbone 2 piston brakes. Okay, they wanted a really rear bias weight, which is probably because they've got a ginormously mounted rear V12 double overhead cam. What do we got? 4 valve? Yeah, we got 4 valve. I think this probably would have been mechanical fuel injection and not carbureted Carbureted? I don't know, my brain isn't working right now. I don't know how to say that. Yeah, I just feel that that's not right. Now, I know that it would look like this, but I'm pretty sure you'd find that, it was mechanical. Holy cow. They have 4 coil packs. Can't get like a good look at the fueling system. Yes, here we got hoses going out to there. I don't think that's the spot. No, maybe that is. I don't know. I can't tell. Suspension is floating. Yeah, that's just a limitation of automation sometimes. Ferrari used carburetors into the 90s. Definitely a ton of... they're race cars. They knew that mechanical injection, the way they made it, wasn't reliable for road cars. I think the only ones that ever made it reliable, I think, were really Volvo. And they sold it to a few different companies, I think including Porsche for a little bit. But I'm pretty sure all their race cars were mechanical fuel injection. Let's actually go back. P34, do we have Wikipedia? No, let's go here. Wikipedia, that was the wrong one. 3-liter supplied... Wait, what year is this? 1963. This is an earlier one. 1965 carburetors. 1963. Maybe? Nah, that's 1963. Had carburetors. Let's just go now because we're not really getting... Oh, okay, yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that is carbureted. Okay. I know that their F1 cars had mechanical by this point, I think. Okay, race cars, but were Ferrari sold them to customers. They removed mechanical fuel injection and replaced it with Weber carburetors. Okay, so as I thought, this sort of race car in this sort of time period would have had mechanical fuel injection. Mechanicals had pretty good mechanical fuel injection on road cars. Double independent rear suspension at what? You mean double wishbone? Yeah, double wishbone. Big thing. Also, that's, semi-slicks. No. No. That's the wrong sort of tire. Radials didn't exist much longer. I don't know whether they've gone for a radial or a crossplay here. So this still would have been, radials didn't come in until the late 70s. And didn't really take off until the 80s. I'm going to be doing a video a little bit on that soon. And semi-slicks didn't become a thing until... Oh, sorry, slicks, sorry. Didn't become a thing until the early 70s. Can somebody tell me what this tire pattern is and whether this is crossplay or radial? I feel that this is radial, and I believe that's semi-slick, right? Or is that sports? I can't remember. Ziggy Brown, how I caught my first stream? Welcome. I think the right wheel would be crossplay sports. Maybe not sports. Let's see if we can get a look at the tires themselves. Hot Wheels? No. God damn it. Here we go. Here's a good picture. Yeah. That sort of tire pattern. And I believe that is actually in automation as a tire pattern. Not a semi-slick. Radials existed since race tires. Please, keep it accurate. Pliers were popular, but a ton of cars were using radials in the 60s. No, so... Cross-plies weren't really seen as a racing tire because the traction drop-off in corners was seen as too brittle. And a few, I believe, probably dabbled in it, but never actually used it. in actual races, and that's why it took until 1977, I think, for Michelin to actually try to push into proper racing in F1 to say, hey, look, our tires can also be race tires. This is radial tires? Yeah, no, that's completely wrong. Radial semi-slicks, that's what this is? Yeah, nah, completely wrong. You meant to make it cross-fly sports? Yeah, no. This just feels so incredibly wrong, bro. This is the good modeling? What? Anyway, the rest of the car, I like a lot of it. Quite happy with this. The rear wing looks a little bit weird. I suppose it's fine. Your rear end, unfortunately, does feel as if it lets everything down a little bit, especially with whatever this is. I don't know what that's meant to be. You know what it is there. I feel as if this rear end, unless you go into like massive detail in automation, which would be a lot of effort, this just doesn't really work with this particular chosen body. I mean, even in real life, this thing just doesn't look right. So maybe it's just like a really hard thing to copy. Anyway, not too bad. Problem is automation crossplays are not race tires. Automation crossplays don't do low profile. Yeah, so what you do is you make the tire extra big if you can, so then you can get the width that you want, then go into the advanced fixture settings, then drop the diameter of the tire down. Now, your tire will be heavier. That is a downside, but it gets you what you need. Is there a better version of Donut Media? There's a few, but a lot of them are like really long videos. If you're trying to quickly learn, they're probably some of the easiest, and they do a fairly good job of holding your interest when you're trying to intake large amounts of information. There are others. I'm getting recommended one again. It comes up occasionally. Let's see if we can find them in my recommendations right now. He goes into a lot more detail. Here, this guy. Ed's Auto Reviews. This guy does rather cool stuff. But it feels like sometimes his videos go on just a little bit longer than what they should, even though they're not actually really that long now that I'm looking at them. Every time I see one of his videos, I feel like, oh, that's good, but I feel like I don't have an hour and 50 minutes to spend on a video. Something about it. It just feels like it's... I don't know. For some reason, they just don't feel like short videos. I swear I've seen more than the amount that I've seen, though. Maybe I saw a whole bunch of his older ones. But yeah, I like this guy. He's pretty good. There's a reason why I'm subscribed to him. Yeah. Let's have a look at the interior now. I feel that doesn't quite suit right as well. Let's go back to this. Yeah, there's no ventilation here. Yeah, I thought that felt a little bit weird. Some of Haggerty's stuff is fantastic. I don't know Haggerty, I don't think. Regular car reviews, I've seen them as well. I don't mind them. Big car, small car, do good videos on history. Okay, cool. I like have an option to put radial semi-slicks and make it what? Don't use radials on old race cars. The cars were hard to handle. Don't try to, like, go, I just want a better handling car. I prefer realism. If you do something like this, it's going to hurt your fill score immeasurably. Like, I'm not going to give this thing a full fill score. I'm going to give it a simplified fill score, and it's going to hurt so goddamn much with its score because of what they did to the tires. It's probably not going to score well at all. Like, have an option to put radial semi-slicks and make it wider. No, just make the tire bigger, make it the width that you need it to be, and then shrink the tire down in advanced fixture settings. It's okay. The tire gets a little bit heavier, but that's fine. Having a look at the interior, I don't mind it. There are seats that probably suit a little bit better, but this works okay. Let's actually see, do we have, cockpit? Interesting seat design. But yeah, anyway, oh! Shifter on the offside. Hey, that's a thing that happened occasionally. Yeah! There you go. Also, is this right-hand drive? Wow. What do they do for left-hand drive cars? So if it's a left-hand drive car, they got the shifter in the middle. Really awkwardly, that looks like you're actually going to be rubbing up against that, and that would be excruciatingly painful over time. Oh no, okay. They make the padding around there, which would looks like it awkwardly pushes into your leg, which should also become a problem over a 24-hour race. So why the hell did they move the shifter over to this side? What the hell? Just keep the shifter in the middle. What? Why? Why is there so many right-hand drive... Why is there so many right-hand drive P34 pictures? What's going on? What? Ferrari was always left-hand... France was always left-hand drive. And so was Italy. The two places where this car would most definitely be. What is the best tire rim combo and automation according to you? I like realism, so whatever suits the purpose. I don't know how it will perform in testing. Also, the car's interior looks pretty similar to real life. I agree that it looks fairly similar. You will notice, though, that it becomes bare metal on the inside. Have you done that? You have done that. Nice. But I don't get the shifter location. Why have they done this? That is so weird. And if you're working with a body that can have big tires, the fixture menu lets you make them look wider while still being light, but you don't get any good grip. Okay, so if you use the advanced fixture modifiers in the open alpha version of automation, you can make the tires wider there. Don't be fooled, that does not give you more traction. So sure, you get a wider tire, more contact patch. The problem is the tire grip values don't change, meaning you get double the width, but your pressure is halved per square inch because you've doubled the contact patch. So you're actually pressing less on the tire to the ground, which gives you less traction. Now, I know what you're going to say, hey Phil, but lighter cars have really good traction around around corners, and they can have really narrow tires. If you have a lighter car, you can have a softer compound tire because the tire won't overheat as much holding up such a heavy car. Same thing with going to a wider tire. Having a wider tire means you can have a softer compound because that pressure is less over every square inch of the tire, and you can have a softer compound. So if you don't change the compound whilst it goes wider and that sort of thing, you're actually not getting any real benefit. Just keep that in mind. Make the tire taller so then you can get the width in the actual proper menu, then shrink it in the other menu. I did a video on this, and thanks to Groundhog for pointing that out to me. I did not know this whatsoever. Maybe a driver's preference, but there was a lot of different pictures of right-hand drive. And they don't all look like the same one. Maybe they are? Like this doesn't look like this one. Like the middle area is done differently. Like multiple drivers, I don't know. I know that Ferrari did a lot of custom stuff, but I don't know if they would have done a shifter on the side custom. They would have had a reason as to why they've done that. Like, it would make sense if then for left-hand drive, they kept it on the outside, maybe to like not take up middle of the vehicle space. But when it goes to the other side, it's in the middle. You know what it might be? Maybe there was a race series that required them for some God knows what reason, because they could drive the other side on the cars on these roads anyway. They were just allowed to. It may have been that they were required for a race series to have the driver on that side, but they didn't want to confuse the driver, so they moved the shifter over to the other side. Now, somebody that is also driven in Canada, I'm going to call BS on that, because when you're sitting in the car, it is so easy to just switch it around in your mind and shift with the other hand. Also, considering that most drivers are going to be like most people, which is right-hand drive. Oh, sorry, right-hand dominant, I mean. Oh no, they are moving it over. No, that's right. Maybe it is that they're trying to keep it to the right-hand dominance, maybe. I used it to make massively wide tires. They have tire marks on the road where super... What? Phil, you should make an MX-5 with as much horsepower as possible. No, I'm good. I'm not an MX-5 fan. I mean, I'd have one, sure, but I'm not a fan. I have a version with Crossply Sports tires version of it. Just has no J-beam editing. Could be for weight shifting if they are doing race that requires 2 seats. I don't know. I think they would have liked to have kept the... Yeah, it's just weird. It's just a very weird quirk. Old cars had lots of weird quirks. Like, for some reason, they would have handbrakes, which they would had to develop a way to have, like, the handbrake lift up and then drop down on its own when you let go of it. That way you can get over it easier. And then you have to lift it up and then press the button in and then drop it back down. Weird. I just got a recharge headset warning, so let's charge my headset a bit. Watch me get a warning saying that I've overused my USB ports current draw, which is so weird. I've never had that before, so I'm gonna have to find a way to, like, get better power delivery. Also, this monitor sucks down so much power and has such a big power supply. I'm surprised that the hub, the USB hub that's built into my monitor, is not powered. Why is it not powered? Could be for wait. Usually Ferrari shifters is probably like in the middle of the 2 seats, but in automation it's... No. We looked at the real car. Anyway, I likey. There's a lot to like here. I very much approve, except for the egregious mistake with the tires. I can forgive many a different things, but tires is one of those things on these older cars that is just a big no-go for me. Watching your live and downloading T-Fortress 2? Okay. I thought they lost a lot of their fan base recently. I think you can disable the power limit on device manager. Oh, no, it's not a power limit. It's just a power warning. That's weird because Ford's GT shifter is, like, not far away, but not too... What? Okay. Oh, not too... Okay. Could you make a 1960... Yeah, Le Mans cars are coming in the future. It's a thing that I'm going to do. It's just I'm playing with some other things at the moment. I was going to look at... Who pinged me? Who's going to get banned? Oh, okay, it's in a different chat. Whoopsie daisies. Let's go ahead and close that off. I don't want to have distractions. I like a lot. Is that door handle in the right place? There is no door handle. Great. There's also a vent here, or like a suction in sort of vent. Not here. Driver preference, it's possible, but I doubt that so many people would have preferred that. Did I just press the wrong button? I think I did. I feel that your front end is a little bit too square to have round headlights. It seems a little bit mismatchy. Because the square body design didn't really become a thing until the 70s. But in the 70s, they were also then suddenly allowed to have square headlights. So everyone moved on to the fashion of square headlights. I feel that this just doesn't quite fit. Not bad. Just a little bit, contradictory, would that be the word? I am working on modeling up some LMP1 cars. Sorry, not LMP1, LMH, but you could also use for LMP if you want. More of a Lamborghini fan than a Ferrari fan because I think Lamborghinis are more realistic. Oh, sorry, more reasonable and realistic. They're both different things. Depends what you're going for. Let's move into the tires. So, white walls were basically out by the 70s, which this body looks like a 70s sort of vehicle. Might have got a colored line, but very thin, very sort of new wave sort of thing. Having this would have been only on a luxury car and not on a what looks to be more of a sports car, because it doesn't look like a land barge. Moving into these alloy or mag wheels, not entirely sure. Drum brakes. Okay, so white walls were expensive, and today are even more expensive. Then you've got drum brakes? That's unusual. Especially if this is meant to be a 70s car. I feel that it would have had disc brakes, even if only just simplistic one-piston solids. Moving to the engine, big, hefty, cast log, right sort of manifold, probably wrong sort of carburetor, especially if you're trying to keep it cheap. Are those 2 or 4 barrels? They're also only 2 barrels. You probably would have actually just had a single 4-barrel carburetor instead. Not bad though, it's okay, it's passable. Like, there's a lot to like here. At least you didn't go, like, fuel injection or something of this. I don't like the headlight placement. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the headlight placement either. I don't hate it. It just doesn't feel right. But there were a lot of cars that did not feel right back in the day as well. GM designed? What? Front drum brakes lasered longer in the USA. Okay then. Ladder chassis. In their V8 cars, when did they stop being like a standard thing to have drum brakes? Leaf spring rear suspension, drum brakes as well. Decent. Sort of thing that you'd expect. Keeping rear drum brakes is very common though. Back end looks very 70s-esque. I also like the fact that you've got the cutout for the tail lights sort of thing. So then for the non-sports version, you can also have yourself your normal taillights that are not the race sort of like round taillights that we had a bit of a discussion about earlier. God damn fucking BeamNG camera bullshit. What the hell? Did they do that? That's weird. So, we have a bit of a problem here. I think they've done this completely custom for this indicator. Problem is, it's going to be going through a red lens, so it's not going to really look like an indicator thing anyway. And then BeamNG's got that weird shitty thing where I think it's maybe just the automation exporter exports with material options that make it so then this draws on a priority over top, which I'm not a big fan of. Then we got this weird looking car. I'm not a big fan of the taillights. They look like they don't match the body. Also looks a bit like an American flag. Like you got the lines and then the detail up on the top left of the flag. The headlights, in my opinion, it looks like that character from Stitch. No offense though. Stitch? Oh, you mean the big blue guy? Alright. How's the FPS in BeamNG now? 49 FPS for me. Then we got this thing. It looks, I'd say, a little bit better on the front. We do have some matching leading lines. The body line comes in, and for the most part, these headlights match. The grille mostly match. The body doesn't really match a whole lot. There's a little bit of a hint of it here. But you're doing a fairly good job of making some leading lines here, which make it look okay. This would be drag-inducing, so I'm not really going to give it a complete free pass, but it looks okay. It'll be fine. Side looks okay. No side indicator, only on the mirror, which is okay. The mirror looks like it's from the 90s and not from like a 2000s car though. The new Dodge Challenger is going to be crap because Dodge said it's going to be electric. And that's so boring, bring back the big old V8 Dodge. I don't think it would be crap to be electric. I think it's just different. If you want an old car that has a big honking V8 in it, go buy a classic 60s Dodge Charger. Like, they're not as good as a modern car, but they're still fun. They're still actually very fucking fun. They're actually very fun. I've been in old sports cars. They are great. I don't know what automation changed in the exporter when it comes to lights, but I hate it. No, that's been a thing that pops up every now and again. Not all cars do it, but it is a thing that I've seen a lot of over the years. The FPS doesn't seem right. Have you actually tried anything? What? Are you getting low FPS in the stream, are you? Is everyone getting that? Looks like an ETK? A little bit. Electric cars are boring? I wouldn't agree. I think they just have a different use case. Should they implement it into muscle cars? No, I don't think so. Do I think that there should be... do I think that it would be okay to have a petrol and electric of the same muscle car? I think that would be fine. I think that'd actually be really tops. You keep some market, and you get a whole new market of people that want to buy muscle cars, but hate the fuck out of Tesla because they're a shit company. I like Teslas, but they're a shit company. And so is Elon Musk. Elon Musk is just a shit person. I just made 330p4 fit the correct eyes. Nice. Fun fact, the Lincoln Town Car continued to be offered with factory white wall option, narrow white stripe, until it discontinued in 2010. Yeah, there are the exceptions to it, but this does not look like a luxury car. That other car. No, it looks high, the FPS. Oh, thank you, CG Pigeon. All right, so it seems that just some people are having problems. Melon Musk? Anyway, moving to the insides here, we have a medium compound. If this is meant to be a sports car, you can go to a sports compound. This probably wouldn't be semi-slicks unless it's like a GT homologation, maybe sort of special sort of thing, touring car special sort of thing for homologations. Moving into the brakes, we have 3-piston, but not sports brakes. They're also solid disc and not vented. I'm gonna probably say no on that, especially if you're gonna have the, go to the effort of 3-piston? Bruh. That is overkill. Then we've also got McPherson strut. Okay. Sure. Fair enough. Front drive. Is this all-wheel drive? No, it is just front drive. Okay, so McPherson strut makes a little bit more sense. Sorry, for some reason I just looked at this and thought, American, probably rear-wheel drive? Oh, it is a hatchback. I don't know. I was wrong. I assume you're getting low FPS because of dynamic reflections? Are you talking about me still? The thing with the Tesla is some models have very shit build quality. Many people complain about the interior being cheaply made. No. What I think is shit about Tesla is their anti-consumer practices with their anti-right to repair rhetoric that they push so hard. Also, the after-sales support and the way that they treat their customers that already bought cars, in the most cases I've seen, is appalling. They are terrible to their customers. Also, the copious amounts of people that have, ordered a car, even used cars. So there's no, waiting time. The car is right there, it was used, they just buy it, they ship it. That take, over a year to get to people sometimes. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, 49 FPS just doesn't seem right. It's because I'm at 59 now. It's because I've got it set to high and I've got 10 cars loaded. So the graphics card is not the only bottleneck here. Unrelated to stream, which camso file is the front toe angle in again? Massive toe out in the car I'm building. That would be in suspension front or suspension F. Don't get that confused with suspension mesh front. Just a bent fender costs... Yeah! You want to dent a rear fender and get that repaired? That can cost upwards of $30,000 sometimes. At some points, with the Model S, a dent on the rear fender was sometimes considered a write-off. That's how... That was more of a design thing, but that's how poorly made these cars were. Not poorly made, poorly designed, sorry. That was... I know what they were going for, but it was such a bad choice for the consumer. Just a bit... Yeah, cool. Anyway. Turbo engine. Very small turbine housing, so this is probably going to be an early boosting sort of thing. It's also a twin-scroll twin-scroll turbocharger, or whatever it's called. Pretty decent looking. Low RPM manifold, so this thing is meant to get RPM quite low. Valves per cylinder? We have 4 valves cylinder, fairly basic, fairly simple. Nice. This is going to be just a good performer sort of car, sort of thing. Probably cost somewhere in the vicinity for an engine choice like this between, say, 30,000 Australian to maybe 60,000 Australian. It's probably somewhere where this might sit. Depends on a lot of different factors that we can't really ascertain right now. Anywho, I'm gonna be turning in early. See you later, Phil. Okay, Silver Moonfang, I see that you don't have the commitment to hang around on the stream. I'm joking, it's fine. So the Apple in the car world, yeah. Or more like the John Deere in the car world. I don't think many people know just how early John Deere was to the fuck our customers mentality. And how much they revolutionized ways of fucking over their customers. That everyone else went, oh, maybe we could do that too. Fuck companies. Capitalism doesn't work. I don't like the Model Y. It's the worst search that... Yeah, no, I don't think any of them look good, to be honest. Apart from the original Roadster, which was still a little bit iffy. It was like based on a Lotus, which is a fantastic looking car. The Lotus Elise and Exige. To make it look that bland and boring was a little bit weird, but yeah. Tesla are trash. I detail cars and had to do one the other day. It took like 5 minutes to close the terrible front because the thing doesn't line up. Yeah. I like Teslas though. I like the cars. I don't like the company. Or the owner. For would an automation engine work well for 3D render? I'm modeling an MX-5 and really don't want to model the engine. You're getting into issues. See, like, this is all crappiness around here, low poly sort of stuff. Sometimes the manifold will also be in really shitty quality. Sometimes the valve cover will be in really shitty quality. And sometimes the exhaust will be in shitty quality. I feel like they've gone through and they've fixed this, or they've just had a really lucky export. I probably wouldn't use it for, like, if you're trying to do, like, a high-quality picture from it. Unless you're in automation itself, then I would be fine with that, like, as a thing. Moving into the rear, even though there's no rear drive, we have double wishbone. That is probably not going to happen. Could happen. I don't know. I'd have to actually look, because I don't know much about front-wheel drive rear suspension choices in like the general terms. I don't think that this would work really well for that, like working by selling by numbers sort of thing that I was talking about earlier. Anyway, the rear brakes are 2-piston solid disc. Okay, it's all good. Cool-looking diffuser sort of thing. This is meant to be a sports car. Sure. They might have gotten away with putting all-wheel drive on this one as well, maybe. Model S3, X, and Y exactly the same? Sure. I also know that you're trying to type out sex, like what they tried to do with the names there. Jeremy Clarkson has a Lamborghini tractor because he hated John Deere also. Really? I thought he just wanted a Lamborghini. I don't think I actually ever heard him talk about why he specifically chose the Lamborghini, aside from the fact that he said it's a Lamborghini. More power. Seems that Tesla is still losing money for every car sold. The money comes in. That's deliberate. They could make money if they wanted to, but they're very deliberately losing money. It's to do with venture capital or something. I don't know. For some reason, you don't want to start making money too early on cars. I think they actually started making a profit like a year or two ago. So I'm not sure on the accuracy of that. I could be wrong though. Moving to the interior, we have okay seats. They don't look quite right, but maybe if this is a cheaper sports car, they could be fine. I do like the look of them though. Dash seems fine and everything like that. Dual screen, that's a... Okay, sure. Maybe it's not the cheapest car available. Ah, I see that they got the seatbelt material trick. Nice. Just spotted that randomly. Big trunk area. Is this a hatch? It is a hatch. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Not bad. shoulder height's a little bit low on the seats, but okay. Leg rooms are plenty. Manual shifter, I like it. Is that put on there manually, or is that... No, that's actually... Okay. I don't know what this mod pack is for that shifter, but I like it. Yeah. Well done. You have to go well soon? Okay, see you later well soon. I think Jeremy Clarkson bought it because power according to the series. Yeah, we shall see. Alright, let's get to and test the first car. Let's see the write-up the person made on the car to see how they want the car tested potentially. Cars in Britain from the late 70s to the early 80s were a mixed bag, many blah blah blah, however engineered in conjunction with the Japanese. The Avalon 25 was a breath of fresh air, having powerful foreign silky smooth 6 cylinders. My brain somehow really struggle on reading silky instead of slinky. For some reason I'm still struggling to say silky over slinky. 6-cylinder variants allowed this small car to be priced above competitors, with a promise of well-polished luxury experience of the equivalent of $20,000 from automation. Okay. That would be a cheaper car. A $20,000 6-cylinder, though. This had better be a budget performance car. Like, even then, like, still like a 4-cylinder would probably fit better for this sort of... Front-wheel drive, that is so weird. Still a good choice. The tractor was too big. Clearly proven over and over again that the tractor was too big. Only on a few occasions was it advantageous, but still wasn't like disqualifying for the other cars to have that. Oh, that dude, Darren, you're also off. Okay. Because Lamborghini actually lets you modify their vehicles? Oh, okay. Anywho, have fun making this car, especially because new build in a couple of months. Enjoy. First new build in a couple of months. Okay. Alright. Oh yeah, also never send me OneDrive links, please. That was a hassle. Anyway, I think this is meant to be British, right? Ah, Japanese. Okay. Let's take it to... where would we take this to? Japan. There's no Japanese maps, unfortunately. Japan is a very industrialized sort of area. So let's maybe take it to a west coast, because there's also a lot of mountainous, hilly sort of areas. Is this good, maybe? Yeah, we'll take it here. Let's go to the Redwood Forest and start there. Elon Musk says new Tesla plants are money furnaces. Losing billion CEO calls Berlin, Austin plants gigantic... What? What? That sentence... That was not a coherent comment. More punctuation, maybe? Or grammar, sorry? I don't know. You can resend that one if you want. So they've done some J-beaming on the sounds by the sounds of it. Nice. Sounds pretty good. Because that is probably, by what I can ascertain, not a default automation 6-cylinder sound. I like the sound of it though. Sounds pretty nice. I'd love more variety in automation sounds, to be honest. Wait, did I just fade to black? What the hell? How'd that happen? And now I'm back. What was that? I have an ATEM Mini for the input for my camera into my computer. And somehow, I must have accidentally moved something and tapped fade to black. That was weird. And the only reason I noticed it is because it was flashing. I was like, what is that? It's also very bright. I'm gonna cover a little bit of this up. Alright. Speeds are actually pretty darn good. 140, 150. What year was this car as well? 70s to 80s? What do we got for year on this? 1981? Probably would have been carbureted. Maybe mechanical, but probably carbureted. They have, I think they're is that single point electronic? No, it would have been probably just carbureted still at this point. 170, but we're going downhill. I'm guessing this thing, realistically, probably would have had somewhere around 100 to 150 horsepower, maybe. Let's keep it in a straight line. Nope. Yikes. I also see the spare tire sort of indentation. I only just noticed that. Nice work. Drift the car. Do you think they changed parameters or make a new sound? I'm pretty sure they probably took existing sounds from beamng, like my tutorial showed, which Ruben did a simplified, not simplified, condensed version of that. Still took from my resources though. My new ambition is to make a good car enough for you to check it out. You can always just apply. It's not, post. It's not up to me. It's whether it gets votes or not, and whether there's enough to actually bump it out of the top 10. Welcome, Rodney Hayes. How's it going? I love the sound of this thing, though. I also do like the realistic sort of top speed. The thing's struggling to get to like 180. We're a little bit downhill now. Ah! That feels rather good. How much horsepower do we have? Do they have that written down anywhere? Because they've done some modifications to this information here as well. No, they don't have horsepower. Let's go into UI apps and actually find out. Torque curve. It looks like this thing has about... Oh, I like it. That's, what, 80 kilowatts? 81 kilowatts. Mwah. I love it. Fantastic. I like it when somebody like creates a sporty feeling car, but then doesn't go, oh, but it needs more power. Unless the car is actually really enjoyably underpowered, I will actually really enjoy the car. Let's take this to the racetrack and do, as somebody requested, a little bit of drifting. Being a front-wheel drive car is probably going to get a little bit of understeer going on, but we'll see how it goes. I like, it actually feels like a good amount of power. I'm guessing this thing is probably around a ton or 1.5 ton. Oh, it does drift. Oh, pulls out under acceleration though. What's the rear suspension again? Torsion beam. Feels decent though. Not the worst thing in the world. A little bit of handbrake. He helps keep it wide. What's that in proper units? Oh, it's 81 kilowatts. That's what you meant, right? Did I say it in horsepower? If I said it in horsepower, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use the weird numbers. The fake made-up things that are based upon nothing. I'm noticing that handbrake here, like... What does it do? Dip the rear end? Yeah, that's weird. I suppose I never noticed that. Your body roll is pretty good, but your like front to rear longitudinal, I feel as if it should be a little bit squishier than this. Actually, maybe a lot squishier than this. Like your side to side body roll is fairly tight for this sort of time period. That was proper units? Yeah, okay, so I did say it in kilowatts. Okay. 110 horsepower? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. What's horsepower? Tell me what horsepower is based upon. It has 110 horsepower, this? Oh, okay then, good, yeah. What is horsepower based upon? Let me know. I'm gonna try to catch you out here. I mean, I may accept PS, but even that's just a weird unit. I don't get PS at all, to be honest. Welcome, Kilp Khan. How's it going? I am doing okay. My voice is a little bit sore. Been talking now for... how long? 3 hours. Wow, we took 3 hours to get through the initial cars? My god. It's based on horses? Incorrecto. What is it based upon? Like, they kind of thought about using horses, but they got it so incredibly wrong that I cannot justify that answer. I'm going to give this thing a little bit of a brake test to see what its brake bias is like. So we're not going to try to drift anymore, as this thing does drift quite easily. A horse has 15 horsepower, by the way. Wait, is it 15? Is it out by that much? I didn't realize it was out by that much. Anywho, let's see how we go. Horsepower is based on how fast work is being done. See, that doesn't even make sense. Sure. Horsepower was based on how fast a horse could lift a set weight at a set distance. Also, PS is just a different name for horsepower. Yeah, I know. That's metric horsepower, but it's really just made up. It's metric. It's not exactly the same as horsepower. It's very similar, however. But yeah, move to kilowatts. You know what? The brake bias in this actually feels rather nice. It's just a well-balanced sports car, if I'm going to be honest. Feels pretty good. Even though it's got like that hefty, really wide, really super goddamn wide straight six up front, this is pretty good. So it feels rather nice. Let's try to not drift it, because this should not be a drifty boy. Yeah. So you're getting a little too much drift for a road car. That could be seen by the nanny state sort of people as being reckless as a car manufacturer. And sometimes, and especially in the 80s sort of time, that would get you like government regulators sometimes. Like for instance, even though free speech and everything was around, you know how close they got to making that song, I Touched Myself? I don't actually remember what the proper name for it is, or if that is the I Touch Myself and something. That song. They almost got that banned because of like nanny state. Not just in America, but in a lot of different places. Yeah, 1 horsepower is about 745 watts, while 1 PS is about 735 watts. Something like that. But yeah, kilowatts is a rather good unit to use because it's not just for engines. It's used in a lot of different places. So when you're talking about engines, watts makes a little bit more sense to work with, I feel, because that's what a lot of electric motors are rated in anyway. And there's just so many things that use watts. There's no need to use horsepower. Feels pretty fast for 81 kilowatts. Yeah, I'm going to guess this thing is probably somewhere around 1,100 kilos. Oh, that's actually maybe a bit underweighted. 946 kilos. It's a 4-door. I feel it just should be a little bit heavier than that, maybe. Like, that's not super light, unless this car was super cheap. Which then it wouldn't be like a luxury car, which would then allow them to do what they said, the pricing above competitors. Maybe, not likely though. But I suppose the Japanese did make a lot of lighter cars. Like, the cars were just cheaper. That's insanely light for a sedan. I'm looking at it. It might actually be a really short wheelbase, to be honest. Cars sometimes are just... This is actually just a really fun car to drive. I'm gonna put it out there. This is really fun to drive. Weighs less than... Yeah. Okay, so... Modern cars are getting heavier and heavier. For many different reasons. I got told by somebody that it was actually to do with emissions regulations in Europe. MX-5 only weighed 1 ton? Yeah. The MX-5 was also a convertible. Also, I thought it was less than a ton. I could be wrong, though. I think you have to understand that the Japanese cars back in these days was still trying to cut costs in every way possible, which meant like cutting out a lot of safety. Dashes were incredibly hollow. Heater cores, radiators were all lighter and smaller. Lighter because they were smaller. Things were just cheaper. And that's just how they did it. That's how they competed on the global market. Didn't really become until like the later part of the 80s when they started to really start to compete on par with other countries. But they still managed to make cars lighter than other people. Wow, that was a lot of laps to actually get overheating. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. It looks a little sketchy at high speeds. It actually felt fine at high speeds. Electric kilowatt, great, and I know HP is irrational, but humans are weird and combustion engines are weird. Yeah, fair enough. Still, I grew up with kilowatts. Mark 1 Golf weighs 840 kilograms. Really? That heavy? Thought it might have been a bit lighter. Oh, anyway. Stream scoring. Okay. So, styling. It's a dated car. Even for the 70s and 80s with the chrome, dated. I do like it. I'm not going to completely poo-poo it. I'm going to give it like a 6. It's nice. But it's no, like, Testarossa or something like that. Or a Lamborghini if you like Lamborghinis. Acceleration, I'm going to give it like a 5. It's not fast or slow. It feels good for its age. Handling. I'm going to give that like a 7. It's pretty good, but it's also a little bit too wayward if you're trying to like push this thing to like complete race limits. Fun factor, 10. This thing is really super fun. Cool factor, probably not actually very popular. Front-wheel drive cars don't have a lot of like cool cars to look at unless they're hot hatchbacks, to be honest. Very rare. Cool car factor 5. If people know that it's a fun car to drive, they have to know that before seeing the car in any sort of way. Trackability, I'm gonna go like a 7 on that. It's pretty good. You can chuck it around, but your brakes, as you saw, did overheat after 3 laps and stuff like that. Also, like, overtaking and stuff like that is going to get really tricky if your rear end is very wayward. Bye, I have to go. Okay, see you later, Eb Argza. Catch you later. It's 1995 City Golf, so not the older one. Okay, fair enough. Features of this car at $20,000. Most of the money would be going into the engine mostly, and like the prestige of it. Guessing it's not like really over-equipped. We got a cassette player. It's a manual, so that's not like a... Back then, automatics was still seen as like a feature. Manuals being like driver car sort of things didn't really start to become a thing again until the 90s, when like Slushbox peak really started to happen. When the cars became just so weirdly wallowy and just everything was very mushy and everything, is when people started to like manuals again. One, it's got a radio. Comfort. It looks mostly soft. Seats look okay. There's no headrests or anything like that. No armrests. And it's also quite loud. And being such a cheap car, it probably doesn't have a lot of sound deadening, stuff like that, which is a very much an 80s sort of thing. So I'll go like a 6 on that. Also the rear, hold on, rear legroom. Quite cramped and very like weirdly laid down, which is going to be an issue for comfort. So let's go actually a 5 on that one. Quality, it's Japanese, it's pretty good, and it's not a cheap car. So we'll go like maybe a 7 on that, because the feel will still be pretty cheap. The plastics will probably almost all be degraded around like high sunlight areas. Practicality, it is a 4-door, seating 5. Safety, I'm going to bring in a little bit of like a, for practicality maybe, because you probably don't want to be carrying around kids in a car like this these days. You're going to die against pretty much everything else out there on the road. 3-speed autos were sold in this millennia. That's crazy to me. Really? Oh, yuck. Do you mean 3-speed with overdrive or just straight up 3 speeds? Practicality. 6, it's quite a small car, you can park it, but also then you're giving up space to pick things up. Being front-wheel drive, it's going to be a lot more inept off-road, stuff like that. Value. It's probably a very good value for money sort of car these days, so I'll go like an 8 on that one. Ongoing costs. These sorts of older cars, not particularly known for being great on fuel. Japanese, though, a little bit better than normal. But the thing is going to be like chugging a little bit of extra oil than what you would like compared to a modern day car. And your parts are getting a little bit harder to come by. Still, Japanese older stuff, not the hardest. But this doesn't look like a tuner's wet dream. Really, the big cars that you know for tuning and for like keeping things up to date, like with parts and whatnot, is more for the rear engine cars. So, not super expensive. We'll go maybe like a 6 on that one. Compared to a modern day hypermiler, the thing's going to be chugging fuel. This thing probably gets, realistically... Wait, do they have like a fuel usage? No. Nine seconds, 0 to 100. Decent, actually. For that day and age, that's pretty freaking decent. Yeah. Let's move on. J-beam editing. 2-speed also exhorted, which were awful. Straight dog poo into the car, normal 10-second reach. I'm guessing the lower speed autos might have been maybe for something like the... what's that one Indian... The Tata Nano. But I think that was a manual. 73 fill score, gotta go. Oh, I'm not done yet. J-beam editing. Did they talk about the J-beam editing? Not by the looks of it. No. Let's have a quick look at the files. Reviews. What is this car called? Avalon 25. Here we go. Hold on. Ah, I see a little bit of modifications in here. Okay, so they have a little bit of modification. Also, as I showed, some of the information on the car was also modified. Let's get them like a 2 on that one. I didn't see any moving steering wheel or anything. Would I buy this car? You know what, actually, I'd probably rock this car. Oversteering front-wheel drive, kind of fun little thing. Yeah. I don't know. It really depends. Maybe, you know what, I want to give it a 7. The je ne sais quoi factor, I feel this one is reeking of je ne sais quoi. So we're going to give it like an 8. Because I feel a lot of it is not represented. You know what? No, that's right. And realism and commonality. What are the tires again? Mediums. They are very flush. I suppose that's okay. Realism and commonality. Except for the engine choice, it's quite realistic. I think it was Toyota, actually. What are we talking about? Oh, really? The 3-speed or 2 speeds? Okay. Let's go like a 7 on that one. So score of 97, which is actually really freaking high for an old car. Well done. I think really your best bet to get like a really high score in this would be to create a cheap 4-cylinder or 3-cylinder, maybe even hatchback turbo thing, budget but handles well. With like sporty undertones but still staying cheap. Maybe something like the one that probably most personifies this is probably the Ford Fiesta of the mid 2000s onwards, a little bit there until they became a little bit slushy again. Not even the sports version, just the regular versions did pretty well. But then again, I suppose you're getting into like then suffering your dailies a little bit with practicality if you got the 2-door versions. I don't know. We shall see. Anyway, 97 score. That's very high, by the way. Very few cars have scored that high. Now, the Aurora GTS. Do they have a map for this car? Pre-selected that they want me to choose from. Stefan P. I don't think I've seen you in the chat, so, oh, sorry. Have fun with it. Here's the link. Okay, well, they haven't really given me any information, which means I don't need to give it a complicated fill score. We'll just give it a simplified one. Design. like a 3 out of 10. The front's much better than the rear. The rear is like severely underconsidered. Is this rear-wheel drive? No, it's all-wheel drive. Okay. Oh dear. What tires do we have? We have a medium compound on a very sporty-looking car. Really overly thick tires. They do not need to be that thick. With gutless power. This thing is gutless. Oh dearie me. You've not given me a price, but I'm assuming this thing is not a cheap car. Little bit of understeer, but that happens with all-wheel drive. Would have loved to have seen you try to tackle doing two-wheel drive instead. It's a little bit harder to tune. You can't do everything. It's because it's all-wheel drive and a little bit understeery with low power. Yeah, you didn't need, this didn't need to be all-wheel drive. It really didn't. Nowhere near enough power. Probably could have just been a front-wheel drive. 4 out of 10. And like, even though it's like really sporty, look how soft that suspension is. Like, oh my goodness. 97, that's amazing. Phil, will you still drive my vehicle? Feels slower than the previous. I'm not sure what you mean. Anyway, 3 or a 4 out of 10. If this is your first car ever, then maybe like a 6 or a 7. If this is like your second car to like your 5th car, a 6, solid 6. Anything else, if you have more than like 10 cars under your belt, this is, you're starting to get to the point where you should probably be looking to get a little bit more detailed in your design. Maybe get rid of the idea of all-wheel drive, because honestly...
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
You don't need it. Don't need all-wheel drive, bro. There's only a few cars that ever do it, and they're usually a lot more expensive. And if they're a lot more expensive, they usually want a lot more power. So, yeah. I already went over a lot of whatnot. There's really not a whole lot to say about the drive, except it is a little bit dull, a little bit boring. But if you're going like turbo all-wheel drive, you should probably like up your game a little bit. No, we're not doing that one. The Tyrrell Motors Deban 110. Let's see if they have a map pre-selected for me. Originally a campaign car. Oh, okay. Insanely difficult with 300 million starting cash. Oh, you don't know the challenges I run for myself then. Or 300 million starting cash? That's easy street, bro. The 1954 in the naming is the design year. Story time. 1946 somehow survived the socialist revolution. Okay. First car, model 1947, blah, blah, blah. What was the name of the 54? Okay. Car design originally, blah, blah, blah. 1954. I'm just going to skip over the social revolution thing. Automation price, 16,000. I mean, US dollars is a little bit of a misnomer because it was only based upon that, not actually that. Retail price. Okay, so you've given it a little bit more price. Fair enough. Still monocoque panels. Why is there an apostrophe instead of a comma? That's a bit weird. Anyway, I suppose that's just the way you do it in your country. Still monocoque panels. Oh, because I didn't realize it in the picture when I was downloading it. Unfortunately, what I want is a coup to happen in Russia. If that means making them upset, I'm sorry. Person by person, I just want you to know that what's happening in the Ukraine, which I stand by very fervently because my friends, a lot of my like longest friends I've ever had, not longest in that way, you know what I mean, longest in time, are Ukrainian in heritage. Some are actually straight up from the Ukraine. So I hate Russia right now. The people, a little bit. It's hard to separate it, but if you're not, like, planning a coup, then fuck you. Honestly. I mean, I'm almost planning a coup against my government. My government is sometimes the shittest. The song just changed as I read that there, Rodney Hayes. Slava Ukraini? I don't know what that means. Ukrainian people moved here. Oh, sorry, many Ukrainian, yeah. Gotta head out. Have a good one. Okay, see you later, Ziggy Brown. Thank you for being here. You hate Putin now? Yeah, Putin, I have known for a very long time, because of my Ukrainian friends, had told me from the very beginning, like, Putin is not a good person. And then, like, moved to fuck Russia and fuck Putin when they started to annex territories around them again. Russia has historically always been controlled by the rich people, even during times of communism and socialism, which is not actually communism or socialism, it's just a way of controlling people and solidifying their own power and wealth, has always been a very aggressive, warmongering country. Same thing can be said about America, though. So, also, fuck America. And also, fuck Australia for being like, we'll help you out as well. We'll suck your dick. We'll join all your illegal wars. Oh, be our friend. Please be nice to us. Have a backbone, Australia. Honestly. Fucking cowards here. As a Ukrainian, I approve, yeah. Hey, Bugs is back as well. Anyway, 1954 AM radio. Interesting. For this sort of price range? I don't know about that. Hydraulic power, like, would have been equivalent of, like, a much higher price than that. Hydraulic power steering, 3-speed manual gearbox. 2 reverse gears? Okay. Optional 4-speed? Okay. Aluminium drum brakes. That seems like a problem. Since aluminium would probably get destroyed by breaking over time. I hope that they know that. I hope that they deliberately went like, this will trip him up, and there's probably like examples of that actually happening, and then that being like a very well-known thing about said car that is absolutely horrible. Wait, didn't they say that this was based off of a real car? Slava Ukraini means glory to Ukraine? Yeah, okay. Cool. Slava Ukraini. As a Ukrainian, aluminium drum brakes were real. Came on the Lada Riva and were, in fact, horrible. I knew it. I'm guessing they had massive, massive problems. It's historically a quirky, bad choice. Okay, cool. Engine displacement was made in 1997. Okay. I know, I was just being a smartass. A 6-cylinder. On a historically thingy sort of gun. So this is meant to be part of the block previously, where they said it survived the thing in the 50s, which means this might be Italian. I don't actually know. Do they have 98 Ron? Definitely not in Russia by this point in time. 5500 RPM. Definitely not a Forged aftermarket internals available. This is definitely not a Soviet-made car, which means that it might be like Italian. Supercharger and engine over rev, soft red line, engine intervals, and valve train fuel tank. Realistic cooling. You don't have a country, unfortunately. I think knowing a country would have really helped. Oh, Hungarian. Okay. Fuck, I don't know much about Hungary. If it doesn't break, it'll melt. Yeah. Yeah, Russia love their low-quality 85 RON. Yeah, just like lower RON fuels. Hungarian. I really don't know much about Hungary. But I do know that it was a part of like that side of the war for certain parts. I don't know which war, though. Hungary. Hungary's close to Italy, right? Like, at least slightly? Hungary? Okay. I'm dyslexic. Please forgive me. Yeah. There's, like, you can cross one country multiple different ways, multiple different countries for one country away from Italy. So not that far. It's also landlocked. Okay. Interesting. Oh, sorry. Technically not 100% landlocked, but, like, not bordering any sort of ocean or big sea. I mean, that looks like a lake more than anything else. The engine should be pushrod iron, pig iron, single carb cast manifold. Yeah, I know. It is most definitely not. Is there like a really bad road section here? I get the feeling that Hungary is never, like in that sort of time period, was not particularly rich. What's this song named? This song is named Clouded by Public Memory. Or maybe it's Public Memory by Clouded. No, I think it's Clouded by Public Memory. Very ethereal feeling. I feel as if it's not really going to suit this car, is it? We're loading into Italy, one of the least well-performing maps of any map. Let's see what FPS we get on high, not ultra. We're getting 7 during loading. Hopefully that's not affecting my OBS. We're now getting 60 to 70 FPS. Not great. Alrighty. Let's see how this less than good looking car does. That's a one-way street? That's fine. Let's go there anyway. It is what I would consider too quiet, especially if you're going for a sports model. Let's have a look. $20,000. That means that this thing must be an absolute bone stock sort of engine, and it'll probably be more based around luxury than actually having a bigger engine. Because back in the day, sportiness was derived from just the base car, not so much adding things onto it. So let's see what we got in here again. Wrong carburetors, wrong exhaust manifold. So that's really going to hurt its score. I get the feeling that this is a race version. Even though they call it sport, I'm just going to say that it's probably race, which means I don't have to give it a full fill score, which I'm thankful for, because I hate doing the full fill score. No, not the right way. Oh, God. The reason Italy, USA takes so long to... Thanks. I love that. I see what you did there. Takes so long to load is because of all the 4K textures, American flags area? Okay, fair enough. I've seen a lot of people selling their Ladas after the war because they don't want anything from Russia anymore. Oh, okay. The 20 horsepower CVT car that was faster off the line than this. Oh, wait, your 20 horsepower... Okay, cool, cool. It is uphill, though, however. Has more torque than what you'd expect. I feel that the tires are just too big, and the car's just maybe a little bit too tall. Oh god, that first gear just feels so goddamn long. Yeah. Hold on. Nearly 100 kilometers an hour? We're not really getting good traction, so it's not giving us a proper readout. I think that's about 100 kilometers an hour in first gear. That is not right. Sorry. That was some really unprovoked tank slapping. A little bit. The back seems like really bouncy. It's also like not wallowy in any sort of way. Like, look how stiff that suspension is. Like, I'm turning left and the top of the car is not continuing straight forwards. Like, I turn left, the top of the car turns right sort of thing. It's not... It's just not wallowy enough. If this is meant to be like for off-road, like really poor roads, saying like a not well, like a lot of roads, even in Australia, were dirt until the 2000s. I think the change really started to take off in sort of the 90s sort of time period. Auto 100 and 2000, what? Oh, 0 to 100 and 200 years. I really want the Lada, but after the war, I feel like it would be... Okay, cool. Welcome, Chilled Burrito, to the stream. How's it going? I actually wanted a Lada, but now... Yeah. The fuel tank behind the rear axle? Is it? Okay. Also haven't made any Russian cars. Yeah. I've stayed away from that sort of thing. As much as, like, my brain would forget, I've tried to stay away from doing Russia. The problem is doing my sort of content for YouTube, Russia, in the Soviet era, at least, made some of the most microcosm sort of cars. Let's actually take this onto a dirt track like that. Which makes it, like, interesting content. But yeah, fuck Russia. Even like Soviet Russia, they were dicks. But then again, so was America, so... arguably worse than what they are now. Welcome, Timsy. How's it going? Well, yeah, as you can see, quite bouncy, and you're getting chucked around a lot. Think of it in terms of, like, one of the big selling points of a very popular car, the 2CV, was the fact that you could drive over a plowed field with an egg basket on the seat and not have it, like, spill or anything like this. This thing is, like, just a little too bouncy. Now, I know that it's not quite the same sort of thing, but also they didn't really know, except for, like, full-on race cars, but then again, they had different advantages and whatnot, like, we're talking F1, that stiffer suspension necessarily always meant better grip. So, sports cars, not it. So, design, not quite. I talked about that a lot already. Suspension, completely wrong. Gearing, completely wrong. Like 40 kilometers an hour in first gear is probably what you'd expect. Even if you need to lengthen out the gears and then shorten up the things. Look how bumpy this is. It's barely staying connected to the road. Yeah. Oh, that was my bad. Try it with low fuel. Unfortunately, fuel is not calculated on automation cars yet. That is something that looks like they're planning to do in the future by having a look at the code, but not done. I mean, I could try to make the Zatvia 101 automation, but it would be hard. Okay. I have an idea. Spawn my rush... No. Anyway. No! Space Warrior's back. Welcome back, Space Warrior. What? And Bitterman. If you don't know what I just said, then I just said Bitchman, but I put a funny voice on. I hope you enjoyed the comedy hour. Thanks. I'll be here till Thursday, where actually I'll be only here until a couple of hours from now. Oh, that first gear sucks! That is a horrible first gear. I put fuel tank beams in the fire. Oh, okay. Then yeah, alright. If this is your car. Weird that you've gone to J-beam editing but haven't mastered automation yet. Okay. That's a choice. Some people don't like to bother with tuning. Alright, let's go down to like 9 liters. That first gear still bites the big one, bro. What would happen if I submit a car from Ukraine? Depends. And you know what it depends on. If you submit a Ukrainian car and say that it's Russian, you will be permanently banned. If you troll in any sort of way that belittles what Ukraine is going through, you will be straight up permanently banned. Submitting a Russian car, sure, I'm not actually going to really review egregiously Russian cars like the one you submitted. But, belittling what the Ukraine went through? No, that is not on. Also, if you hide Russian flags inside your cars, so then I get tricked into doing it, I will consider permanently banning you. Very, verily You know what? No. I will consider not banning you if you plead for forgiveness afterwards. That is not on. Oh god. That's horrible. Alright. There's some things to like, but honestly it feels like what happened is you were working on the car and then you kind of started to rush it the more bored you got with working on it. Otherwise, you may have spent a little bit more time doing some research, putting on the chrome grille, putting in the bumper holes, or maybe cutting away the front end, getting the first gear tuned correctly, same sort of thing on the rear as I said on the front. The seats, I can understand how you could make that mistake. I suppose maybe there are some cars actually in real life that have actually made that mistake, so I'm not going to poo-poo that one too much, but it doesn't look right. 3 out of 10? If this is your first car, 6 out of 10? But anything beyond like 5 cars, your score is going down dramatically. So if this is in your first 5 cars, I'd give this easily like a 6 out of 10. You're on the right track. You've thought about everything. You've thought about all of the lights that are required. You've got a grill on at least, something that doesn't look right. At least you've got a grill. You've got a number plate on there. You've done some interior work. You've got mirrors on. Do we have a fuel filler? Yeah, we have a fuel filler. You've not really missed much. Oh yeah, also putting the Z symbol on things. I forgot about that one, thanks. That will get you a permanent ban. Yeah, just a normal car with no flags, normal would be fine. And absolutely no mentions to the war. No, you can mention the war. Just not like belittling what they're going through. If you want to make like a vehicle... If you want to make a Ukrainian captured tank that was originally Russian and put like Ukrainian flags all over it, like, and then like Z with like the circle and the line through it, like fuck Russia sort of thing, that I'd be fine to look at. But then again, it's not a real car, so I'm not going to give you a full fill score. It's just going to be like, does this thing drive off-road? Yes or no, good or bad? Because tanks aren't really like a very testable sort of thing. Anyway, moving on to the GAC Sternia 2 1 liter Fairline. Quite the name. That's a very freaking long name. Let's see if we can find that here. Is it this? Yes, okay. Snowy areas. Okay, attention, the car has factory installed blower that needs to be equipped manually. Wait, hold on. Did this thing come with a supercharger? I can't remember. Engine. Intake. Hey, it does come with a supercharger. Alright, let's go with stock... I don't know what that means. But that's the one with the modified name. Oh, it's still gutless off the line! You know what? If this is one of your first cars with that amount of modding, which is more than base modding, we'll say a 7. The modding is pretty cool. Have to go to bed now? Okay, Crispy Shaman, catch you later. So, the Fairline. Monocoque construction made from galvanized steel. Front transverse engine. Manual. Price $11,500 shit box. Oh, you also want me to change this? Okay. The Sternia. Is that meant to be from Estonia? I'm not sure. I don't know what sort of map this is meant to go on. The only map that I know that has snow on it is the Automation Test Track, so I suppose we'll take it to the hills of the Automation Test Track. By far my favorite track. It's not the most picturesque, it's actually a very bland looking map, to be honest, now that I've seen it so much, but it does have a few different things on here. Is there? I don't think there is any other standard map that has snow on it. I just can't think of anything right now. But let's see how it goes. They did take a snow picture. That was their own fault. So if it doesn't handle well here, I do like the tires. They just feel a little bit like out to the, like a little too flush with the fenders, I feel. Was this rear-wheel drive as well? No, it's front-wheel drive with semi-trailing arm. Weird. Okay, so we got a 4-cylinder. Oh god, BeamNG doesn't know what gear to be in. You know what? For having base tires, it actually feels quite grippy on snow, which is very rare. Usually automation feels... cars on here feel like super duper slippery. This is actually doing alright. Weird. Very weird. Ah! No turn! Oh, now we're getting understeer. Alright, let's refresh the car. Maybe there was something broken just then. That was very understeery just then. Which is weird. It does have semi-trailing arm suspension, which is prone to oversteer instead. Is it maybe the brake bias? Because I was braking. Yeah, your brake bias is a little too much to the front. Damn it, I missed the gutter. The Ultimate, you're back. Wow, a lot of people like coming and going. Do I have a revolving door in the front of my stream? I mean, that's the sort of handling characteristics you expect from an 80s car. You're driving along, having a lot of fun, then realize you just don't have quite as much grip as what you'd like, and then you end up spearing off into a wall. It's what killed Peter Brock. Except he veered into a tree. Let's try that again. I was hoping to get into the gutter, but unfortunately, the gutters are not great. I think what they should do, if they haven't done this already, is make the gutters have incredibly low friction values, which will help it get stuck in there, but not chuck us out by having too much grip. Because it's concrete, and concrete does not have a lot of grip. There's a lot! See there? Understeer. Okay. So, the suspension geometry is what gives it this oversteery nature. But without that, the car just understeers when going like really slow, which is... yeah, okay. It's acceptable, it is a road car. You're not wanting to have like a full race car for the road. Having like an oversteery road car like this, as I said with the other one, like nanny states would probably get you banned. Though it does actually feel quite nice to drive. I don't know if we'll take it around full automation test right now, but what we will do is take it to the handling circuit, I reckon. Because this feels quite nice. Now, that we're no longer on the snowy area, I think we'll install the supercharger that they said. Stock intake, roots supercharger. Good that they chose the right sort of supercharger. I don't know about the gearings being right. I'd have to do like a whole buttload of math. Front transverse 1 liter 4-cylinder 2-stroke diesel. Supercharged diesel, interesting. 2 PSI. That's a lot of PSI, oh my god. And point... wait, hold on. No, ratio 2. Okay. Oh, no, that's right. No, that's good. Alright. You're making a track toy for next week? Nice. I do like track toys. Ah! That was way too fast. Which way is the right way? I think this is the right way. That's the wrong button. Okay. Supercharger time. That's a lot of PSI. I wish they didn't have like a PSI rating. PSI, I'm just being a smartass. And go with like a volumetric amount of supercharger and gear ratios. That's all you need to know. Because that's how superchargers are rated in real life. Because now, like, it said, what, 0.8 PSI per revolution, which I think is meant to say it was 2 revolutions per thing. So 0.8 should be like, what, 1.6 then? But we're getting like 4 PSI. Which, by the way, is very low boost. A turbo is usually called like a low blow or a low flow turbo when it's around, I think, 4.5 psi boost. And at that pressure, that's actually just making it so then the engine doesn't have to suck air in. I don't know how to exactly scientifically say what it is that it does. But around that sort of point is like a 4 point whatever psi reduces a lot of sucking that the engine has to do. It doesn't really add pressure to the engine itself. So they're called like low blow, low pressure, or low whatever things. If you're doing that with a supercharger, in real life applications, you're probably actually losing power. But the way that beamng works, it's a little bit different. Let's actually have a look at the graph. UI apps, torque. Yeah, as you can see here, it's only adding a smidgen bit of power. More torque than anything. Realistically, in real life, I feel that that'd actually be losing it power. I don't know. I'd actually have to do a little bit of research into that, because I only know the turbos themselves. The back of this car looks extremely Skoda. I don't know all it's Skoda, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. We can avoid those reading problems by just using a turbo. Sure. What I don't like about turbos is the way that they're made in beamng is very much based upon the numbers you input, as opposed to just telling it what to do and then telling it to go. Kind of like what you kind of do with automation. I'd like a little bit more of that, and a little less of like, this is the exact characteristics that it has at this RPM, and then this RPM it has this exact characteristic, and then this RPM it has this exact characteristic. It just doesn't feel natural, which means that you have to know a lot of information. Which, it means that you have to do like a whole bunch of research, and I don't feel as if, because a lot of things in beamng are based kind of along like trying to give realistic values to things inside the code, and then they extrapolate from that into how the game actually works with the car. I just don't feel that the turbos are quite really there in like being one-to-one to realism. I'm not actually sure. I'd have to do a little bit of research into it. But when I did it, I couldn't find the information which they were asking for. So I was like, I don't know, I'll just copy something else. Welcome, Nexus. Are you Flame Z? Did you change your name to Nexus? Or are you actually a personal... Am I just confabulating? The reason why I'm saying that is because your DP, or avatar, or whatever you want to call it, looks exactly like a guy called Flame Z at a glance. Anywho, this thing has a little bit of a dull turn in, but once it gets properly Scandi flicked into corners, it feels pretty good. I do like this. Ah! Then sometimes if you're like breaking into a corner, it's problematic. Brakes are a little bit front biased, but for a road car, that's fine. I feel as if your windshield squirters on the back are not going to be effective. I feel like that's just probably going to catch a lot of wind and just squirt backwards. So you'd have to be like stopped for that. I'm in the process of changing my profile picture, but yes, I changed my name from Flat. I knew it. You're just trying to confuzzle me. I have kept the same internet username for the most part. There were a few changes for about 25 years now. Like, oh my god. Hotmail, bro. That's when I made my username and I stuck with it. Only a few times did I ever change it. I think like I went with by Zaraki Kenpachi for a little while. Because, oh my god, initially, when they first revealed Zaraki Kenpachi, he was such a fucking badass character, bro. And then after Soul Society Saga, the anime just like became shit. I don't know whether the manga became shit, but yeah, the anime certainly did. It just... it was a whole lot of, oh, you're stronger? Now I'm going to become stronger. Oh, now I'm stronger? You're going to try harder and you're going to become stronger. Okay, then I'm going to become stronger and then I'm going to beat you. Oh, no, now that you've seen that I become stronger, now you're going to become stronger. Oh, no, now you're beating me, so I'm going to become stronger. In the same battle. Like, what the hell? Then also when they, like, beat the Espada, which were meant to be, like, this, like, we're all fucked sort of doomsday thing, and then defeated them all, like, so easily. It's such BS. Not a fan. This is pretty cool. I like this car. I feel so bummed about what happened to Bleach. When Bleach first came out, it was pretty weak, but then Soul Society ramped up. It was one of the best animes sort of at the time sort of thing in the shonen genre. It was stronger than Naruto at the time, and people were like, I mean, if you're a bit of a more childish sort of person who just wants something to binge, Naruto was fine. But Bleach is where it's at, bro. Bleach is the premium anime. And then the Bounto Saga. Oh no. Then Naruto really massively kicked it up after like the horrendous 100 filler episodes. Like, oh god, that was horrific. Shippuden. Oh my god. That really kicked it up a gear. And then everyone went like, was Bleach ever good? It's so hard to remember that I had like one arc that was one of the best arcs to ever exist in any sort of like manga or anime. It just felt so fucking good. Your interest in video has blown up like crazy. Yeah, what are we at now? At 6.3 thousand. Let's refresh since I started the stream. 6.8. So in that time, it's 500 views. Now, usually my videos only get this sort of big if they get a shout out. But let me show you a little bit of a comparison here. This one got a shout out, and actually by Ange himself, made also my video the default tutorial, which is pretty freaking cool, if I do say so. I think he's also like kind of putting that to the side now, and he's focusing on making an actual game. So that's probably actually going to stay there for quite a long freaking time. But yeah, anyway, with all of that shout-outedness, it is nowhere near performing as good as this fucking video. It's twice the amount of views. Now, a few people have said, oh, that's a misleading title. I did change it a little bit because it was a bit misleading if you didn't read it properly, which is fair enough. It did look a little wordy and with the repeating words and all that sort of stuff. Some people thought that I had piped it into beamng, which is not what I had done. So I clarified it a little bit. Yeah, learn to make engines from that video. Actually, I'm going to have a new video coming out soon that's going to be explaining how crankshaft alignment should work. It's not going to be a main video. It's going to be a tutorial again. Sorry if you're like tired of tutorials. But for those that need tutorials, like myself would have appreciated one, there's going to be a proper tutorial on how to make how to properly align crankshafts, which is something that I could not figure out for the life of me. So we got that all figured out. I'm gonna make a video on how to set up the timing for... Oh, I'm getting like 20 FPS. It says I'm getting 81 FPS, but it feels like I'm getting 20. That's weird. Sorry, burp time. Yeah. Line up your spark with camshafts and your crankshaft. Crankshaft being the hard one that I was not able to crack. Do I have... Yeah. This is just from today. Like, all that scribbling. Can you actually see that? It's got a big cam. Can we... Okay, if we hold it at that sort of angle, you can kind of see that this page is filled with scribbles. Same with this page a little bit. Yeah. Filled with scribblings of me just like trying to figure out a way in which I can do it and then repeat it on multiple different sorts of engines. Now, I will say that I've only done this for even-numbered inline engines. So, I still have to do a little bit more testing, but at least I'll be able to release this for inline even-numbered cylinders. My first run with anime was XL Saga. Oh, I am so sorry. No. Oh, no. XL Saga. You know what it probably was? Because it was that sort of time period. It was probably your friend, like, 4chan was started on the rise and people were into trolling and shit-stirring all the time. So, yeah, Jesus. Words are overrated anyway. What? You liked Exo Saga? Oh, okay. You are the only one. Everyone has always liked it as kind of like a meme sort of thing. Oh, this is like so random, bro. But nobody... I don't think I know a single... Well, maybe one person, but that guy's like... just a bit of a dick in how he likes to be. Oh, well, I watched it all the way through. Most people, apart from that one person, I had never known anybody to be able to watch the whole thing. It is so hard to watch. I think I made it like 3, maybe 4 episodes in, and it was just too much. Oh my god. But then I moved to Ronin Kenshin Samurai. Oh, depends which version. I think there was like 4 Ronin Kenshin animes. There's like a really good one though, and that was an anime worth watching. The other ones were very weird. Like the very brutal one was the one that was like best. Hello there, hey, Skibidaboo, welcome. I like 70s, 80s, 90s era race cars. Yeah, I like 70s and 80s a lot. 90s is where you start to get into like a weird sort of time period, to be honest. I like the car. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. It actually sounds a little bit like a diesel. Yeah, I think they've given this diesel sounds. It's a little bit of extra JBM editing there. Ronin Kenshin is very mixed over the top, but in the same way that first Fist of the North Star is. I think you're watching the wrong Ronin Kenshin then. The Love and Betrayal, I think is what it's called. I know, it's been a really long time since I've seen it. But that one, so good. I mean, maybe I'm seeing it through like nostalgia glasses, or nostalgia goggles, or whatever you call it. But yeah. Is it custom sound? Yeah, that is not a standard sound by the sounds of it. Let's go ahead and start giving this thing a fill score. So, styling. Back end looks nice. Front end looks dated. Doesn't look too bad. I see little bits of like Alfa Romeo and like the body shape, just a smidge. A hint of something more upmarket. The back end looks a little over detailed, I will admit. Let's go ahead and give this thing like a 6. It's an old car. Unless you know what it is, a lot of people are just going to walk by it and never really paid any attention. Acceleration? Not great. But then again, it is a diesel. I mean, yeah, I haven't watched either in at least 15 years. It's been quite a while for me. Handling. It felt fairly good, but a little bit understeery at points. So let's go like a 7 on that one. You know what, we'll go 6 on that one. And then we'll go like a 9 on fun factor. It's mostly fun, except you have to be very skilled to make sure you don't get into understeer territory. Cool factor. It's a front-wheel drive car, but it is sporty-esque. I mean, Alfa Romeos will front-wheel drive as well sometimes in this sort of time period, I think? I can't remember, actually. I could be completely wrong about that. So let's go like a 6 on that one. It's not really probably a well-known sort of car. It is from that, like, unappreciated era where, like, passion was starting to leave cars a little bit sometimes. And it was more about, like, doing the things which mostly were more about selling the car than more about, like, making a car you like. Trackability. I'm going to give it, like, a 6 on that one. Because it was a little too understeery, and it's not particularly fast. Gymkhanas is where a slower car like this would do a lot better, except for the fact that it understeers way too much. So its trackability is mild. A track weekend sort of car, take it around for a few laps, you're good, and then take it back. Features, because I'm assuming also the brakes would overheat and cook themselves to death. 90s is when the FIA started to kill engineering freedom and big races died out. RIP IMSA GTV. So they had to do that because back in the day they didn't understand safety. Car manufacturers is what I'm referring to, but everyone didn't really know until they started to get to like the 70s sort of time period, and there were too many cries from the public about like, oh no, you've killed another one. Especially when, who's that really beloved guy from South America? God, I'm drawing a blank. Drove the McLaren MP4. God damn it. How do I not remember his name? Sneaky Mr. Wiggles. Hello, surprised I still caught live. Is this the last cut? I don't think so. No, we're only about halfway through. Oh god, I'm taking way too long. Ayrton Senna, that's the one. Ayrton Senna was like one of the final straws. Not the final straw, but one of the final straws. Where they just like really super duper clamp down on things finally. Like as the final, like, lock down a lot. What would you call it? The acceptability of drivers dying was something that died in the 70s and didn't really belong past the 80s. So yeah, that was a time that it happened. The FIA had to evolve with the times. Otherwise, probably another racing thing would have come along. And the way that the FIA had to clamp down was by saying you can't do silly things. A team would try to do something silly, which would make them faster, but a lot more dangerous. Then they'd have to clamp down on that. Silly but dangerous, clamp down on that. Silly but dangerous, clamp down on that. Fast but dangerous. Fast but dangerous, and just keep on clamping down on things. They just had to go. Honestly, the days of like counting how many races died per race, how many drivers died per race, was just not acceptable anymore by those standards. We were in too much of an enlightened era where, sure, cars are fast and fun and we can enjoy them, but they were becoming incredibly dangerous with just how insanely fast they were going. Do you know how, like, if they didn't implement any safety stuff, the 1,000 horsepowers of cars would have been a lot more plentiful, and the cars would have been a hell of a lot more dangerous. Not a Thing is back. Welcome back, Not a Thing. So, I get it. You're saying that the FIA killed it, but if not the FIA, somebody else would have come along and probably surpassed them. And then the governments probably would have banned racing, which happened in a few countries. It was banned in different ways in different areas, stuff like that. I think in Sweden, after what happened with Mercedes at Le Mans in the 1950s, I think, was it Sweden or Switzerland or something like that? They just completely, fully banned racing whatsoever. Or something like that. I can't remember exactly the details. Anyway, features. No, maybe it wasn't Sweden. Maybe it was Switzerland. I can't remember. Features of this, or maybe it was just rally. I'll just leave that. Features, old 1980s car. God damn it. Camera's way too fast. I can't see anything on the inside. It's a diesel car, so it's probably like lower end economy sort of thing. As I said, $1,500 shitbox. If it's such a shitbox, then why did they put a supercharger on it? That's going to hurt its realism maybe a little bit. Or commonality at least a little bit. Switzerland banned all motorsports? Yeah. The way the FIA keeps evolving is usually when something possibly fatal happens. For example, crash in 2020 calls the FIA to safety standards, better component stress test. Sure. That sort of thing that just happens. Yeah. It's do it yourself before the government steps in or somebody does it better. Like, that's capitalism. Features. That's one of the few times that capitalism works. Which is very rare. The FIA is a organization though, a bit shit. Actually a lot shit. None, maybe? Comfort. Probably not very comfortable. Diesel-y, loud sort of thing, though it was quite quiet. Let's go like a... What sort of seats do we have? Those are not realistic seats for the price, to be honest. Let's go like a 3 on that, maybe? Quality. Ooh, what sort of country do we reckon? I don't know, it doesn't say. But I'm going to guess, because it's so incredibly cheap, that it's not going to be particularly great, especially the era of carburetors. Please be a carburetor. I think that's meant to be a carburetor. Yeah. I need to go to the toilet. You know what? I'll be back in a minute. Pip has been patiently just sleeping next to me this whole time. Oh, you want more attention. I'm sorry I can't pay attention to you whilst I'm streaming. It's okay there. I will give you all the attention once the stream is over. I think I can unplug this cable now. I'm sorry, Pippa. Down you get. Oh, and you get. Good girl. Thank you. Good girl. Yes, you are. All right. Now I feel really refreshed. Oh, I feel so much better. I didn't realize how busting I was to go to the toilet. Split in half and oh, I remember that. Got caught under the railing, and he was like, "Oh, well, that's it. I'm dead." And then he had like the secondary thought. And he was like, "No, I need to get out of this." I remember watching the thing on that. That was an insane crash. What do you think of 1956 Isk Finch? Yup, very rare Estonia. What are we talking about? I don't like how FIA limits innovation and engineering, and you could say the same about RC racing. I don't know about RC racing, but the FIA needs to. Otherwise, things become unsafe, and then governments step in and regulate. And you do not want governments to step in and regulate. Doggo is sleeping? Yeah. Doggo requires more attention. Yeah, he does. She does, sorry. Alright, quality of this car. It's gonna be non-existent on such a cheap car. Practicality of this car. I mean, it's 4-door. It's got seats, but it is very small. And the boot is also very small. Oh, look, they put a fuel tank in here. Nice. Well done. I do like the fact that you come up with a lore about it being diesel and everything. Well done. 4. So your off-road is going to be hampered a little bit by your off-road tires. Fitting big people in this is going to be a little bit trickier. You can't fit more than 5 people, so it's not like a big SUV, which is also good at off-road. Yeah, it's just not going to be hugely practical. It's practical enough. You know what? We'll give it a 5 on practicality, because it'll also be decent to park. Value. It's going to be very cheap, but you're also probably getting a very shit car, to be honest. So go like a 4 on that one. You get what you pay for. But it's also probably not going to be particularly great. Ongoing costs. Diesel's very historically robust, but this is incredibly cheap with a supercharger. So we're going to go like a 3 on that one. This thing probably guzzles diesel. Like, not great. I will say it's again, what do you think of the... I don't know what that is. Is that what this car is? It's not this car. What is the Iskenfinch? Is it related to what we're talking about? I feel like the supercharger will dunk quality over a long... Yeah, it will. Also, like, the fuel usage. Also, superchargers are not really like turbos. They don't stay really good. They tend to wear out the tips of the rotors. Especially if, like, crap gets in over time. Which, if you're in, like, a dirt area sort of thing, it'll happen eventually. Especially if you're not really paying a lot of attention to your engine. Off topic, but I forgot to say that I drove a car stick shift for the first time today, but the brakes sort of broke at the end, so me and my father had to... Aww. But did you enjoy the stick shift? Learning to drive a stick shift at first feels incredibly daunting, especially if you're learning to drive at the same time. Because you feel like you're locked into going a speed, which includes not going slower. Sometimes. Depending on what your mindset is, really, when driving a manual. So if you're, like, averse to changing gears, which is how you are at the beginning of driving thing. But yeah, once you learn how to drive a manual as, like, your first car sort of thing, driving everything else is easy for the rest of your life. As long as you don't use your phone whilst driving. Don't do that. What is, like, you pull over to look at your phone, what is that, like, 2 minutes? It's fine. Just pull over, look at your phone, 2 minutes late to where you're going, or just leave a little bit earlier. That's fine. Just calm down. Please don't use your phone on the road, because everybody else that is not using their phone on the road is being like, why is this person driving like shit? This person should get the fuck off of the road. Don't be that guy. Stop it. I need that as like an interject button. Know the Rubens cars. What? Phil, don't become popular so I can watch your crappy content forever without fans. I mean, I'll always try to keep up with comments and whatnot on videos. Your video already has 28k views. Oh, the tutorial one? Yeah, the tutorial one has a lot of views. 28k. It's not my highest viewed video yet, but it's getting there. Highest one. Oh, it overtook the Car Mighty one. I hadn't noticed. Nice. So, Car Mighty, a lot bigger in this sort of area, has been outshone by somebody that like a month ago, or like a month and a half ago, had 2,000 subscribers. That's how big Next Engine, this engine sim program really is. Mwah. I love it. I think this is like fantastic. It's tedious to make an engine, but the results, the payoff just feels so good. On the other hand, my mum only knows stick shift and was scared to drive old CVT Fiesta. To be honest, a lot of the times, that's very rare, and some people are just like, they're just averse to the idea of automatics. Once you get into an automatic, they are so incredibly just boring and dull to drive. There's nothing to be scared of. Just put your foot on the brake if you're scared. Off topic, what do you think of Latvia? Completely impartial. I have no real knowledge of Latvia, apart from I believe it's meant to be an underdeveloped country, but I don't know. Kind of like your Estonia things, where sometimes on GeoGuessr you'll still come across a horse and carriage. J-Beam Editing, they put a supercharger in. It's not completely a basic car. And they've done a little bit of editing to this. No, they haven't. Okay, my bad. 610 kilos, really? No, 726. I thought that felt a little bit more like it. It's just all the CVT Auto Fiesta. That seems unlikely. Let's get them like a 3 on that one. They've done supercharger by the looks of it, and sound. What else? No steering wheel mod, so they haven't done like the more in-depth ones. They've done the tickling of the grundle of modifying. It's more than moving a camera around. I think 3 is a good number. Also, Latvia is not underdeveloped. They're about on the same level as Poland. Oh, okay. Where is Latvia? I would have thought Latvia would be somewhere around here. I was thinking maybe Luxembourg, but no, that's Luxembourg. Ah, Latvia, okay. What's this? Is that Russia? It's Cyrillic. So yeah, I don't know much about Latvia. Couldn't even... I'm looking at Lithuania. Latvia. That's how little I know. Even while looking at it on the map, I made a mistake. So yeah. Was I thinking of Estonia, or was I thinking of, maybe I was thinking of... Sorry, I might have been thinking of Georgia. I'm not sure. Alright. Yeah, I know nothing, unfortunately. So, I'll stay off from commenting on it. It looks green, which is more than what I could say for Australia. Let's go to Australia. Looks brown. By the way, Australia is the driest inhabited, like properly inhabited continent, I believe is the definition of it. And South Australia is the driest state in Australia. So, I live in one of the driest areas in the world. Except for the fact that I live in, like, the only green patch, which is why the capital city is there. The rest of it, so incredibly dry. Weird border? Okay. Glad to know I'm not the only one who sucks at geography. I mean, I'm moderate. I knew it was in that sort of area. I didn't point at South America. Though sometimes I have made that mistake with some places that sound like they could be in either. Should be called Brownstralia? Sure, okay. Alright, let's go back to scoring. Would I buy this? I don't know, maybe it's my Australian upbringing, but I'm averse to diesel. So no. Diesels are not very good in Australia, and I think they add stuff to make diesel smell worse, I swear. Je ne sais quoi factor. I feel there is a lot here that is not done, so let's go like a 7 on that one. And realism and commonality. Supercharger that's really crappy on a diesel? Doesn't feel very common. Might be really... I don't think it's really realistic. Let's go like a 5 on that one. Everything else is... Sorry, a 6 on that one. Everything else is pretty good. With a full fill score of 70. Which for a really super old... shitbox diesel as described by yourself, yeah, I think it's actually a pretty good score. If you're going for like super cheap, you could have made it even shittier. But yeah, that is that car. Let's move on to the next one. The Masuda Classic. Do they have a map at all that they want me to have a look at? God, this car is weird. So goddamn weird. Anyway, 1995 Masuda Classic Limited Edition. Oh, okay, so it's not in that like a retro recreation phase, which everyone started to do. So this was just, this would have been just considered an incredibly weird and ugly car. Just all flat, like going past the age of the Mini, which I think started in like what 2003 sort of time period. Where retro recreations, people were like, oh, good retro recreations, I think they look cool. In the 90s, it was all about getting away from the past. All that round, soft bodywork. I feel this does not work. Does not hold up. Especially with the chrome. Chrome, incredibly outdated. It was all about the future. In fact, Ford's design that they started in like the later parts of the 90s was called New Edge. They wanted to move completely away from anything considered old, which included chrome. Most of the time, not all the time. As a limited edition of classic-styled hatchbacks produced in Japan and so... Okay, there was the weird bubble cars, but by 1995, they no longer existed. This is a medium-spec model for European markets, which also wasn't really a thing. 1 liter naturally aspirated 71 horsepower, so they didn't go for the... 660cc K car market. 5-speed manual transmission, front-wheel drive. Everything else there seems pretty fine. $19,000. No. Not for a 1 liter. When, like... Actually, 71 horsepower from 1 liter? That's also very unrealistic. Is this like incredibly turbocharged? So European market. We don't have a European map. We have Italy, USA we could go to. You know what? Let's take it to Italy, USA. We'll take it to Crossroads. This is Subaru Casablanca kind of a car. Let's have a look. Subaru Casablanca. I know the name Casablanca is a movie, but I do not remember the name of the do not remember anything about that movie. You know, actually, we'll leave that one open. Let's get rid of that. We'll put it in here instead. It's an Impreza with like some sort of knockoff Rolls-Royce front. What the fuck? Let's go. We'll open up Cars Guide and then we'll go Wiki. That's just the picture, is it? Oh, Super Impreza? Okay, so this is a modification, is it? Okay, there's phoned-in spin-offs, and then there's the Super Impreza. It's no real secret that Japanese have had odd, recurring fascination with retro British design. In the late 80s, it struck first with the Nissan Figaro. Love that car, by the way. But that was a bubble car. And they didn't expect it to do well. But even though it was like old school fascist sort of design, the only reason why it did so well, even though they didn't actually sell them per se, they like raffled like the option to buy them, is because it actually looked really good. And no matter what, if a car looks really, really good, it doesn't matter what sort of outdated look it has a lot of the time. Anyway, and then stuck it again. Subaru wanting to cash in on the okay. So in the 2000s, as I thought, based on the Impreza wagon, all cars look blah blah blah. It's though somebody liked the Jaguar Extra blah blah blah. The customer appeared to consist entirely revamped blah 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 blah. Third-party-esque alloys. Oh wait, what? And extra panache. Oh, panache. Okay. Is it from the company or is it by somebody else? They built 5,000 of these. All for the domestic market. Okay. If you're determined enough, you could still import one. Oh my god, but wait, there's more. The Casablanca was the worst of the range of the retro-inspired Subarus from the 90s. Check out the arguably far better options. Vivo Bistro. Nah. No. Oh, is that it? Just two cars? Like, this one looks better than the Subaru, but that one... Is that a Daihatsu Sirion? It is a Daihatsu Sirion. To be honest, I don't actually mind the Daihatsu Sirion, so I think this actually just looks uglier. I thought the Nissan Pike cars were made in the 90s? What? Classic times... Oh, they were made in like the late 80s, early 90s sort of thing, and they were sold just as around the bubble sort of burst time, which I think happened in 1993 or 1992 or something like that. Classic sometimes refers to a company still selling old models at a discount after the new one. No, not really. Someone was paid real money to design that. I know, right? Who designed these cars? Somebody that deserves to get seppuku'd. Styling for this... Wait, no, hold on. I'm not doing that. I'm bringing out the new car. I don't know, I just feel as if this is not a 1994 car. They probably would have scrapped it before they released it, to be honest. You know what? It looks actually a little London cabish. Am I getting that right? London cab. Yeah. The split bumper, the raised headlight chute, I don't know what you would call that, comes down to hold the headlights. Yeah, a little bit. Little London-esque. in the taxi sort of design, but like really soft as well. If I had automation, what happened? I upload a car from Latvia. Then I review a car of Latvia? I don't know. Those names are weird as the cars look, yeah. The front is like the bubble car Mazda 121, and the rear is like the other Mazda 121 that came after it? I don't know about that, but the thing does, like, the general body shape at least looks a little bit, except for the front. The 121 bubble car, that was a weird car. This feels very nippy. Is it maybe a little too fast at accelerating? 71 horsepower? Being Japanese, but being 90s, it should be maybe a little bit heavier. I'm going to guesstimate that a car like this should be 900 to 1200 kilos. 1200 being maybe a little bit too heavy. 735 kilos. I feel that's just too light. I could be wrong, though. I just feel that going for the European market, you probably want something a little bit more comfortable. They'd also probably have a domestic sale of it as well, since the Japanese are very insular. They like to think of themselves first, unless there's like a massive market to tap into, like the SUVs in America. But then that is like a very well established market. Very well established. I feel that this thing is kind of like going out on a limb. A massive limb. That engine is ridiculous. Yeah, 1 liter and 75 horsepower? That is way too much horsepower. In the 90s, 1 liter should probably be making somewhere around 30 horsepower? To maybe 50 horsepower? But like 70-something horsepower? Nah, bro. Let's actually have a look at what we've got for an engine. We have the inline 3, which I also disagreed with. Short cast. Single point injection, which I also disagree with. Manifold. I know, it's so weird. And then also single overhead cam. How did he get so much power out of this thing? I feel as if like the thing probably chugs down fuel or something. Like, what have you done to get so much power out of it? Does it have mufflers? I think I see a muffler in there, but not like the normal sort of muffler. Usually it'd have like the big ovular sort of one that's offset. I can't remember what that's called. I will push the designer in the... Or punch the designer in the face. Who designed this? I don't know if I'd punch them, but I'd be like... Bruh. Quit yourself. 45 to 55? What? Civics at the... Oh, you reckon the power numbers? Yeah, alright. Civics at that time were making 100 horsepower per liter. Really? You mean the performance version. Also, the Civic was not a particularly cheap car with the VTEC. And I'm assuming that's what you mean by the VTEC version and the top-end sports model. 100 horsepower per liter in 1994. I feel that's not right. Let's have a look. Honda Civic. What year was this? 1995. Okay. That's not the right thing. Hold on. Wikipedia. Honda Civic. 1995. Sure, we'll go with this one. A little bit later model. Canadian came with a 1.6 liter. You're right. 1.6 liter, 160 horsepower. Wow. Holy shit. God, my like 2 liter Ford Fiesta out there from 2007 creates 150 from 2 liters. Holy crap. But I will also say, double overhead cam, VTEC. The other thing that I'm also going to say on top of that is this is not a performance engine, as it is a 3-cylinder, 1 liter. So it's not designed to be a performance. If this was a 4-cylinder, that would be 1.3 liter. This is by no means a performance engine. So it's weird that you would choose a 3-cylinder with some very questionable design choices that should make it less powerful, and then make it so powerful. Some Japanese cars from the early 90s and the late 90s, like retro design, very rare. The best Honda Civic? Yeah, Jesus. Laughs in M1213. What? Phil, that's not the worst thing. The VTEC ISI from 96 did 8.5 liters per 100. Wow, that's actually pretty good. Now, I did know that Hondas had always been very good and efficient. They sacrifice torque, though, I believe, for it. Like, a lot of torque. Compared to what you can get from other cars, similar power. I'd say mid-90s, 1 liter would have 40 to 60 horsepower. That sounds reasonable, yeah? 60 horsepower being maybe a bit much. Because it's a 3-cylinder. You're making a 3-cylinder to be economical. If you're then trying to make a performance version, you have to go to all the effort to make a new camshaft, probably a better manifold, probably a completely new head, which at that point, in the mid-90s, you may as well go dual overhead cam. Very weird decisions. Talking about Latvia took the plants? What? Talking about Latvia, look the plants. Sure. Little off topic. Maybe leave that for the end of the stream. Now that I know that they made 160 horsepower from 1.6 liter, makes me question why they only made 179 horsepower from a 2 liter for the S2000. I feel like they could have done a lot better, but that engine, oh, fantastic. But that's less than 100 power. Wait, no, that's in kilowatts. You know what? No, that's actually a hell of a lot more. Sorry, I was thinking of horsepower again. How much did the S2000 make? What's that in horsepower? I think it was 179 kilowatts, right? Oh, no, not HO, HP. 124 per per liter. 177 to 184, which is 247 horsepower was what they had. My God, bro. maybe lower emissions regulations? No, I misread it. I'm talking about Latvia, look at the plants. Little off topic. Some lot more important, this car from Japan. What? Anyway. It feels rather nice. It could have driven nicely whilst having, I'm gonna say, a lot narrower tires. And a lot less power. Like, keep the gear ratio short. Like, the gear ratio with less power probably could have been somewhere around, around 40 kilometers an hour. I like this. It's a fun car. Realistic? Not really. Like, sure, it's all entirely possible. But would have they actually done this back then? No, I very much doubt it. Especially in Europe, where economy was king in the 90s. Like, especially for small cars. It was almost bragging rights with European cars about, like, hey, look at us. We make actually decent sort of power sometimes. Or at least faster accelerating cars than a lot, whilst using very little fuel compared to our American compatriots. Or counterparts? I think about counterparts is probably the better word. I'm playing automation whilst watching you, and the two musics mesh weirdly. I mean, you can turn music off in automation. I have it off, but that's because I want clean audio recorded. What did you miss, Ringo? You missed, like, over half the cars. You know what? I'm gonna try this road again and full blast it over that hill. Also, being the 90s, if you wanted 70 horsepower, this thing might have instead had a turbo. god! And not be naturally aspirated. Turbo was starting to become, like, the thing to have. It was seen more of a performance thing, but it was occasionally used on smaller engines. That didn't really become popular until later, though. So, I don't know, maybe turbo wouldn't have been quite right. Since, yeah, who did turbos? Nissan did it. Subaru and whatnot did it, but Mitsubishi and whatnot were doing it for rally, like, homologation, maybe? What would you call it? I'm not entirely sure. I know the Volvo made smaller versions of their engines, but they were still 2 liters to have turbos on them. Have I gone the wrong way? I think, yeah, I went the wrong way. Damn it. Oh, well. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Ah! Does this have ABS? Hold on, let's have a look. Yeah, it does have ABS. So, this is an expensive car, then. Kind of want a VW Lupo 3-liter. Isn't the Lupo like a really small car? I don't really know much about Volkswagens. Volkswagens are not very popular in South Australia. For instance, one got burnt down just a suburb away or something like that. And apparently there's a little bit of a stink about how the government just left it there for a really long time. Welcome back, Ulrich Hill. Is that like Ulrich from... Is that... Was his name Ulrich Underhill from A Knight's Tale? I can't remember. Is that what you're kind of going for there? Or is that actually your name? You want a 503E? I don't know what that is. Is that like a Peugeot or something? Anyway. I will say that I think this car probably would have done quite well in France. Let's go ahead and give this thing a stream scoring. So... styling. I think it's done okay, but the rest of the car, like, it's a bit of a mismatch. This looks very 90s, and this looks very, like, kind of retro-inspired. It doesn't really mesh particularly well. I don't hate any one particular thing, though. I'm not a big fan of, like, the French-esque taillights. 3-liter was a model with 2-liter TDI that had fuel economy 3 liters per 100. Oh, nice. Is your actual name? Okay, then. Wait, what was the name? Let's go. This movie, though, unfortunately, very dated. William Thatcher, no. That's not what I mean. What is the name? Let's just go name. Sir Ulrich von Liechtenstein. That's what it was. Sorry, I just had to get that out of my head. Yeah, styling. Let's just go like a 5 on that one. It's questionable. You know what? Actually, a 6. I'd fuck with that. Acceleration. I'll go a 7 on that one. It feels really good. Whether it is actually fast or not, it just feels really good. Handling, we'll go like an 8 on that one. Fun factor, a 9 on that one. Cool factor, a 4 on that one. Trackability, 7 on that one. I really actually couldn't test it on a track. I'm guessing the brakes are not really the sort that last. Single piston solid, yeah. You're going to be cooking them after a while. Features, what is the price of this car? 19,000. That's actually a very expensive price. For a 1-liter 3-cylinder, you're not going to be selling particularly well. And a CD player? So this is like a luxury version, huh? In mid-90s, TDs were still like considered slightly more upmarket. Probably would be stolen, though. Are we done? Oh, that's 100 songs done. Apparently, I have been streaming for way too long! Features. 2. Probably has AC as well. If that is not related, I'm not going to look up anything else that you say, not even at the end of the stream. Okay, it is related. That gets like a 2 on styling. That is actually offensive. The back end is a little bit redeeming because it looks a little bit Cadillac-esque. This one, like, over the years has actually grown on me a little bit, but it still is actually quite ugly. It looks like a Nissan Maxima body, by the way. I don't think I've ever said that out loud. It's only been 5 hours? Yeah, goddamn. My voice is killing me. Back to the scoring. Comfort. You know what? Let's give it a little bit of drive. In the 90s, wallowy was still kind of the name of the game. It's a little bit wallowy. Suspension is a little, maybe too stiff. For the time period, seats look okay. $19,000 wouldn't have been the most sound deadened or comfortable car. And in the 90s, sound deadening was fairly new sort of thing. Let's go like... Actually, what's the rear like? Rear is very small seats, but at least you got leg room if you know how to like squish around and whatnot. 5? Let's go 4 on that one. Quality. Being Japanese will be quite good. Economical engine, a little bit higher power, but that doesn't mean bad things. A lot of power. Let's go like a 5 on that one, because it'll also feel quite cheap. 90s Japanese was not great for, like, feel of things. And I've owned a few, so I know. Practicality? You know what, I need to remember what a Nissan 180 Dash looks like, because I've completely forgotten. I remember that. Quite plasticky. Anyway, moving on. You don't have a lot of boot space. You'll have to move the seats forward, but that adds to a little bit of practicality. It's fairly easy to park. You do have seating for 5, but you're going to be struggling to fit big people in the back. So we'll go something like a 5 out of 10, I reckon. Value, they're probably quite cheap, and they're actually quite fun. So you're getting a lot of fun, but also a mildly practical car. You know what, actually, we'll go 6 on that one. So 7, fuel economy. I actually want to be quite accurate with this one, because I feel that that's a big thing. Do it, I dare you. What? What are we talking about? End your stream right now? No, I'm good. You guarantee me 3 times in one message? What are we talking about? Welcome, Simon. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. UI. Trip, I think, has it. And then let's go with... Oh, no, that was the wrong one. Fuel? No, hold on, not fuel. Cruise. So, 100 kilometers an hour being a very common sort of thing. Total distance. What? No, that's the wrong button. Average speed. Average fuel consumption. That's using a lot of fuel, but then again, we are under acceleration, so that's acceptable. Please change gears. I'm guessing it's a 5-speed, even though this thing would probably be a 4-speed anyway. There we go. I was about to say 12 liters to the 100. That is not good. .2 liters per 100 on cruising. Actually, pretty... What the hell? Now I know why the thing felt so zippy. We're going 4,000 RPM to go 100 kilometers an hour. So this thing is going to need to be repaired quite often. 8,500 red line. Let's go like a 6 on that one. A lot of the stuff will be very cheap, but that is not going to be a great engine, probably. J-beam editing. Unless it's Honda, but then Honda charges a lot more for their cars. I don't believe there was any. Would I buy this car? You know, I mean, I considered buying a 121 bubble like a couple of years ago. So, yeah, probably. Je ne sais quoi factor. There is actually something quite quirky about this body that I like, though I feel it's completely out of date. We're going to go with 3 on realism and commonality for a full score of 86. That's the good number. Well done. Let's go ahead and have a look. Oh, I'm doing all the wrong stuff now. This car. The Mercia, so probably British. The Renera V8. Where is that? Here we go. British-built car for the American market? Okay. Only 50 right-hand versions was ever made? That is so weird. Why would the British make a car only for other places? I don't know really off the top of my head of any examples of that ever happening. 4-liter V8? What the... So it's a failed American car. Okay, fair enough. Especially if... Oh, that's... 1965? No. 194 horsepower for 4 liters? Actually, you know what? That's not too bad. Like, it'd have to be a GT car. So is it really expensive? That price disparity reeks of... Wait, 2022 price? 40,000? What the fuck? Well, I'm not going to give this thing probably a full fill score then, because you've completely confused me there and I just can't be bothered. British but built for the American market. Let's maybe take this out to where you might do a little bit of GT cruising on longer roads maybe. So, I'm going to guess that this thing should probably be revving it somewhere like around 2,000, more likely to be less than over, to do 100 kilometers an hour. Otherwise, it doesn't really feel like an American car. This car reminds me of an Alfa Romeo Roadster Spider. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of an Alfa. I will say that you know what, I said it before. A little bit of like the side of the car sometimes just reminds me a little bit of Alfa. I think also the red paint job is helping a little bit. Oh, that oversteer. You know what? I think this is going to fail in America since it's not very big. Size at the time was really kind of like a status symbol. Even the sports cars. So, oh god. Oh dear. That's why interior mods should be set to Force Unbreakable. I think that meant second-hand value in 20. Yeah, I can't give it like a proper fill score because of that. I never get off what's the point of GT cars. Think you want a sports car, but also cruising. So, you know, like the 400Z, the 370Z, the 360Z, all those sorts of things. Those are actually GT cars and not actually sports cars per se. The way you can tell is the sports car is a little bit rougher, but also will usually have a little bit of a shorter gear ratio, which means when you start getting onto the highway, god damn it. Things like a little too slippery for these uneven roads. Are we dealing with crossplays? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. So, for instance, my Ford... so you can have crossovers between two things. So, like, sports and GT, but Grand Tours are meant to be more about, like, cruise control, maybe an automatic, depending on what sort of target demographic you're really going for. What's the other things? A low RPM for cruising at high speed, so then you don't have a loud engine. Because if you've ever had like an aftermarket exhaust on a car, you're going to know what it's like on a highway. Immediately you're gonna be like, oh yeah, drone. If you don't know what a droney exhaust sounds like, then you don't know how displeasing it can be. So that's the sort of things. GT cars are very much, like, they're a sports car. You can have a little bit of fun with it, but also travel long distances without having to be like, oh, this car is just not fun. Brit cars are small? Yeah. There were a few small GT cars, like a few Ferraris were a little bit small whilst being GT cars. But Ferraris actually weren't that popular in America at that sort of time period. They have the price for the car when adjusted for inflation. On top of the ones you looked at, real price. What? Anyway. Most GT cars are Grand Tours. GT stands for Grand Tourer. I think in a few rare occasions, specifically only Italian cars, GT may mean Gran Turismo, which I believe actually just means Grand Tourer anyway. Wait, am I wrong about that? Gran Turismo translate to English. Yeah, Grand Tourer. So it's like a roundabout way of getting back to that. GT stands for... Yeah, it does. The real price listed... Well, you haven't put it in the advert and I'm lazy. So I'm just going to give it a simplified field score. It'll do well. I like this car. But calling it an American car and that shit story about it being like only $7,000 for local domestic market reeks of just like, I wanted to be quirky and just not really realistic. I see, so GT cars are basically detuned sports cars. Maybe in the exhaust and intake departments, but everything else, like, they could still actually be very high-powered. GT cars originally usually had V8s and V12s. High power, but not unpleasant to drive. And the way you do that is to make a, because usually, like, race cars and sports cars were lightweight things that were very unpleasant. So the only way to compete with that was to make more power. So, detuned, not fully accurate. GT car Grand Tours, I agree with Oracle. Most GT cars are... GT cars are Grand Tourer because they're one and the same. God damn it. Are you guys trolling? Am I being gaslit right now? Like, what the fuck? This car oversteers too much. This is probably worse and would get... Oh my god, they put the holes in the bumper area. Nice, look. See, it's not that hard. Though, personally, I wouldn't choose just a hole like that. What I would have done is, there's a vent that is a circle, and what that does is give, like, a little bit of a punch-in sort of look, because holes are not normally just some hole. It's usually a little bit, tapered, chamfered? Inwards. Anyway, you get the idea. It's, punched in. Whereas this is just a straight-up hole. Not quite right. I will actually give you a bonus point for that, like, minor hidden detail. I love it. Except for the fact that you didn't, like, You know, let me bring up... I just want to show you one quick little thing if you ever want to have, like, breakable fixtures, but you don't want some of them to be breakable, like the interior shouldn't fall out like that. What is the name of the car? It is the Mercia Renera. Okay, let's go. Mercia Renera V8. Okay. Oh, yeah. Go into the main J-beam. Then, once we get in here, tapered? Yeah, I don't know if tapered is the right word. But anyway, yeah. Go to your flex body section. Here we go. And whichever ones, like interior, copy this. And then go to the ones that you want, like the interior, and then paste in there car body. Your nodes will still stay there. It'll still be the weight, but immediately that will now no longer break. If you like save it, refresh it in beamng, or since it's in a zip file, you have to relaunch beamng. If you want to get rid of all of these things, this is called like a EFT interior. So we're just going to grab this. I'm going to hit Control F on that. And when we get down to here, you're going to see all of these things. You can then just go ahead and remove all of these nodes. Now, if you wanted to be like efficient with your coding, you would then go in and remove all of the references for its beams as well. But you don't need to. Once the nodes are not there, the beams don't matter. But yeah, that's just a little tip for things that you don't want to break off while still having breakable fixtures. Unfortunately, some mod makers of interior stuff accidentally set them to be just default breakable, which they shouldn't be. Seats don't fall out of cars, especially when the car is like still like doors closed and everything. I am beamed back by... What? Okay. Welcome Brian Greer back to the streams. Anyway, that's just a little bit of a tidbit of information, a little bit of tutorial time. I hope you enjoyed. Hit subscribe, hit that like button. Give me a handy under the table, all that sort of stuff. Okay. I like this car, but it is dangerous. That shouldn't happen, especially on a Grand Tourer. Okay, you know what? We might... This is why I don't control manually, is because I have it set to a manual clutch, and I hate doing clutching with a controller. But I have it set up that way so then I can just hop in my race wheel and not have to remember any of these settings. Where is it? It's on the gameplay, I think? Clutch assist, manual assist, gearbox safety assist. Okay. Then let's go realistic. There we go. Okay. Let's cruise. 4th gear. 100. 5 gears? I doubt that. Very much doubt that. 4 on the floor in the 60s? Very new technology. And probably seen as superfluous. Why do you need more gears? You're just adding more complexity. That's another thing to break, sort of mentality. Which was very big back then. I do like the low revving nature. At least you've got that right. Let's see if we can get up to 100. Okay, about 2,000 RPM. That's pretty good. But you probably should have done it with 4 speed instead of 5. Phil, how do I fix unusual shading in Blender with smooth shading applied? Wherever it's not working right, select it. You may have to go to like the transparent mesh mode to get all of the things selected in that area. Then M by distance, which will merge everything based upon how close they are to the other things. And if it still hasn't worked, go again to make sure right-click shade smoothing. Go mesh shading, shade smoothing. If that doesn't do it, then go mesh, normals, reset vectors. And then if a blue line shows up, then go to, while still selected, or all of the blue lines that showed up where you don't want them to be, that's marking it to be sharp edge. Go edge, clear sharp. Today I saw a Mercedes SLS AMG parked in front of a bakery, and the owner just brought bread and left with the car. Nice. I'm not much of a Mercedes fan, but I think that that car is really freaking cool. Personally. Even though, like, behemothly overweight. Like, it's unreal how heavy those vehicles are. Like, all of the Bentleys, all that sort of stuff. Like, oh my god. How? How do you even do that? But, I would still own the fuck out of that. If I wasn't worried about, like, the terrible, like, repair costs and all that sort of stuff. If that was not a factor, hell yeah. Fuck yes. I would own the SLS. Why did it not change gears when I wanted it to? Would you make a direct competitor for Mercedes-Benz SL65 AMG? I don't know what that is. Also, I could care less about Mercedes and BMWs. I'm just not much of a... German cars were not, when I was growing up, particularly big in South Australia. Even though we're like a very German society in South Australia. In South Australia, we were very Holden and Ford. So, I've never really had a thing for German cars. In fact, Audi was almost non-existent until like late 90s. Like they started importing into Australia, I think in the mid 90s. but like nobody really knew much about them, and they're always seen as like the boring slow car company. Nobody in Australia really knew them for rally unless you were older than I was. Nobody ever talked about Audi when I was young. What is the best Holden cars? I mean, there was the one with the Nissan RB30, but then they told Nissan to also put a turbo on it, which never happened on an engine that big at the time. Then there was also the... oh god. Frick. The Tirana, that's the one. The SL5000, which never got released. I also like the one from the like mid-2000s. No, not that. Oh, no, not shopping. 2007 maybe? Yeah. I think apart from those the ones that I just mentioned and a few cars in the 80s, I don't even like the Kingswood, to be honest. This is the best looking Holden ever made. And I'm not a huge fan of Holden, to be honest. It's just like on the Ford and the Ford and Holden rivalry, I fell on the Ford side because Ford bought Volvo, so I felt obliged. Also, around that time when I was really getting into cars, Marcus Ambrose. Oh my god, that guy could drive, and he took Ford from, like, not a competitor to back-to-back victories all over the goddamn place. Guy was phenomenal. But then this came along, and I was like, that is the first Holden at that time that I would want to own. Wow. I love the look of this car. The part about Audi isn't Australia specific. They were just kind of small. Okay. Kind of looks like a Chevy. The Chevy SS is a Holden rebadged for America. Isn't that just a Vectra? No, you're thinking of the Holden Vectra. This is not a Vectra. In South Africa, Chevy rebadged Holden cars in the 70s. Oh, interesting. Then you would have been, like, probably the Kingswood, I think, at that time? Not a big fan of the Kingswood, personally. Mostly because people that drive Kingswoods are very often bogans and Deros. Don't like them. Maybe that's just, like, the people I grew up around, though. Didn't like them. That's because Chevy S says, yeah, it's not basically a Commodore. It's a rebadged, slightly re-interiored car. Weird choices were made. Whoa. Oppa Gangnam Style. Flooring it in top gear? Nah, doesn't have the torque. Doesn't have the torque, bro. Torque was a big thing in the 90s as well. That's when, like, horsepower numbers were starting to become a little bit silly sometimes, but then, like, you could have a lot of horsepower, but, like, zero acceleration is because, like, people were starting to understand torque in the, like, normal, lexicon of people's, day-to-day communications of cars. Derel is short for derelicts of duty. Derel is short for just a derelict. Not a derelict of duty, but like, a homeless person on the side of the street that, didn't care about his, like, smell or anything like that would be called a derelict. In Australia, that kind of caught on a little bit, but more in the form of, you don't care about your appearance, your smell, all that sort of stuff, but you have, like, a cool car. You're like, oh yeah, look at this thing, but you're a Darrow. Usually missing teeth, probably a drug addict. That sort of thing. You know, that sort of thing. I like the car. Too oversteery though. It is a danger. So it's going to hurt its realism a little bit. Most of the stuff I like. I know, I just like the look of it, but it's like tragically dangerous. Can you do more with exhaust smoke than just changing the amount? I don't really know. I think changing the amount, changing the backfire amount, or the overrun amount, I should say backfire is something different. Backfire is so commonly misquoted. Backfire is when the thing backfires out the intake of the engine, which is usually like a big sign that you've got a massive tuning problem. Usually your ignition is like incredibly off. Maybe your camshaft is also completely out. Yeah, they renamed Kingswood as Commando. Weird. But I suppose it would have been a very easy thing to do, considering we were both right-hand drive countries. I don't like your backstory about it not selling in England and only selling in America, or like that story just doesn't seem real. I doubt that just would have. I just don't think that would have happened, unless it was an American manufacturer that commissioned the British to build them. Kind of a little bit like the ACs, maybe a little bit, stuff like that. There's no J-beam editing, so I can't give it like a huge score. What's the front suspension like? Yeah, that's right. You got the independent front suspension on here. Sorry, not the independent front. So the not independent front. You've got the solid axle on the front, which just doesn't seem right. I'm gonna give it, considering that cars in this day would have had independent front suspension. They just would have had it. 7 out of 10. Like, I like it. There's just a few things that just don't sit right. I think the real term for the flares out of the exhaust is two-step. Two-step, no. What? No, two-step is, a thing, I think it's to do with turbo specifically, but it's to do with being able to hold the thing. So, flames into the, so, no, that's called overrun. What it is when the engine is being pulled along by the drivetrain, it'll often have extra fuel still being dumped in, like as if it was under load, but it's in like negative load, and it will then, like the fuel that would normally be going in is still going in, which it doesn't need that much, which means that it doesn't burn efficiently because it'd be running incredibly rich. So when that exhaust, when that fuel then hits the hot exhaust, it'll crack and crackle and pop and all that sort of stuff. Snap, crackle and pop. I don't know if you got Cocoa Pops where you are, but that's an advert that we used to get here. So yeah, it's just called overrun. There's a few other names for it. Two-step is not the name. If you think it's two-step, you need to look up what two-step is. That is definitely not it. I think they called two-step launch, like they get two-step and launch control mixed up in beamng, I think. But afterfire, yeah, afterfire I think is also another terminology. Afterfire is just a result of excess fuel reigniting the exhaust tip. Yeah, which is what we're talking about. That's another name for it. I think overrun is the more common one though. Yeah, ECU modification, yeah. Or just like a standardized thing. I like this car. If it wasn't so oversteery, like a little bit more controllable, I'd probably give it like a much higher score. Get rid of that weird front suspension. Being British, I feel as if it could have gotten away with having independent rear suspension as well. Is it drum brakes all around? I think it was, yeah. Yeah, that's drum brakes. I like it. Could have been better. Design, though, I will say, I love the design. It looks so nice. Could have had a little bit more details in it, as I said earlier, but there's a lot here to like. Yes. Le Mans car? We have Le Mans. There we go. Le Grand Circuit 1967 to stay away from copyright issues, which wasn't necessary, I don't think. Let's give this one a try. I love old race cars. Even though they handle so poorly, I love it. Also, recently I watched, I tried a few times to watch it in the past. It's really hard to watch. But that, Le Mans movie with Steve McQueen, I think is the main actor of it. Not a good movie. I don't know how it got such a high score. I love cars, and I found that movie a grind to watch. To keep turbos full? Yeah. I don't remember what it's called, but dumping fuel into the turbo, making it almost act like a jet engine to keep the boost. Yeah. Two-step is one word. There's other words for it as well. I think there's different variations of it. Rip Chevy in South Africa? I don't know what you mean by that, but okay. So, this is based upon the Ferrari. I believe this car did just shy of 200 miles per hour. Oh no, we've got the glitchy automation V12 sound. I just got a scrape. What was that? Oh no. What's that? Is that the exhaust? Interior? See, this is the sort of reasons why I set fixtures to unbreakable. If you have the right version of automation. This is... It's just... What is happening? Why is the interior so low? That is completely wrong. Can I rip it out? Oh, okay, I had to be unpaused. Okay. Let's rip out the interior so then this thing will be, less shit. And this is something you should have picked up on, and I hope that you would have fixed it. Okay. Anti-lag keeps the turbo spooled. 2 steps for launching. Anti-lag, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Why in 2017 GM withdrew Chev? Oh, yeah. GM, historically, has been one of the dumbest companies in the world. I don't mean to be a dick. Wait, are they? Did I even remove any interior parts? I think I just removed sidewall bits. They have made some of the worst decisions. They are not what I would call intelligent. So, like, Holden was on an absolute streak of selling, like, really well in Australia. It was making money. They lampooned it. Oh god, I've got the interior again. God damn it. Let's just live with it. Hopefully it's not affecting the handling too much. It did seem to pop out rather easily. Okay. Sketchy steering under braking. Good. $19,980s wheels. Don't think so. It's a little too futuristic. It has interior cam? Oh, okay. Ah, look at that! You got steering wheel! Nice! Is that camera too far? Yeah. Do we have... No, we don't. Relative. Okay. Right about there. That looks good. Okay. You know what? That's a little too far back. Let's see. I probably shouldn't be doing this from interior cam. Well, let's see if we can take the corner on Mulsanne straight at full speed, which not all cars could do. In fact, actually, I think it was very rare for cars to be able to do it. You'd have to at least lift a little bit heading into it. We shall see. See how good of a tune you've done here. Lots of jittering. 335 kilometers an hour. Uh, 205 miles per hour. I think this very famously didn't reach that speed, did it? They... Oh, I was looking at the P and not the P4. Okay. But there's still no speed on here by the looks of it. Yeah, I just don't think this thing reached 200 miles per hour. Am I wrong? In automation, I set it to 300 kilometers per hour? Okay. Top speed. Oh, okay. This is conflicting to what I thought. Apparently, it reached 210 miles per hour. Is that right? What was top speed of the P3? I mean, it's close. Top speed, 193 miles per hour. That sounds a little bit more like it. And then 210 miles per hour. Okay. That is actually a very significant bump. That's 17 miles per hour more. My God. So you're a little bit over, but not by much. Wait, hold on. What was the conversion? 205. Oh, actually, you're a little bit under. Okay. But I feel as if the thing wouldn't be redlining and instead would be aerodynamically limited. Oh, very stable. Okay. That is way too much of a screamer. Unfortunately, Automation's engines don't sound great. Uh-oh. Sketchy under brakes. That's maybe just a little bit of a tuning issue. Let's give this thing a little bit more front bias on brake tuning. Rear brake power, let's drop like, let's say 20%. Like I can significantly feel it, so I feel as if that's a good amount to drop by. Let's get rid of these. We have Opal in South Africa. Is it actually that loud for you guys? I could turn it down a little bit. You made the engine less loud? Okay. Hopefully it's really quiet now. Hopefully it's also not just like eerily quiet. Feel as if the music is a little too quiet now. Let's do that. Yeah, that should be good. It is an unpleasant sound, I will grant you that. I will be releasing some audio options now for V12 soon. Because I know of these issues. Not for automation, but for beamng. Oh god, oh god. Ah! Nope, okay. I like this car a lot, just gotta say. I just like it. I just wish you had kind of done the interior a little bit more. And I feel as if the back end was unfortunately a little half-hearted. Like, you've gone to the effort to make a custom shape on the rear, but you haven't actually made it really fit right. The kind of the theme doesn't really match the body lines like the Ferrari, stuff like that. It's not the loud, it's the quits? What? Okay, let's turn it back up a little bit so then you have music again. Is it Vauxhall or Opal? Which one came first? I don't know. They're both from other parts of the world. I just know that we got the Barina, Vectra, and Astra as Holdens here in Australia. Let's try that again. I feel that this thing might be generating downforce, which a little bit maybe, but not really. So this is mostly flat ground. 260. Let's see how we do. 260 to 270 kilos on the rear. Yeah, I think we're generating just a little bit. Oh god, that was my bad. beamng isn't very good at gear selecting, so when I dumped it, that was like everything was just a little bit off. Opal is first? Okay. What country is Opal? Like, I've heard of them, but I don't know really anything about them. Oh, god damn it. Let's just... I can't be bothered. God, I want to do more racing on this map, to be honest. But it's, like, incredibly poorly made. And it's also really hard and really dangerous. Wow. Well, well over 100 kilos of downforce on the rear. No. Yeah, nah, bro. God, fuck you, beamng, with your not being able to know what gear to be in. God damn it. You know what? Nah, I can't be bothered to research. So, unrealistic downforce. Downforce wasn't really used until the very last second in the 60s. These cars did handle badly. That was a thing. It's up to you to make them handle better. Welcome, I Play Everything 16. How's it going? Opal is German, I think. Oh, okay, cool. Vauxhall is British. Is it really? I didn't know that Vauxhall was British. I knew that they made in England, but I didn't know that, yeah, interesting. Too fast in the 60s? What? No, actually, this is pretty on point. It probably struggled to reach the top speed once I got there. I feel as if the thing should be more aero limited, so maybe drop the aero quality to have the aero be the limiting factor and not gearing like it is. Still need to drop more rear brake force off. 60, let's go 65%-ish. Sorry, can't pay for my membership. That's okay. I'll just shame you in other ways. But no, it's fine. If you can't afford, that's fine. Just showing up, not running an ad blocker is enough. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh. Are the front brakes almost non-existent? So should I not be reducing the rear brakes and instead be increasing the front brakes? Full lockup. I have not touched the front brakes. Why are they not locking up? Okay. That was the wrong thing. Vehicle config. Let's bring back some rear brake force. Let's go back to about 80%. And instead, increase the front brake power. Just feather a little bit more. Let's go like 15% more on the front. It kept on crashing? What kept on crashing? What are we talking about? Anyway, let's give this another try. No. Let's go back to default brakes and add more front brake power. 25 extra% on the front. God damn it. Until we can lock up the fronts, it's not powerful enough, basically, is the way we're thinking about it. And then we'll feather otherwise. Does this thing have ABS? What the fuck is going on? So a car should be able to lock up. Maybe not massively, but it should be able to lock up. I think your downforce is too high. Well, I mean, it is. But I think that's also throwing in things a little bit out of whack. Electronic stability control? No. That might have just been, though, for having an automatic locker, which apparently they didn't actually have. They just kept open differentials. So we'll get rid of that. Yeah, these brakes are still godless. Control W, tuning, brakes. More brake power. More brake power. See... Oh, that's right. You've got the wrong tires on here. Front brakes were non-existent. A little bit. There we go. Now we're getting lockups. Let's just add a little bit more to the front and we will be good. Okay, we're maxed out on the fronts. Drop a little bit on the rear, maybe just like 3% should do it. Okay. Also, yeah, one of the reasons why this car handles so well is because you got the wrong tires. This thing probably should have been maybe even medium compound, I'm not sure. But whatever matched it, but also definitely not radials. Those brakes feel a little bit more accurate, but I forgot that you chose completely the wrong tires on here. I was wondering why this thing was so easy to control. It's not just the aero, it's the fact that you've also got the wrong brakes. So, you know what? I want you to go back. I want you to rework the tail end of this car. Like, side back is fine, but the back is not really good. No aero. You can go for somewhere near to zero lift, but maybe like a 20 to 50 kilos lift on the rear, maybe. Decrease the aero quality so there's a lot more drag. And just rework the look at the back. And yeah, also the right tires, please. Otherwise, I don't think I'm going to give it a full field score. Are you ever going to make early 2000s? Yeah, I'll get there. This is the last cars? Not yet, no. I believe there is cars after this. I think there's 2 more cars, right? Yeah, this should be more aero limited. I feel as if this thing is a little too easy to get up here. Keep in mind they did not want to have huge revs as well at their maximum speed. That just makes it a little bit more fickle. They wanted to have at least a little bit more reasonable sort of thing. Also, like 10,000 RPM for a 60s endurance car? No. Yeah, nah. No aero, fixed brakes, fixed tires. Design's mostly good. Go to unbreakable interior fixtures. 935 kilos. I don't know how much it weighs, but I suppose that seems fine. But yeah, we'll hold off on giving you a score until you refine it. And I very much want to try it when this thing is fixed, because that is going to be absolutely just a joy. If you can tune it to be like wayward, but also really fun. Like I don't want to be in terminal oversteer all the time. Which may mean that you have to move the engine nodes forwards, because these things had really long gearboxes in the day. So the engines were actually quite a ways forwards. There was no gap between the engine and the passenger compartment, because the fuel tanks were those big, you know where like the gear shifter was that we saw on this car? Those big like tunnel sort of boxed in sections were the fuel tanks most of the time. So keep that in mind. What is a resto mod? I would be displeased, because then that's just being lazy. Jesus, imagine driving down a public road at 200 miles per hour, zooming past trees and houses, in a car that could just give up like that. And they did, often. Very often. Repost? Go for it. Maybe give it a little while so then people don't think that, oh, I've already voted for that one. Maybe. We'll see. The Ferrari were notoriously rev happy. Yeah, they were. But they didn't like to, push it to its limits for that long. They did very specifically back in those sorts of days, not always rev the cars always to their maximum, and only leave revs for getting in between areas where you didn't want to do an extra gear shift on like the shorter bits of a track. Custom engine sounds would be nice. Yeah, custom engine sound, please, something. I know that's a tricky one. Maybe ask for help from somebody, or maybe wait for me to release a V12 audio pack. Maybe, who knows? Anyway, this looks like it's in Texas somewhere. Let's have a look. The Ralph Starwave. Odd name, but okay. Odd but cool name, I should say. Is it? No, it's not that. The Ralph Starwave. Here we go. What a name. Like, Ralph is weird, but Starwave, yeah. I'm remembering, like, there's a movie called King Ralph. Watch it. Good movie. I mean, dated. Very dated. You know what? I probably shouldn't be referencing King Ralph right now. That's maybe a little bit insensitive. I only just realized. Ugh. It's a bit on the nose. I'm sorry. If anybody's like still upset about the Queen and whatnot, that's maybe not the best joke to make. Custom engine sounds would be yeah. So maybe watch it after everything's cooled down. Didn't miss this one. My name is welcome Thumper. We're actually an hour and a half into when a normal stream would start. Starwave cost 16.5 1966. That's all the information we get. You probably would have gotten a little bit more of an upvote and not been in like only 2 extra votes from other people if you had of given like a little bit of something like a country. Ringu, thanks, bro. Let's see if it works this time. Space Warrior? The Ultimate, yay! Hey, I play everything. Wasn't it you that said that you couldn't, pay? Can't pay for membership. There you go. You get one anyway. Mr. Cheese as well. And Meat Bun Play. Meat Bum Play. You can all go ahead and thank Ringu. Thank you very much, Ringu. I very much appreciate it. Not a thing you gotta go now? What happens if Ringu does another release of free memberships? Hey! Anyway, let's just go to Utah, because this looks like it's, like an Utah sort of map. But, yeah, no, I'm just being a smartass. This is the ultimate, yo. Good. If you did get one from Ringu just then, please go ahead and thank Ringu. Ringu is a star. Instead of, like, I always feel weird about just having channel memberships. And just receiving donations also feel a little bit weird. I actually really like donated memberships, like what Ringu just did. Really thanks. Because it not only helps me, which I am very much appreciative of, but it also helps other people. So I don't know. I've always thought that, like, gifted memberships is always just like a weird, cool thing. But I also don't want to praise it too much, because then it feels like I'm saying, hey, just give me some. No, please. Like, Ringu's nice. And flush with cash. Don't feel required to do anything. Oh, you know what I didn't notice? It has the lines on the hood. Sorry. Yeah. That's cool. No, it's GT by Author G. What? Oh, this is made by Ringu. Oh, this is your vehicle, Ringu. Ringu the goat? Yeah. Oh my god, Ringu, thank you so... Now, thanks to you, I can do 8 out of... Yeah. Oh, dear. This is a nice looking car. I will say, however, I'm not entirely sure about, like, the... Like, everything here is a little bit soft and rounded, but that being incredibly sharp, a bit questionable. Headlights kind of in a weird place, but aside from that, it is a nice car. Especially now that I know that those are on there, it just feels so much nicer. I don't know what it is. And on the back, it actually looks... I think it looks better on the back than on the front. White wall tires. Hope I'm having a good day. Welcome, Swagbucks. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. throat's a little bit sore. I've now been streaming for 5.5 hours. Voice is a little bit on the sore side. Maybe I should quieten it down a little bit. Okay. What year is this, scum? Wrong button. 1968. Oh, just before the fuel crisis. And being an American car, I wouldn't be surprised if this was still radial. Still cross-plies. That looks, I believe, like a cross-ply. Wow, I just had phantom vibration feels just then. That was weird. You know when like you feel as if your phone is vibrating, but it didn't actually vibrate? That was weird. I could have been like, I could have sworn that was actually a thing just then. Weird. Anywho, not gonna have a particularly great top speed, being like a big boxy sort of thing. Lots of drag. Feel that this thing is probably already starting to go maybe a little too fast. I suppose 200 kilometers an hour should be fine for this sort of era. Okay, starting to struggle about 180. You know what? We'll keep on going. I was going to turn down here, but let's see what we do. 250 is where I'm going to start saying no to this. But I feel as if this thing is going to struggle to reach that. Okay. Hey, look, it's a pretzel. Now I'm hungry. Alrighty. Let's turn this around. Nice. I think it just popped up in the corner of my eye, and I'm not sure what it was. Anyhow. Let's give this thing a little bit of a highway sort of feel. So it's not really a sports car. What I would like to have seen is maybe a little bit more body roll, to be honest. Like, this thing is not getting any sort of body roll. These things were notoriously, like, American cars were land yachts. So, I know it feels weird, but click comfort. Like, this thing should almost scrape that front bumper. Do you like East Germany, Phil? What a peculiar question. I was against what the Soviet Unions were doing in Germany at the time, when they were split between West and East. I don't remember which one they were. Oh, understeer, that was weird. It just wouldn't turn in, even though I was turning in more and more. Who was the other... what was the other thing I know about that? The only other thing is, I think I had, Volvo keys for my Volvo. I know, right? Mind blown there. Made from West Germany on the keys. So... that's a thing. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Aside from that, I really don't know much about it at all. Where you inline 7 tractor thingy? Tucked away? I'm not really using it? Wait, did you guys want to drive it? It's not good. It's just some vehicle. My other tractors were better. West was USSR, East was Republic. Wow, they were getting USSR keys? Am I mistaken? Maybe I was mistaken. But I feel as if it said West Germany. I also don't know much about Germany at all. To be honest, even though my family's from that sort of area of like, I think it's Southern Prussia, something like that. South Australia is very German-based. I don't actually know a lot about Germany. Apart from, like, the war, obviously. But, like, post-war, there's not a whole lot of information out there. Like, car companies started to get back into racing and whatnot very quickly, despite being a completely, massively devastated country. I don't know how they managed it. And also being divided? Like, what the fuck? How? How do you do that? Fun fact, after the 60s in East Germany was good. Okay. The USSR and North Korea both scanned Volvo out of a couple of hundred car orders. They never pay. Really? That's weird and funny. You might have a stolen order Volvo. Maybe, I don't know. East Germany was the communist one? So I'm getting conflicting results here. Oh, sorry, conflicting statements here. I don't know. What year is your combined harvester? I honestly, I don't actually know. It was meant to be based off of a Massey Ferguson or something like that. 760 or MF 760. But I knew it when I first got the recommendation to make it, but I completely forgot all the information and was just so focused on the process that I was about to embark upon, which was to import all the stuff into beamng, which I had never done before. I was doing that for the first time in that video, and it worked actually, I thought, pretty well, considering that the engine is, it's a very unusual engine, and it sounds very digital-esque, so, yeah, it's not the best-sounding engine. Also, there's actually a lot more stuff involved with giving better sounds to engines, I should say. I mixed up East and West. Oh, yeah. I thought it might have been East. I thought West was the open one, because I was like, I thought Volvo wouldn't have gone to the communists. That sounded weird to me, but I was like, okay, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe something weird happened. I'm also just noticing the rear seats. Sorry, the rear of the front seats, I should say. Cool details. You got the proper split here for the folding down seats, which you would have in these sorts of things. But you've also got, like, is that a cigarette holder or the handle to flip the seat forward? Sorry, cigarette ashtray. This is a 70s car. This thing should have 1,000,000 ashtrays. No ashtray there. No ashtray there. What the? Okay. Cruise control. Oh. I wonder if that was put there by Ringo or by somebody else. I feel as if the wraparound is a little bit unrealistic for a car of this era, but I could be wrong. Also, I feel that being American, this thing probably would have been automatic. I don't mix East and... Okay. Yesterday, my friend asked me why there aren't any V9s. Balancing issues. West Germany have BMW, VW, Audi, Porsche, etc. Okay. What does East have? Oh dear. Well, that's not gone how I wanted it to. Engine started oil. I don't think that's your biggest issue there, buddy. Blah. Alright, let's try that again. Honda did make a VR... I don't think you mean Honda. I think you mean Volkswagen made a VR5. Trabant? What? What are we talking about? But! Are you saying Trabant? Like, well done. Trabant 601? What are we talking about? Wartburg? What? Oh, you're saying East has the Trabant. Okay. Is that the, like the weird V8 rear engine car? Most of the German cars is from Stuttgart, Germany. I've heard of Stuttgart. Does that count? No, Honda did make a... Oh, that's right. Yeah, the motorbike. You're right. They also made, like, ovular piston engines as well. Like, some really weird stuff. Love it, though. Really love it. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay. Yeah, Honda did a lot of weird things. I think, no, wait, I'm thinking of Yamaha. Yamaha did some weird things. Like, what I never really knew until Volvo came along, that a Yamaha actually made a lot of cars, motors, which is so weird. But yeah, they made one for Volvo. An engine which I so dearly want to get my hands on, even though they're not great. The, B444S? The V8 from Volvo. My car getting all the abuse from the city. Automation should make it possible to make one-cylinder engines. Maybe. You have to remember that they're coming from the angle of, how did that even happen? What is wrong with beamng's collision physics, honestly? They're making it from a tycoon game perspective. I'm gonna up the volume maybe just a smidge. So they want to keep it within reasonable limits of like because every time you change something in a tycoon game, a domino effect of other things start changing, and then you whack the next mole, and then you're playing whack-a-mole with like things that need to be rebalanced or whatnot. So I understand that they don't. I think they should also realize that most people don't care about the whatchamacallit, the campaign mode. I like the campaign mode, but it's so, like, the UI, no, the UI is, UI is fine, but the UX, like, trying to learn anything, to, like, figure that out for the first time, the game is so unintuitive. What they really need is somebody to go through and give them a big, hard smack on the nose and say, no, this is how you do tutorials, this is how you lead people in, this is how you ease people into this sort of stuff. You don't just give them a completely complicated to the walls or complicated to the nines sort of user experience and then say, oh, if you want to learn how to do it, just watch a video that's like, what, 45 minutes long? What the fuck? I don't know if they still do that, but when I first saw that, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is ridiculous. I think even a few other people who reviewed it and also said the same thing, and I was like, oh, don't play the campaign mode. That's not how you play this game. Volvo Yamaha Transverse 60-degree V8. Yeah, very peculiar. The rear-engine air-cooled V8 was Tatra. Okay, then. Hungarian? I thought they might have been. Yamaha made the first Japanese sports car? Really? Why don't they release another version of automation where more engine configurations? It's because they want to finish off their current project. I don't know how accurate this is, and I'm just going to go ahead and say that they're probably being a bit optimistic. But I think somebody said that they were looking to have a release date of 2024, which will mean that the game has been in production for, I think, at that point, 12 years or more, which is a pretty long time. But then again, they are a team that have grown from very small numbers. So, I mean, it's not really a one-to-one. But that is a long time for an indie game. Even though the game is particularly complicated. And apparently, though I don't know how serious they were being there, or if they were being tongue-in-cheek, they mentioned offhandedly in a comment about something, oh, that'll be a thing for automation too. But I think that might have been a joke. Welcome, Chris Games. How's it going? I tried it once and didn't even make a car before the company collapsed. Yeah, it can be like that. It is tricky to learn. Yeah, your competition in the campaign is either brain dead or making vehicles that are near impossible to beat in the... I don't think I've ever had that issue. I'm actually pretty decent at it. I, in fact, set myself sometimes to have no money to start with and everything's on loans. What I try to do is imagine, like, post-war, I have absolutely nothing coming out of the war except for a factory. And then depending on the size of the factory is depending on the sort of company that I'm going with, also depending which country I'm in, that sort of thing. I like the car. It's dangerous, though. Like, seriously dangerous. The cars of these eras should chronically understeer. That was their way of dealing with oversteer, which was considered, though race-like, dangerous and unnecessary for the road. And car companies were, though not really preemptively, but most of the time, concerned about being called death traps. Because at the time, everybody believed what they read in the newspaper, what some people would say is gospel sort of thing. So, if anybody ever said that your car was dangerous, that was like a killer. That was very dangerous, especially if you were trying something new. Now, this car doesn't look like it's trying anything new, but things like the, what was that one car? Dangerous at any, speed? Now, that was the first gen, and yes, it was apparently incredibly dangerous. I think even, it was a modified one, but I think Jay Leno rolled one or something like that, whilst he was in the middle of saying that this car isn't that bad. I can't really remember exactly. But, yeah, that was irony. Yeah, I mean, Yamaha and Toyota made the first... Oh, okay, then. The Corvair? Yeah, the Corvair. Love the car, and love the backstory. Would I own one of the original dangerous ones? No! But it'd be cool. Also, one of the first turbocharged cars. Oh, really? Was it? Okay, I didn't know that. Reliant Robin? Not quite. Not what I meant. I don't know if I'm late. I think the Reliant Robin gets a little bit of a pass because people... Like, going into it, they knew that the thing was dangerous. And it was also incredibly cheap. So your option was a motorbike or a Reliant Robin. Like, that was your options. Incredibly dangerous or a motorbike, which was even more dangerous. Depending also on what year the Reliant Robin was, I'm not sure. Maybe, like, speed limits hadn't been implemented yet, so even worse. Welcome back, Epically Poor Dude. I almost called you Epically Poor Guy, I'm sorry. How could I? You know what, it's not so bad if you're driving it reasonably. The problem is you can't assume that people are going to drive it reasonably. Corvair had a turbocharged option in 19... Oh, okay. Corvair had rear engine swing axle. Oh, I didn't realize it had swing axle. That probably made it considerably worse. The Corvair was a rear engine, all aluminium, air-cooled flat six. Yeah, I did know that it was a, based upon an X-helicopter engine. Or just straight up an X-helicopter engine, I can't really remember. But, that was the common thing to do. Because it was proven that, flat engines were very good for rear engines. Helicopter engines, very often, were flat engines. So they would take flat engines. And there was that other car company that did it first. And I think it had like the center headlight that pivoted as well. That had the flat back 6 engine. Yeah, that sort of thing. To be fair for the Corvair, it was rear engine. Yeah, I know, but still, like, you don't want to get branded as, like, incredibly dangerous as a car because it was almost a competition. Like, nowadays, it's all about, like, who's got the best power numbers in their car. Oh, my car has more horsepower than yours, sort of thing. Or maybe, like, my car did a better time on the Nürburgring. Back then, the thing to compete for was, like, who's the most sensible? I feel, really? It was, like, right as, like, the changeover to the, baby boomer sort of time period started, I think, as well. So, maybe there's a little bit of a difference. But still, it was a lot of that, like, who can be the most family-like? Do I buy a car or do I buy 3 houses? Like, that sort of decision-making. Tucker 48, that's the one. I think this one was also based off of a helicopter engine. I don't believe it was actually straight up a helicopter engine, though. Didn't most helicopters use radial engines? There was, like, one specific one that was very popular. That was a flat 6 engine. Radial engines is used in small planes, I believe. No, they were used in a helicopter. That's very, I believe very specifically was, the engine that became very popular. Yeah, 50 more horsepower at the cost of £1,000 is not worth it. What? Which car is this? This is the one by, Ruben. Sorry, Ringu. God damn it. Hey, you're still alive? Yeah, but my voice isn't. It's, like, really fucking sore right now. It's actually really sore to talk. The engine was based on a helicopter parent? Something like that, yeah. So, like, you can call it helicopter heritage or whatever, but, like, helicopter was kind of like, the big application for this, the basis sort of thing. Is it better to make modern sports car or old sedan? Depends. If you're trying to learn, modern cars are really hard to make in automation. You know what, actually, this thing isn't so bad on handling. I just want to keep driving it. This is actually quite pleasant to drive. You know what? I like the back end a lot more than I like the front end. Something about it just doesn't seem correct. Anyway, let's go ahead and give this thing basics. Yeah, there's not really much information. Base score styling. Ringu, you've done some good-looking cars in the past. This one is not it. I'm thinking like a 6 out of 10. Acceleration. 5 out of 10. It feels sluggish and not particularly well planted under acceleration. And like higher speeds when you start to do like higher gear accelerations. Didn't really feel like it pulled very much. But then again, that's the cars of the era. Handling. It felt fairly good, but it is quite understeery, which is what you expect from this sort of time period. Fun factor, I mean, you could still chuck it around quite a lot, so we'll give it a 7. No, we'll give it an 8. Cool factor. Big lumpy V8, but it's also from that, like, you know what, it looks like a 70s car, even though it is a 60s car. I feel as if it's from that unappreciated sort of, time period, but no, it is from the 60s. I feel as if this probably wouldn't have sold that well, so let's go like a 6 out of 10. Trackability, 5 out of 10. Features. What was the price of this? Equivalency, 16,500. Wow, very cheap. You have a radio. Wait, is that the ashtray? That's a very narrow ashtray. And 2 ashtrays. So the features are what, like 2? Who cares about the radio? Who gives a fuck about that? Features, 2. Comfort. It looked a little bit rigid for the time period. These things are meant to really float, I feel. And this thing does not. It is very, planted. Which adds a little bit of sportiness, but takes away from its daily sort of category. Not really bolstered seats, so if you try to go around corners at any sort of decent speed, which is what you'll do with stiffer suspension, this thing will feel a little bit, difficult to stay in your seat. So let's go 7 on that. Quality, it's American, so not huge, but it'll also feel quality in the way in which it's like really solid. It won't particularly break down very much, except, you know what? It looks like it's got a lot of things on here that will break. Like electric mirrors and whatnot. I'm guessing that is not particularly long-lasting. So let's take that back down to a 7. Practicality, it's a 2-door, right? Yeah, 2-door. Nice big open boot. I almost called it a spoot there for a second. I don't know why. The spoot is particularly big, but it's also not like a wagon or anything like that. Sits 6 people. Okay. It's big, but not huge. So we'll go a 6 on that one. Value, very cheap. Probably not cheap that much anymore, especially to upkeep it. That'll come into the oncoming costs. Let's go a 6 on that one. Ongoing costs. Let's go like a 3 on that one. This thing is probably going to chug oil and petrol. And parts are going to be, like, especially for those, like, nitty-gritty sort of electrical things, not going to be great. J-Beam editing. Did you do any? I don't think so. It'd be cool if automation added some rotaries. Unfortunately, there's just not, like, a huge database on rotaries, so I think that's how they, come up with their way in which they do things based upon statistics and whatnot. So I don't know if rotary is really possible in the way they do it. It might be possible with engine sim though. I decided to try to make a car that mimics the Chrysler gas turbine hot rod. Nice. I'm gonna try to model the engine and automation with 3D fixtures. Nice. Stuff inside, lots of spoot. Yeah, lots of spoot. JBM editing, none. Would I buy this? Yeah, kinda. Let's go 6 on that one. Je ne sais quoi. I feel it's fairly well represented. Realism and commonality. What was the engine again? Let's have a quick look. I mean, I kind of disagree with the manifolds, but those things did sort of exist, so... Realistic, but not very common. Everything else is incredibly common, like suspension is correct. Brakes are correct enough. Chassis is correct. Rear suspension is correct. Rear brakes are correct. Seats are all correct. So, all apart from, like, how uncommon the carburetor setup is, you'd probably, being an American car, just have a single 4-barrel carburetor instead. We'll go 9. Very incredibly close. For a full fiddle score, sorry if I'm, like, all snotty and whatnot. I feel as if there's some hay fever going on here. This is getting a bit crazy. Oh, it's midnight. I am so goddamn tired. 82. I am so tired right now. My sleep schedule recently has been, like, sleeping at, like, 10. Or 11, maybe. I think last night I went to sleep at about 11. I am so tired. Last car. Let's rush through this. I'm sorry, bro. You've submitted your car. You've got it in, all that sort of stuff. And now I'm just going to be rushing through it. I'm sorry. Is that the one? No, that's not the one. Here we go. Okay. You've got 5 votes. $35,000, 2020. Oh, this is the 2020 price, is $35,000. Please just give the automation price so I can just keep things easy in my mind. So I don't have to be like, oh, but what's that compared to, like... I don't want to do comparisons. I don't want to have, like, your currency involved. I just want what automation says as the price. Please. Just please. I'm getting actually a little short in temper. I think I'm getting, like, grumpy tired. Welcome, Thomas, to the stream. Hey, Phil, I can't find your tutorial playlist. I mean, I do have a tutorial playlist. I might have to create a new one for Engine Sim, though. Give me a second. I feel like this would probably have a quadrajet. I don't know what that means. Can I ask how to add information about my cars into the info JBeam? Not into the JBeam. That info goes into info.json. And in here, you have like your power, your weight, your torque, your years. You can change your year range. You got your rear-wheel drive, your manual, your ICE, your gasoline. You could change all of these up. I believe there is also other options to add extra things. You could also change your default paint stuff and also add more paint options. So say you got a two-tone car. When you export it to beamng, most of the time it'll only give you the one paint option and you won't have the option to change the other one. I've never done it myself, but this is the sort of place where you would change that. So yeah, the info.json. I've never done a tutorial on it because I've never bothered with it myself. I did it once and went, yeah. It's Germany? What's Germany? This is German? Yeah, I forgot to read the actual description of this car. God damn it. Here we go. Okay, brand home country America. Here's the sports model of the suave, stiffer suspension, more power, and a manual transmission. The S-Spec comes standard with tech package and gives you an 360 view of the car. The infotainment center also contains full surround sound, surround sensors that allows for cautionless parking as well as hands-free driving on motorways for up to 5 minutes, depending on. Okay, that's a bit weird. But yeah, self-assist driving sort of thing. The S-Spec also gives you aero devices and stickier wider tires with increased brake and rim diameter. You get a blacked out grille, a head, taillight, spotter, light aluminium rims, and lastly, an improved diffuser. Enjoy. For 35,000? Is that even possible? Does the Model 3... Oh, nope. B. 65,000. So that would be... I feel that price is too low. Now, when I said that all you have to do is just show me the automation price, you can do the automation price and then adjust it. Just don't convert it to another year and don't convert it to another currency. This, I feel, should have been like a $50,000 car, maybe. Especially in 2020, not 2022. Where there's like a bit of an arms race for tech. Though Tesla is falling behind something chronic. Tesla was like the leader in new tech for cars. They're now like the most dangerous of self-driving, but not actually self-driving cars. What is it? One of the states is like so fed up with Teslas being so incredibly dangerous on their self-driving, but it's actually driver assist, that they're, I think, giving a bit of an injunction or something like that to say you can't call it self-driving anymore. Something like that. I think it might be in California, I'm not sure. Fake dual exhaust, maybe. What's the engine in here? Inline. So yeah, one fake exhaust, that's very realistic. I like it, I the car feels nice to drive. I'm sorry, I'm conking out so bad now. I was starting to feel tired and I was like, what is the time? And then I realized, and now suddenly my brain is just gone, oh shit, you are really fucking tired. I'm just gonna give it a simplified fill score, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go over it a little bit. But, yeah. I am so goddamn tired right now. I'm struggling, actually. I'm suddenly struggling. I haven't even eaten dinner. I skipped dinner for this stream. I had lunch at about 3, 2. So I'm hungry and tired, so I shouldn't eat, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Ugh. Should I learn how to make an engine in Engine Sim just for the custom engines? And that's up to you. It is actually really difficult to make engines if you're not very savvy with that sort of stuff. If you look at it and are daunted, you had better be very dedicated to want to do it, because it doesn't get any easier. You gotta go now? Ulrich? Okay, see you later, Ulrich. Oh, thank you for being here, by the way. Very much appreciated. That's not healthy, my dude? I know. Okay, so design, as I said earlier, the front's actually looking pretty decent. It's a little bit, like I feel as if this bodyline should maybe be a little bit represented in the headlight section, but at least you've got this matching the grille there a little bit. This almost feels like it's matching. It's not really the right sort of fixture though, it just doesn't seem quite right. Also the hood thing, as I mentioned, the rest of it's fairly good. Back end looks nice. Except those taillights just... I know that the white may be a little bit out of your control. Maybe try doing something to hide that though. Yeah, I don't know. Third brake light. Is that high enough for a third brake light? I think it might need to be a little bit higher. So, like, the next place to put it is up here, maybe. Interior is fine. I can't really poo-poo anything on here. Very short shifter, by the way. I hate short shifters. Like, I like a short shifter throw, but not like a short lever. I've had one with a short lever, and it didn't really do it for me. What was the engine again as well? That's right, the small economy turbo thing. 4-valve cylinder sort of thing. So yeah, we'll test out the performance a little bit more as well. I just wanted to kind of start giving it a bit of the score. That's a lot of tech to go into a car that is not kind of like a, what do you call it? A special Halo car sort of thing. not necessarily Halo car. I don't know, what would you call it? Like a flagship. That's the word, flagship. It doesn't feel expensive enough to be a flagship, and I doubt that they would have put all of this tech in such a cheap car. Is it front-wheel drive? I think it is. Yeah, not seeing all-wheel drive at the back. Have you tried the new Beetle body? I've got it, but I've not tried it out yet. We may do something with that at some point. Odd question, how do you get your free cam to move so slowly? Alt mouse wheel. So, let me move my camera quickly. Look in the top left, I hold Alt and mouse wheel, and you can see that I'm changing my camera speed. Usually for me to move around smoothly, I have it about, like, 12. That's generally my favorite number to keep it at. There we go. Right up at the corner again. I'm so pooped. Can confirm I'm dumb. I mean, I wouldn't call you dumb on that one. That is just a thing. A part of the whole, like, beamng is not very good at, explaining things sometimes. I want to try something out. This is stupid. But... And then it'll... That was stupid. I'm tired and I'm loopy. I wanted to try something stupid. Ignore me. They is no Beetle body mode. I'm just not going to respond to that. I've got to go once more, have a good... This is the end of the stream, bro. I'm conked out. I'm going to give this car, like, 8 out of 10. If you're, like, a relatively new person. If you've got anything more than 500 hours, I might give you... 7 out of 10. But this is pretty good. A lot of stuff is done here. I feel as if maybe a custom vent on the side would have done better than the vent that you've chosen. It doesn't fit the body lines anywhere. Like, it ever so slightly matches this body line and a little bit of this body line, but not well enough, and it just seems weird. It would be cool to make a championship like what you did with the Formula V, but with off-road rally body. Beetle body? I mean, there are more championships in the works, and there is off-road stuff in the works, whether that be with other YouTubers or with viewers, we'll see. I think everyone's brain is fried at this point. Yeah, alright, cool. Let's wind down. I'm done with this. Anybody got things that they want me to look up on YouTube? Memes? Sorry, YouTube. On, I mean, I'll look at YouTube videos, sure, why not? Send me things. Tell me what to look at whilst I say my goodbyes. And start to wind down the stream. I mean, they is a new Beetle body mod. Can you look up the Alpina B5 Touring? Okay, let's have a look at that. I'm so goddamn tired right now. God, I love this car. Even though it looks a little bit wrong, it still looks very gorgeous. I don't know how Ferrari did that. Ah, a sports wagon. Nice. It's a little too big for my liking. I don't like big, bulky vehicles. Search the Panhard DB Le Mans. Okay. Let's have a quick look. What have we got here? Oh, weird. The front almost looks normal. But then this back end, Speedtail, looks very weird. What the fuck? So there's multiple different versions of it. I think you need to be a little bit more specific. Some of these are good looking. Some of these are ugly. I don't mind the front end of some of them. Phil, do you like the Ferrari SF90 Stradale? Let's have a look. Is that the new one that looks like that old Ferrari? I don't think I did. I think it actually looked pretty hideous. Oh, no, this isn't that one. I don't really know anything about the details of it because Top Gear no longer runs and Grand Tour is far and few between. God, I wish they made more Grand Tour. I mean, it looks okay. Is it getting me going? Not really. I like the back end more than the front. The side end looks a little bit weird. I don't know. Would I like to have this car? Hell yes! But yeah, no, that's not what we're asking. Car I drove today was the Hyundai Latvia Matrix, which is probably the most AN car of the 2000s. Let's have a look. You're right. That is a car. Why do you not like McLaren car design? Oh, because, I don't know, they're kind of ugly. They've got no lines. It's all like a fish. McLaren 720S. Let's just go with that one. That one seems to... Like, I suppose, no, there is lines, but it's all a little bit, like, soft and... Like... Even though it's incredibly wide, it doesn't feel stanced, it doesn't feel substantial, it just looks slippery, which is good for aerodynamics, sure. The front end always looks really bad. The Fisker Karma and the Tesla as well have that same sort of like weird, ugly fish front end sort of design. I just don't like it, it just doesn't look good. Porsche Panamera Gran Turismo. Okay. Is that a SUV? Ugly as sin. That is one of the ugliest cars the Porsches have made. Not the ugliest, there is uglier, but that's pretty fugly. That's horrible. Why? Quickly, send me something else. This is the blandest car I've ever seen. Yeah, I feel like no more Grand Tour. You know what, I'm going to hit back on this, just so I don't have to look at this. Oh, that. Yeah, you know what? This looks a little bit more. I actually like the Hyundai Getz, which is what this is reminding me a lot of as well. I, on multiple occasions, almost bought a Getz. Put a V8 and Wang on the new Beetle, and it does a quarter mile in 8 seconds. Wow. Kind of feel like no more Grand Tour is the way to go now, because in the last 3 years, Clarkson has gotten immensely Trump-brained. Really? I think he's kind of like torn in between the two, but I didn't know that he was really Trump-orientated. That is the... you can look up the Group B Mini Metro. I don't know what you mean by that. I think I might know what that is, but I can't... It's doing that thing where you can't hit enter anymore. Great. Yeah, I know this one. I mean, I like it. I didn't race, did it? I can't remember. I should say race properly for like a full season or something like that. Didn't it like come at like the banning of Group B or something like that? I don't know. The Hyundai Matrix was designed by Pininfarina. No, that's the wrong one. The Hyundai Matrix. What? Pininfarina? I think I know what happened. They said, hey, we want to put your brand on something. And they went, pay us money. And then they went, okay. And then they got the Pininfarina badge on there. I somehow doubt that Pininfarina, unless like given extremely restrictive design limitations, that this would have been something that they would have like been happy to do. It did in Group B. That's not what I'm asking. Porsche 9146, I think. What are we talking about? Clarkson is hardcore Tory. I don't know what Tory is. Left or right? Hyundai Matrix is the most 2000s Korean car ever. Okay. Look at the badge behind. Yeah, I see that it has Pininfarina on there. Don't worry. Alright, gotta go. Been a nice stream. Take care. Thanks, bro. Yeah, you guys can wind down now. I'm gonna start saying goodbye soon. Look up the BF Weevil. Okay. Oh, it's a Grand Theft Auto thing. Look at the GM Firebird 1 XB21. Okay, let's have a quick look at that. What the... Was this just like a concept car, or was this a one-off land speed record car? Is this actually like a concept that they were trying to actually pitch as a car to make? So I feel as if this wasn't actually a car they were taking serious. Why do you keep saying I think at the back? Like, what are you talking about? Or is it called the Porsche 914-6, I think? Is that the name of it? Like an iDrive, except I think? Oh, yeah. Probably the first supremely ugly Porsche ever made. It's not actually a Porsche, is it? This was meant to be, like, made by Porsche for a different company? Because it always, whenever I've looked at this thing, it reminds me of, like a British car. I can't just remember what it is. 919 slant nose. That was the really ugly one, right? Like, it's starting to grow on me, I think, the slant nose. Yeah. Supremely ugly. But it is growing on me. For, like, its quirky design. Weren't they... Oh, sorry. We're in the hey Phil, look at X. Yeah, that's fine. It was supposed to be a Volkswagen? Yeah, I thought it might have been. This is the Volkswagen badged as a Porsche and sold as a VW version of it. Okay. I'm thinking of, not Mini Moke, but like one of those weird British cars that also reminds me of. And also, I know you're not talking about this one, you're talking about the 9146. Anyway, I think that's enough. I'm pooped. Thank you, Where Vixen. Also, thank you straight up at the top here. Ringu. My god, my brain is fading so quickly. Thank you, Ringu, for like the 5-channel members, all that sort of stuff that they handed out. Game Boy Testarossa, Where Vixen, Erland, Hi Simon, Ebugs, Nothing Cool, Octane, Anto 100k. Thank you everyone for being here. Bear with me. I have a new outro that I'm putting together, so we're gonna go over to outro names. Oh, this needs to be updated. Oh god, this really needs to be updated. I'm also getting a lot of screen flickering. This is very disorientating. Alright. We'll leave up the basic members for now. But we need to add a few people in. De Hellerman being the big one. Okay. No, there's 2 L's there. There we go. The other thing... Oh god, that doesn't fit on the page anymore. Let's put that there. Now, let's put on my new outro background. VLC video source? I think that's right. Outro video. Let's go with that. And... oh, now I have to find where I put this thing. Ugh. Give me a second. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. In here? Yeah, this one. Is that good? Is that going to play? There we go. Let's drag that down to the bottom so it plays underneath. Is that playing audio? I'm not sure. It is playing audio, but I can't hear it. Let me fiddle around. Advanced properties? How would do this? monitor only, mute output. Is that correct? I don't think that's done right. Do we go monitor and output? I just can't hear it. Why can I not hear this? Well, anyway, there's a background. You can hear it? Okay, well, at least you can hear it. I'd love to be able to hear it. Because, God, I love this Tyrell thing. After it looks great, thanks. I spent a little bit of time. I was experimenting a little bit. This one will be the outro for a while. I'll eventually change it to a better one. I was hoping to hear it myself because I like this car so much. I also just really wanted to show off that, yeah, this is actually 6 wheels. I love this car so much, even though it's like hot garbage to drive, like the real thing. This car was all about straight line speeds, and back in this time period, straight line speed was still very, very important. Davioto, thank you for being here anyway, bro. But that is it from me. Also, thank you, Space Warrior and Next, for being here. As the Ultimate, C1X, Warbot, if I didn't say it, Skibidoo, thank you. I think I said it for Erlen, I'm not sure. Sneaky Mr. Wiggles, thank you for also being here. Alright, I'm out. Bye.